My sister used to do that.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the sixth of six substantive sessions of the Governor's Data Center Advisory Committee. My name is Donna Silverberg, and I will be facilitating today's session. Today is the additional issues session, and today we will be focusing on a couple of different things that we heard from public comments and from the committee of things that needed a little bit more information. So today we're going to be spending a little time talking about air quality and the impacts of data centers on air quality. We've got the Eastern Region Air Permitting Manager from the Department of Environmental Quality. He'll be one of our first speakers this morning talking about that. How do they manage it? How do they mitigate? How do they think about the diesel issues that people have raised in a number of our sessions? We will also hear a bit about the impacts of incentives on the school fund. And we have today Vanessa Clark, who is the State School Fund Program Manager from the Department of Education, joining us. She's gonna set everybody straight from what the conversation we had last time. And so we're glad she's here to do that for us. And then the governor not only convened this group, but also requested that Echo Northwest do some work and look at economic, workforce, and resource implications and assessment on Oregon data centers. And they're going to present their study, their preliminary findings from their study today, and then engage with the committee on a conversation about what those findings might reveal. After that, there'll be some additional conversation with presenters, should you all want that, committee members. And then at 2:15, we'll have the public comment and listening. And I always say that I will start the day by saying who we have signed up. And who we have signed up is Kathy Sampson Cruz, Mackenzie Springer, Brenna Yellow Thunder, Tracy Schultz, Catherine Chambers, Jody Weiser, Lori Bowman, Darren Ash, Leslie Cocken, I think is how we pronounce that, sorry, Erica Maria Moson, Emily Waldron, and Candace Crawford. We'll go over that again at 2:15. So just want to let folks know who signed up the 24 hours in advance before today's session. So that's the brief overview of our day. Let me turn to our co-chairs and we'll do introductions of the committee, and we'll get our show on the road. Yeah.
Fantastic. Mike Jump, co-chair here in the Portland metro area. Quick clarification, the Echo Northwest study that we'll be discussing today was actually, I think, kicked off independent of the governor's office. This was not a gubernatorial kind of commission piece of work, but still will be invaluable in that it very much complements the work that we're doing as a committee.
Thank you for correcting that. Will be joined by the Lemelson Foundation today.
Thank you, Donna. I'm so grateful to this committee and to all of you who have been following us online and providing sound public comment. We received some really good comments through the email portal between the last meeting and this one, and I appreciate those of you who are helping us identify what we were not able to cover in the first 5 meetings. I've said this before, and I will say it probably till I die, that we don't do this work alone. It requires intentionality and action by those of you out in community and those of us sitting around this table. I also want to say thank you to the speakers that have participated, because everybody and the support staff that is volunteering to support this effort as well. All of that collective leaning in, I believe, will lead to the best product possible for the governor. The other thing I just want to acknowledge before we start today are the wildfires that are burning not only throughout our state and the region. And I just want to take a moment to acknowledge so many of our community members are under threat of evacuation or have lost their businesses or their homes or their post offices. And so I just wanted to take a moment to say that our thoughts and prayers are with those communities. There are ways, there are drives to collect goods for the Warm Springs Reservation and the Umatilla Reservation and some of those communities that have been directly devastated by the impact of the wildfires this season. And so encourage those of you that have to give to those that are in a lot of pain right now. So thank you for allowing me to take a moment just to acknowledge that in our state.
Okay, let's do the rest of the introductions of the committee members. So why don't we start, Greg?
Sure. I'm Greg Dodson, and a committee member, and I'm a law professor at the University of Oregon School of Law.
Jean Wilson, also committee member, longtime renewable energy person and based in Portland.
Dan Dornan, I'm one of the three commissioners in the legendary, but very, very much on fire Umatilla County right now. And I appreciate the comments, and I'll take those back for sure, because I think those mean a lot to everybody, all the way from the commissioners down to the folks on the ground. So, thank you.
Mike Jung, co-chair.
I'm Tim Miller. I'm Director of Oregon Business for Climate and a member of the committee, and really appreciate the backdrop comments. Thank you, and for all the work that's going into this. I look forward to today giving some things we haven't been able to cover yet, and to clarifying some things that we have touched on but can go deeper on. So I look forward to it.
Good.
Bill?
And on the screen, we got Bill.
Right, Bill Edmonds, member of the committee. Sorry not to be there in person, but great to be with you via video. Maybe just a mention on the agenda. Seems like a sort of a nod to adaptive management. We listen to the folks who have listened to our experts and listened to the general public, and these are all things that we didn't predict beforehand needed to be on agenda, but you all told us so. So here they are. So can't wait to dig in.
Super. Thank you for that, Bill. Okay, so we'll use the regular protocols that we've used for the entirety of this process. And the simple ones I'm going to call out are, when you speak, speak as though you're right. Don't hog the time when you're speaking. I'll help with that if I need to. Okay. And spend the rest of the time listening as though you might be wrong. And that will help all of us to figure out and solve some of these knotty problems. For folks that haven't ever been with us before, we designed this process to be, we call it the Data Center University. So this is your favorite seminar about data centers, their effects on Oregon. And we rely on the governor's charge to guide the way that this process has gone forward. And she's asked the committee to look for balancing the different needs that we have here in Oregon, in the Oregon way, if you will. So let me just quickly, since this is our last substantive session, Greg put together for us. I know you said I didn't have to say that, Greg, but I then used them.
Credit where credit's due.
What's that?
Credit where credit's due.
Exactly, credit is due. So this is just a quick process overview for everyone, just to get you grounded in where we've been and where the committee is headed. So the governor convened this meeting, this committee in January with a kickoff back in the press. And the committee's charge is to conduct open and public process to understand the challenges and opportunities and key policy areas. Those areas that encourage data siting decisions that support responsible economic development, creates jobs, and increase long-term revenue that will strengthen our rural communities. Understand how the development of these centers can affect and help Oregon meet its climate, clean energy, and natural resource management goals. Ensure that data centers have reliable energy without burdening Oregon's ratepayers, and then protect Oregon's limited water resources in the face of growing demand for data centers, while recognizing available clean water is imperative to both the existing economic sectors such as agriculture and the growth of new and more diversified local economies. And then finally, identify key issue areas needing to be addressed in order to develop a policy framework that will help guide the state in responsible siting of data centers moving forward. So this is a forward-looking committee. We're looking back, looking to see what we've learned, but also from what we've learned, how can we move forward in a way that meets this charge here. The committee members that you just met are listed here. All of this will be on the website after today's meeting. So the scope of the process was to conduct this comprehensive literature review of other states and regulatory framework. Thank you to Greg and his law students for helping us to look at what that legal framework was and is. It has been fast changing during the 6 months of this entire process. And the committee has been made aware of that as we've been going along. To direct a fact-finding process to understand the scope and drivers of data center development in Oregon. That's part of what this committee has been doing. To compile information from key stakeholders regarding potential impacts to jobs, the economy, energy, water, land use, and then finally, to develop a set of actions and recommendations to the governor. So that'll be the next thing the committee does after it's done 1, 2, and 3. This is a citizen committee. I know along the way that people have said, where are other people? Where are the tribes? And I think we spoke to this at the last session, but I want to say it again, that the governor feels so strongly about government to government conversations that she will be engaging tribes in the fall. When this citizen committee has gotten its work done, she will be sitting down and having conversations with those tribes that are interested in that government to government consultation. So just want to say that as well. As I said, this is our 6th session. We focused on economic development and workforce at the first session, water at the second, land use at the third, data centers and energy at the fourth, data centers affordability and taxation at the fifth. And today our 6th is the additional issue session. Next Tuesday, fast turnaround for the committee. Fast turnaround because they need to really process what they're gonna hear today. But on next Tuesday, August 4th, the committee will be discussing what it is expecting to have in its preliminary findings report. When they draft that report, so that's August 4th, August 7th, Friday, August 7th, I'm gonna move to this comment period here. Because we've accepted comments at every session. We've had 2 public listening sessions. There will be a third on Wednesday, September 23rd. We just learned today there's a discrepancy on the website, so we want to make sure everybody's really clear about this. Wednesday, September 23rd from 4 to 7, there will be an online public listening session. And I'll turn to Margie just a second about that. What was I headed before I said that?
What happens after August 4th?
Yeah. The what?
What happens after August?
Oh, yeah, after August 4th, thank you. Yeah, exactly right. Thank you, Tim. So there'll be public comment, will still be written comment will be accepted until Friday, August 7th. Then we are going to pause looking at those comments while the committee moves into thinking about and then drafting its preliminary findings. The intention is somewhere about the 2nd week of September to have a draft preliminary findings from the committee. There will be 30 days of public comment that will open then. This last public listening session falls right in the center of all of that. So there'll be lots of opportunity for people to share their comments on those preliminary findings. And then the committee will move into writing a report based on all of that, that they anticipate having late fall. So I think that's where would you like to say something about the public comments?
Yeah, so I just want to thank Michael Cluth, one of our staff members, who has been reviewing all of the public comments and provided us with an executive summary. So as of this morning, we've received 715 individual email records, which is incredible. Most of the letters, I would say about 60% of that are form letters, and then 40% of that are individual comments. Most of the comments are on energy affordability and taxation, though I do want to note we received a lot of comments also about water and land use. And then the other thing I thought that was interesting to point out is that the majority of the comments that we received are from Washington, Multnomah, and Clackamas counties. And then we did not receive any comments, positive or negative, from some of the rural counties where the data centers are located. So I don't know why that is. I don't think we're gonna, be able to guess why that is, but I just thought it was worth noting. But again, I just want to say thank you so much. And this does not include, these are just emails. This does not include the 9.5 hours of public comment that we've received throughout this process. So I just want to say a deep thanks and gratitude for those of you who continue to show up and who have helped us shape the way that we think about the pathway moving forward.
Great.
And if I may also comment on our calendar, for those of you who've been following us carefully from the beginning, you may have noticed that we have shifted things back a little bit. Our original calendar had us doing kind of 5 topical areas. We've added a 6th, and this is our additional consideration of today's meeting. As a result of that, we've had to kind of bump everything else back by about a month or so in order to accommodate today's meeting, essentially. And so we have received some inquiries as to I thought you were going to have something out in August, and then that was the original idea, but we are doing the best we can. Hopefully our new timetable still meets our needs, but yes, everything is shifted back by a couple of weeks at least.
And I guess that reminds me of one other thing. Some folks have asked us for an embargoed copy of the report to review before the August 4th meeting.
If we
There
have one.
is no report. So that the purpose of the August 4th meeting, just to reiterate that, is to really start to switch over from fact finding to deliberation and talk about, what we've heard as a committee, and start to condense what will then end up in the preliminary findings report. So I just wanted to clarify, August 4th is going to be the first time we as a committee have started kind of clicking over in our brain. So so there is no report to embargo.
Unless someone volunteers over the weekend to print
Yeah.
that out. Hearing none?
Yeah, but thank you.
I also want to say about August 4th, that the August 4th meeting will just be the committee having conversations with itself. So we will have no public comment at that meeting. We'll be deliberating on what it is that they want to think about, what they've learned, and what they want to do about what they've learned. And I see that Anya has joined us from DEQ. So we are spot on time. Let's move on to, are we ready? Any other comments anybody has? Okay, wonderful. Then let me share my screen for you. This one, share. Slideshow, there we go, sorry. Okay, so welcome to Anya. I hope I'm saying that right. Anya?
Yes, Anya Lloyd. Good morning. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, I'll start off. I'm Anya Lloyd. I'm the Regional Air Quality Manager with Oregon Department of Environmental Quality. I serve the eastern region of Oregon. That's where a majority of the data centers sort of started construction and operation. Now it's sort of moved all over the state, but just wanted to mention that. I've been with DEQ for about 6 years right now, and about a year and a half in the manager's role. I've been previously in a position of environmental engineer, writing permits and inspections, and many of those permits were actually data center permits. I've been in air quality for most of my professional career. Since I graduated college with Oregon, Oklahoma State University, with a degree in environmental engineering, and I'm also a licensed professional engineer in Oregon. So just a few words about me. And I'll be presenting today on the data centers and air quality permitting. I also wanted to note that somewhere in this virtual room, as a backup for me for some questions related to greenhouse gases, is Elizabeth Elbel. And if we can maybe pull her up while I'm speaking, that would be great. I might need her support later on. Thank you for that. So let's start off. Can I please get the next slide up? Thank you. So I wanted to start off by talking about a little bit about data centers and where they're located. So what we're seeing here is a picture showing a map of Oregon with all of the permitted data centers in Oregon. They're marked by red dots, and I'll go describing kind of from left to right. First, you see the cluster of 16 permitted data centers that are located in the Hillsborough area. And moving from left to right, Up along the Columbia River is the Dallas area with 3 data centers. And down south is the Bend and Prineville area with 4 permitted data centers. And moving towards the right-hand side is the Boardman, Hermiston, and Umatilla cluster of data centers with 16 facilities.
I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
Not to interrupt, but I am. And Anita, I think we're all assuming that you're talking, when you say permitted, you're talking air permits, but maybe you can explain what permitted or what permit means real quick.
Sure. And I'm kind of actually prepared to sort of talk through it a little bit as we go. So I'll definitely explain that, because I think there's, when we talk about these numbers here, it is permitted facility. So permitted facility means a facility that is over a certain threshold of potential emissions that they can create, or a certain threshold of emission units that they have. So these are the ones that are permitted. To give you an idea, I think the smallest data center we have has about 6 large generators. That's kind of the general threshold that we're seeing. And I'll talk a little bit more about it as we move on through the presentation. So I think those numbers, I wanted to talk a little bit about these numbers too. The numbers we're seeing might be a little different than some numbers that you've seen in the newspaper articles in the past weeks or months. And you might be wondering, are we permitting all the data centers? I think this is what I'm hearing. Like, I might be a little concerned, like, do we have all the data centers permitted? So if we pull up the next slide, I'll explain a little bit more about how we see data centers in the DEQ permitting world. So here's a picture showing a data center. You see these 4 rectangular long buildings with some backup generators along the sides of them. So I think some folks use the data center word to describe a building, because these are data center buildings. Now, when DEQ permits data centers, we look at the data center campus. So all these 4 buildings in this example would be permitted as one data center. Under one permit, we consider their emissions and operations under one permit. Hopefully that explains a little bit some discrepancy in numbers when we see numbers of like there's 100 data centers or something in Oregon and we have only 39 permitted, because we look at those clusters of buildings that are right next to each other. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So I think the concern that we're mainly having is here the data center growth. And I prepared a figure that is showing an increase of backup power generating capacity at the data centers here in Oregon. And you can see the graph showing an increase from 2012 to 2025. We started off with 135 megawatts of backup power generating capacity in 2012. And we got all the way up to almost 6,000 megawatts in 2025. The current data, because there's a few facilities that have been permitted in 2026, is over 6,000. So we're at 6,328 megawatts of backup power. And the total number of large generators is at 2,482. And I'll explain a little bit more. You might be wondering, why are we talking about the backup power generating capacity in the air quality world? And it is directly related to air quality pollution that could be produced by a data center. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the main sources of air pollution at the data center are diesel emergency generators. They are used to provide backup power during emergency events related to loss of regular utility power. They also are operated for non-emergency reasons, such as maintenance, readiness testing, and dispatch operations. All those operations are limited by federal regulations to 100 hours of operation per year per generator. And I want to mark that most of the data centers are permitted with more restricted operational limits, and we'll talk a little bit more about it. But we do not have data centers that can operate up to 100 hours per year per each generator. We're seeing much lower levels of operation. And just as an example here on the right-hand side is a picture of a large generator. Just to give you kind of a scale of it, we're looking at something the size of about a shipping container, like a freight container, you would think about it. Most of these generators are rated at about 2,000, somewhere between around 2,000 to maybe 3,000 kilowatts per hour of generating capacity. Next slide, please. All right. So what kind of air pollution are those backup generators producing and how? So pollution is produced during the combustion of fuel. They use diesel fuel, either the ultra low sulfur traditional petroleum diesel or renewable diesel. They do emit different pollutants. The majority of the pollution that is emitted from the backup generators are criteria pollutants. Those are 6 pollutants that have been identified and are regulated by the Environmental Protection Agency as harmful to human health and environment. You're seeing only 5 of them because those are the ones that are emitted mainly from the generators, and we're looking at nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide, particulate matter, volatile organic compounds, and sulfur dioxide. Generators also emit hazardous and toxic air pollutants and quite a bit of greenhouse gases. And I want to make a note here. When we talk about diesel fuel, we only allow currently use of traditional fuel or renewable diesel. We do not allow biodiesel use in the data centers engines due to a different emissions profile.
Anya, you've got, I think, at least one question. Looks like maybe 2. Tim, then Dan.
Thanks, Anya, thank you, Anya, for the background. I'm curious what, in your world, what does it mean to issue a permit? That is, do you ever deny one, or what's the process there? When would you say, sorry, we're not issuing this? Or what do you work through? Are there ever too many backup generators in some region or an airshed or some zone where you're worried about the impacts on a community or other impacts? And then I'd love to hear your thoughts on how different is renewable diesel in its emissions profile versus traditional or low sulfur diesel. I've heard mixed things about the reduction in some co-emissions and particulates, so I'd love to hear your expert opinion on that. Thanks.
And if you are going to address these further in your slides, you can just say, hold that until I get there.
All right, sounds good. So I think I will say hold up to the first part of the question, because I'll dive into air quality permitting and everything that goes in the permit and how we evaluate in the moment. I will definitely address the renewable diesel. We've done an analysis and had extensive conversations with EPA Region 10 folks, with the industry, with generator manufacturers. And we arrived at the decision that renewable diesel is fairly similar in emissions to ultra low traditional diesel fuel. they might have some emissions could be lower, but none of them are higher than the traditional fuel. So to us, it was sort of like a one-to-one sort of a similar switch. Data centers are actually permitted, and we've talked to them about it. They can use renewable diesel as drop-in, so they can, what it means is they can mix traditional fuel with renewable fuel. Sometimes they might not be able to get that shipment, right? And then they need to use traditional fuel. And their generators are warranted by manufacturer to operate properly with a various mixture of these fuels. And then biodiesel, it's just very different from it in both qualities and, of fuel itself and the emissions.
So you said it's similar, it's not higher, but what about, is it lower in anything? I thought it was way lower in black carbon,
Yeah.
lower in GHGs. Would love to hear, and maybe you all have landed on a published profile that we could.
Do you guys
Yeah.
mind if we take these off? the
Yeah,
record?
no, I'm saying if we could have a published
That'd
That'd be
document.
great.
My same question was
That'd be good.
because I've heard.
Yeah. Let's do that, because
Yeah.
it's a good rabbit hole, but it's a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
We need to-
Thanks, Marty.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your willingness to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can definitely follow up on that and send you some background information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That'd be great, thank you. All right, ready for the next one? Next slide?
Yes, please. All right, and now I wanted to talk a little bit about how the generators are operated. So there's what we call a normal or non-emergency operation, where these generators are sitting there and they're sort of waiting for, they need to be ready if emergency comes, and therefore they're regularly tested. It's called like readiness testing, when the operators basically go to the generator and flip the switch on and off and make sure it's running and then turn it off. They're also testing, it's called annual load testing. So once a year, there's a more elaborate, I think it takes about an hour or so, a test that they run on each generator. So most of the typical operation that we're seeing and that we're permitting is just sort of turning these generators on and off to make sure that they're ready if an emergency appears. And then there's the emergency operation, right? So it's rare and it's related to utility power loss. I think what I'm hearing is that it could increase over time. I would say that, and it's related, I think what I'm going to say is we don't see much emergencies and power outages in Oregon as a regular, especially in the gorge area where we have pretty solid and consistent hydropower. These emergencies could increase over time with increased power demand and the grid reliability issues. Next slide, please.
Quick question.
Is the 30 minutes, is that what's allowed? Because we've heard much shorter time for testing at all of our visits have been anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes max. So is that an allowed amount, or is that just where did that number come from?
So this number comes, I think that what you're saying is sort of the worst case, I think, that I've seen historically. You're correct that majority of the data centers have like an 8 or 10 minute readiness testing. Some are bi-weekly and some are even monthly now. So as the data centers sort of progressed, they are trying to lower their sort of normal non-emergency operations as much as they can. So you're correct. You're going to see mainly much lower operating at times.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Next slide up. Thank you. Perfect. And then there's the dispatch operation that I'm hearing is of interest to some folks. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that. So dispatch operation could be used to increase grid reliability. It's a power that is provided only to the facility itself, and it would be due to utility company calling onto that facility in certain circumstances that are very clearly defined in federal regulations when the dispatch operation could be like how the dispatch operation is defined. The dispatch operation is currently not permitted at most data centers. And it is limited by federal rules to 50 hours per year. And those 50 hours are a part of that 100 hours that I already mentioned, because this is considered non-emergency operation. So they don't get extra time. It's already within that 100 hours limit per generator per year. And then again, based on our permitting and analysis of environmental impacts, additional site-specific emissions and operating limits would go into each permit. I don't foresee facilities being permitted at that level, especially the larger ones.
Mike?
Anya, when you say currently not permitted at most data centers, is that most in Oregon? Can you help us to understand under what circumstances in Oregon it is permitted, if at all?
So I think we have one facility that currently is permitted to do dispatch. And I'll get to it later, our streamlined data center permit allows for dispatch operation as well. It is very complex, and I'll get into some of it when we come to our permitting. But when we evaluate data center and evaluate all the rules that apply and the impact it has on the environment and community that lives nearby, we would look at their operations, right? So we have a very strict operating scenario that the facility submits to us and say, we can comply with all your rules using this operating scenario. Now, if dispatch operation is included in that scenario and it complies with all the rules, we would allow that for that. If dispatch operation is not included in those scenarios, we would not allow that. And majority of the data centers, the way they submitted their applications, they did not ask for that dispatch operation, but it could change.
I see, thank you.
Is there a difference between a dispatch operation and just bringing mobile generators in, wheel generators that don't have limit, they have a day limit, like 364 days or whatever? Or does it become federally regulated at that point?
Mobile engines are sort of a different beast. We permit stationary sources. So a mobile generator falls into a different category. We would start looking at it. We can look at it. We definitely would if we see large numbers of them at compliance with our ambient air quality standards. But in general, we don't. I mean, we permit stationary sources. Now, an engine that is brought on wheels, you can't sort of skirt the rules by leaving that engine on wheels at a facility for years and years. It is designed to be transient and temporary. So if if it stays on site for a long period of time, it would fall under our stationary permitting rules.
Two quick questions. So we're not, in other parts of the country, there are these obviously reported stories of wheeled generators being brought in and left on a really a permanent basis. We're not seeing that in Oregon right now. Is that right?
No, we're not. I think we've seen that in the past few years back where we were asked to allow that. And we've actually, it was sort of, our rules were a little different. We went through some regulatory changes. So that was prior to 2021 rule changes. And we've allowed that at several data centers. And that operation was also limited to their emissions that they already had permitted. So we said, that's fine, but you need to stay within the limits that you currently have permitted for that facility. And that was the only time we allowed that.
My second question is just, from some utilities, we've heard that they're maintaining their reserve margin through backup generation in certain facilities. And what your slide suggests to me is that's not data centers. That backup generation is coming from other sources like hospitals or that kind of thing. Can you shed any light on that?
I'm not sure if I'm completely understanding the question.
You're asking about like the DSG program?
Exactly, yeah. Well,
if it's a DSG,
oh, go ahead.
are you asking if the dispatch that I have up on the slide is the DSG program with the PGE?
That would, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I was trying to ask it without acronyms, but go ahead.
Okay, so so this could be potentially, I think data centers could be potentially used for a similar purpose. I would say they haven't been historically used for that kind of, but that sort of falls. And I would say I'm going to put a sort of flag that we DQ have been in conversations about the DSG, which is I think dispatchable standby generating power generation. I can't remember what the acronym stands for, but we have not reviewed if that program falls into like if it would satisfy the definitions in the federal regulations. We would need to sit down and look at that before we allow that.
Thanks.
Thank you. Hey, Anya, someone asked in the Q&A, is there some way, and I can't remember if you have this in your slides, is there some like an equivalent that you could compare, and like how many trucks does one data center running their diesel engines? How do those compare? Something like that.
So I think there was an article that recently came up that attempted that. It's a little tricky, I would say, because when you're running, this is going to get very technical, but I don't have an answer off the top of my head. First of all,
Okay.
these generators are kind of, their normal operation that we consider is very limited and infrequent, right? They turn it off, they turn it off. We don't really see an emergency. We don't run these scenarios of like what will happen if we fire them up. And I've seen newspaper magazines that articles that try and attempt to do that, which is fine, but you need to think about like what truck size and then what kind of engine. And I'm telling you, I'm getting a little deep down the rabbit hole, but they can be operated differently. So most of these generators, when they're turned on and ran for readiness testing, they're ran at a very low load. So emissions are very different than when they would turn on for emergency and they're running at a full or 100% load. And the same goes for truck, right? Is the truck driving 30 miles per hour or is the truck driving 80 miles per hour? The emissions are going to be different. So I'm not really sure what we would be comparing to.
Okay.
Good.
All right. Very helpful.
Good answer.
Thank you for doing that. And thanks for a slight diversion.
Yeah, of course.
Ready for the next slide?
Yes, please. Thank you. All right, so this is kind of the main part of the presentation that I was gearing up to talk about is the air quality permitting. So we have several different permits that DEQ issues based on the size of the facility and the complexity of sources and the complexity of regulations. Data centers are permitted on what we call a standard air contaminant discharge permit. It's a pretty complex permit for larger sources. These are what we call synthetic minor sources. What it means is that when you look at the facility and you have a large number of generators, they could potentially emit a lot of pollutants, right? And that's what I'm hearing the concern is, if they start up and run them all, like what happens? The permits that we issue limit that amount of pollutants that a facility can emit. So they're not allowed to run the data centers for days or months at a time at this point. Their operations are fairly limited. We do not have, so these are what we call synthetic minor sources. We have no major sources in Oregon. That's sort of like a next bump up in permitting. We call those Title V sources. Those are sources that emit 100 tons of any criteria pollutant or more. So if you remember that slide that I was talking about before, there's 6 criteria pollutants. So if the facility was to say, I think nitrogen oxides are the main sort of limiting criteria pollutant that we would be looking at, because that's the largest amount of pollution that comes off of these engines. So the limit would be 100 tons. So all the permits that we issue are limited at 99 tons of nitrogen oxides per year facility-wide, which I'll get to in a second.
Can I ask a clarifying question on you, just to put it in
Of course.
context? I grew up next to an oil refinery. Is this akin to saying that a data center is an entirely different category from something like an oil refinery or some other major industrial facility like that?
Well, a different category, I would say, from our perspective, is how much pollution you're emitting. So it's a different category in that sense that they stay under a certain threshold.
Right.
Like if
what's
you
in
get
what's
up
in the
to
category higher than data center?
so that would be a Title V facility. That's a federal permit.
Like
So
an example would be
an example would be the Portland General Electric plant that is in Boardman with a huge turbine providing
Power plant.
electricity, right? So the emissions are in hundreds of tons per year versus the source.
I was just gonna say the word synthetic is actually important here. These would be major sources if allowed to emit as much as they possibly could. But the legal limit makes it synthetically a minor source. So that's what's happening here. Law is limiting the emission so that it stays below the major source category.
Yeah.
Right, correct.
Thank you.
And that limit has to be enforceable, which means it needs to be if the facility was operating without a permit, we would consider them all Title V's because they don't have an enforceable limit. Because before they construct and operate, they apply for a permit, we give them a permit that limits their emissions, and that becomes their potential to emit, right? So we're saying, like, this is all you can emit, therefore you're in this lower category.
So even if there's a power emergency, they can only run for so long.
That is
right?
correct. That is correct. Unless they violate their permit. I guess that's always an option, and we'll talk a little bit more what happens when a facility goes over their permitted limits. Which they try not to. I'm just gonna say that. All right, I'll keep moving through this. So when we look at the data center and we evaluate compliance, for DEQ, I think there was a question about, can you deny a permit? DEQ has to issue a permit if the applicant shows that they're in compliance with all applicable state and federal regulations. So if the data center shows us that they can comply with all the rules, we have to issue an air quality permit. The only time that we would deny a permit is if the facility can't meet all our requirements. We evaluate normal or non-emergency operations for our permitting purposes. we look at facility-wide emissions, or we have different emission limits. First, let's start talking about that, emission limits. So there's the facility-wide emission limits for criteria pollutants and greenhouse gas. We call them plant site emission limits. They're in tons per year. So let's say your nitrogen oxide would be limited to 39 tons per year from in the entire facility. That's what plant side or facility wide means. So when I showed you this picture of 4 buildings, 4 data center buildings, and all these generators that are alongside, we would say when you operate these generators throughout the year, you cannot go over these limits for each criteria, pollutant and greenhouse gas. We also, the permits also contain other emission standards. Some of them are federal. So I'll just mention it quickly. There's these new source performance standards that are federal rules, and they require certain performance from generators based on their size and when they were manufactured. And they are in grams per kilowatt hour. So that holds each generator to a certain standard of emissions. And then there's the toxic air contaminant emission limits. They come from the Cleaner Air Oregon evaluation, which I should mention now that part of the air quality permitting process is also evaluating the toxic air contaminants. All the facilities need to submit their emissions inventory and risk assessment, which is basically covering what is the risk to nearby community and to workers from all the toxic air contaminants that are emitted from the generators, which majority, I think the biggest toxic air contaminant that we're looking at from these generators is the diesel particulate matter. Next slide, please, unless there are questions.
Question, Anya? Quick question. Facility-wide, as you described, seems to be sort of the biggest bubble, so to speak, that you're able to look at. Is there any mechanism for kind of looking at cumulative impacts broader than that? Because we've become aware that, you know, data centers tend to cluster, and I'm wondering if there's a way to look at that impact.
Yes, and I'll talk a little bit about it in the next slide. So, but I can mention, so part of the air quality permitting, or maybe it's the following slide, but it's okay. I'll talk about it. It's a really good question. So, part of the air quality analysis for any new data centers that have been permitted since 2021 is evaluation of ambient air quality standards. So there's what we call national ambient air quality standards. Each criteria pollutant has a standard that was established by EPA. So that's a concentration of pollutant that is considered safe. And the facility shouldn't create an impact to the environment at the fence line that is higher than that standard. So part of the air quality analysis is looking at all these generators and how they operate and looking at their impact at the fence line. The impact itself also considers the air quality in the area already. So we do have a database of the facilities that are sort of nearby. And when the facility comes and say, we would like to build a new facility, an applicant comes and they want to build a new facility, they need to model with what we call background values already in the model. So they can only add to that a certain number of pollutants to ensure that they're below the standard. So yes, for air quality analysis for criteria pollutants, we do consider nearby sources and their impact.
Perfect. Real quick, Anya, these seem like pretty in-depth and complicated permitting and processes. How are you reimbursed? How is Oregon DEQ reimbursed for these permitting processes and costs?
Good question. So our fees are paid by applicants, by industry, and the fee structure, and I could send some more information later to you over the fee structure at this point is based on the application type. So if a facility comes in, they say, we would like a standard air permit, they need to pay a fee for a standard air permit that we have established in the rules. Then they also need to pay separate fees for the Cleaner Air Oregon risk assessment and for the what I mentioned about the ambient air quality impacts. That's a pretty complex analysis, usually modeling that is involved in that. We have folks that specialize in that sort of work, and there's a fee associated with that. And then following the permitting, when the facility receives a permit, they pay an annual fee that covers our ongoing compliance issues and renewal work. But any modifications to their facility permit are charged separately. So we get paid. There are flat fees, I should mention that. There are flat fees that are established in our rules for different applications.
Here's a loaded question for you. If we had no data center development, how many personnel would you lose?
Oh, I would need to follow up on this question and run some numbers for you. I can't answer this off the top of my head, but good question.
Thank you. I understand. Thank you.
I just want to note for the time left, we have about 15 more minutes.
Sorry.
18. No, you're
15
I'm
minutes.
just letting you know.
So let's let Anya get through the slides. So if you have questions along the way, make a note of them. And that way we'll make sure we get through her presentation and get your questions.
All right.
Ready for the next slide?
Let's go through this one very quickly though. So air quality permits also contain operational limits. So we limit hours of operations and fuel use, sometimes per generator, sometimes facility-wide. They also contain maintenance requirements, emissions testing requirements, and then all the associated record keeping and reporting. I do want to know that DEQ does not regulate emergency operations at non-major sources in general. So when we consider our impacts that we just talked about, we do not look at the emergency operations. We do, however, keep the data center's total operations under 100 tons of criteria pollutants. So nitrogen oxide is limited. So there's a limit to their total operations because that's how they stay synthetic minor. But we do not consider their emergency operations. That's been sort of DEQ approach historically. And I guess we can dive into that a little bit. If you think about what sources historically have had backup generators or emergency generators where hospitals, grocery stores, schools, centers of, and DEQ did not want to regulate their emissions during emergency due to the services that they're providing during those emergencies. And also it gets very complex and complicated to predict that, right? Emergencies are not predictable when we talk about these very complex regulatory evaluations that we do. There's really no data or scenario that we could use to perform an analysis. Next slide, please. All right. Wanted to mention how do permits look like? Are all the data centers permitted in the same way? The answer is almost, but not exactly. There's some older facilities that have different permits or went through different regulatory evaluations than the new facilities, both from federal and state perspective, and they might have some different emission requirements. So from federal standpoint, the federal rules changed for generators about 2005, 2006. And the pre-2005 generators are required only to perform specific maintenance on the generators. The newer generators are required to be certified by the manufacturer to meet federal emission standards. And then the evaluations that I mentioned on the state level are applicable to all the new facilities. So Clean Air Oregon assessment for toxic air contaminants. All the facilities need to go through that since around 2018. And then since 2021, we've been doing the ambient air quality standards compliance demonstration for all new sources, not just data centers. Next slide, please. So I wanted to talk a little bit about greenhouse gases, and I also wanted to call out on the fact that I've got Elizabeth Elbel in the room. If she wants to turn her camera on and introduce herself, she's with our greenhouse gas program, and she's available to answer any questions you have related to the greenhouse gases. Elizabeth.
Hi, thank you, Anya, and hi, everybody. Happy if we have greenhouse gas emissions questions about data centers or to collect questions and follow up later, since I know we're a little tight on time. So, good morning.
Good morning.
Can I just ask, is that supposed to be 2,500 metric tons or is it supposed to be 25,000 metric tons?
It's for the greenhouse gas reporting program, the Oregon state requirements are 2,500 metric tons. The EPA federal requirements are 25,000.
Okay, that's the difference. Sure.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Is that the last slide?
I think we're getting close to that. I've got a couple more slides, I think, or 3. So greenhouse gases, all data centers permits have the plant-wide emission limits on greenhouse gas emissions for non-emergency operations, and all of the facilities are required to register and report to DEQ greenhouse gas program for any facility emitting more than 2,500 metric tons of greenhouse gas per year. In 2025, we pulled up some data, and it looks like all the data centers were below that threshold. Didn't trigger reporting. Next slide, please. When we talk about pollution, I want to talk a little bit about available emissions control technology. I want to point out that there's a difference between an engine or generator. Sorry, I keep swapping the language here, the terms. But any generator is there's different requirements for generators that are used for emergency purposes. Means that they are ran infrequently, and there are different standards that different federal standards for emissions for non-emergency generators, the ones that are running fairly frequently or nonstop. Those because they're higher or more stringent or lower standards for non-emergency generators, there's control technologies that have been developed and are available to use. And those are, and I'll be very technical here for a second, so bear with me, is selective catalytic reduction, or SCR, which reduces nitrogen oxides by over 90%. Diesel particulate filter that reduces diesel particulate matter by over 90%, some of them around 99%. And then a diesel oxidation catalyst that reduces carbon monoxide, volatile organic compounds, and some of the toxic and hazardous air contaminants as well. And then the I would say, reduction efficiency differs depending on the pollutant, somewhere around 50, 60, 70, depending on what kind of contaminant we're talking about. So federal and state rules at this point do not require emission controls for emergency generators because they're used infrequently. Next slide, please. DEQ encourages emission controls by offering a streamlined permitting option. So when we talked about staff time that goes and the fees that goes into it. I know the EQ permitting can be a very complex process. We try to streamline it by sort of preloading a lot of analyses that goes into it. It's a little bit more stringent, sort of cookie cutter permit, but it's available for facilities that we've worked for a couple of years with industry and consultants to develop this permit. It applies to, yes?
Just, how many have chosen to take that path? I know we toured a couple of them, no?
She said none yet issued yet on the streamline.
Yeah, there's none of them issued yet. I know there's a few facilities that are interested in this permit. So the entry point into this permit is installing generators with all three of the technologies that I mentioned on the previous slide. I think there's some lag in this is available permit, and we already have all these plans for data centers developed. That's one thing. And two is because the data centers industry is booming right now, I think there's market limitations in how much of this technology is currently available for purchase. I do want to say that we're seeing emission controls installed in our facilities voluntarily by some data centers. We see more and more progressively in Oregon. Some facilities are completely controlled. Some facilities are sort of half and half controlled. Again, we were told, I mean, there's definitely a cost component to it. Those are fairly expensive. They require more maintenance and operation, like oversight. And then again, the market availability, I think, play the role. I'm hopeful that now that this permit has been available for several months, we're going to slowly see a growing interest and use of it. Yes?
Sorry to interject here, but so when we hear from a data center that they're using tier 4 compliant generators, they're doing that purely on a voluntary basis right now.
Yes, and I would say there are. I would say yes, we can't require it. It is helpful for a facility to show compliance with all our regulations, though. So it could be voluntary. It could be that they can't meet all the requirements, let's say for ambient impact or the toxic air contaminants without control devices. So there's sort of, we don't necessarily require it flat out. We can't say you have to do it. But if they find themselves in a position where they can't meet our regulations and certain ambient air quality standards, then they have to install control devices because the reduction allows them to be in compliance. All right, and I've got one more slide here, and then we can jump into any further questions. All right, so we've got a permit, and the question is, how does DEQ ensure compliance? We do regular on-site inspections. We require emissions testing of certain engines, and then we review all the reports. If we notice any violations, they're all evaluated, and depending on the severity of such violation, they result either in a warning, corrective action, or penalties and enforceable orders. It really depends on what facility didn't do. Was it, I forgot to submit an annual report on time, or did I go over the plant-wide emission limits? Those are two very different violations, and we follow our enforcement guidance to decide on what kind of enforcement we would pursue. And that's all I've got. And the next question is just questions.
Okay, Tim.
So Anya, one I have is on this emergency operation, this is probably an analysis you'll have to do separately, so I'd love that if you can get back to us, but I'm just curious, how long would it take for one of your average sites, data center sites, to hit that 100 tons of NOx. I don't have any sense of whether that's a day and a half or 14 days. So if you can give us a sense of that, I'm just curious what that would be. And that's for later, maybe, unless you know it off the top of your head. Second one is, do you feel like you have all the tools you need to manage data center emissions to a degree that you think is good for Oregon and for communities? Or maybe put another way, are there other states that are using tools that you think that it would be good for Oregon to have?
Well, I think the question is maybe a little above my pay grade. I would say there's definitely concerns that we have, and I'm hearing this from you, and I'm hearing it from a community or somewhere in the articles that are listed is related to emergency use, and the impact that would have the pollution that could be released during the emergencies. I would love to have more tools to be able to evaluate that. When it comes to the amount of pollution that could be emitted, it really depends on the facility, right? If there's a facility and they say I have 100 generators, but they all have control devices on them, they can run 100 times more on those than a facility that doesn't have control devices on. So I think that's something to consider, that the control technology for emissions could make a significant difference during emergency operations.
But regardless, they can't go over the 100 hours.
Regardless, they can't go over the 100.
The run
Yes.
time to get there will be different.
100 hours you can exceed.
100 tons.
100 tons you can't.
Yeah.
100 tons, right?
Right,
Okay, so we have 5 minutes
Yep,
left.
so I'm just asking about the average. I get that it depends, so come up with an average and see what you think.
Okay.
And she'll come,
Thanks.
she'll get back to us. So we've got Bill, and then Greg, and then we're gonna move on to the school funding, unless there's some pressing thing that you need, but that's my.
You're nice enough.
Bill.
I'd like to see
Okey-doke.
feedback on the employees, the data.
All right, thanks, Anya, for being here. And this was put on our list, but I think there might be a fairly short answer. RNG, renewable diesel, seems like a interesting strategy to me as a drop-in fuel. And the question, and maybe this goes to Elizabeth, life cycle analysis of greenhouse gases for renewable diesel versus standard diesel. If there's a kind of a 1 or 2 liner, that would be great to hear. If not, we'll put it on the list for the future. Hi, Elizabeth. Thanks.
Hey, hi, Bill. Nice to see you. So when we do emissions accounting for a renewable fuel that is developed from biomass, like biomass derived, we look at the CO2 from that combusted to, say, a fossilized diesel. The CO2 would be considered biogenic, and for the emissions accounting for the state of Oregon, say it wouldn't be included in our overall sector-based inventory. Similarly, like if you look at one of our climate protection program, they're regulating emissions from fossil diesel, but from biogenic sources, it doesn't have the same sort of compliance requirement. I think that's the piece that you were hoping to kind of clarify.
Yeah. Would you say it therefore has a 0 life cycle emissions when combusted? It's all biogenic, or
when we look at emissions for our greenhouse gas reporting program, we look at tailpipe emissions, and so we would say the CO2 from a renewable diesel would be a biogenic, and it sort of wouldn't count in our overall inventory. From a life cycle perspective, like if you're talking the whole process, there are some emissions that have to do with the refining of renewable diesel products. So it's a little bit different math there, but
that's a great top line answer. Thanks. Appreciate it.
yeah.
Thank you, Bill. And Greg will round us off.
And I'm sorry that I'm going to ask 2 questions. The first one is, I was alarmed to see that we have seen EPA just announced that if you're power generation for a data center, you don't have to comply with Title IV of the Clean Air Act. And so this is a program that reduces sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides for regional benefits. So, you know, it reduces emissions in Idaho for the benefit of not only Idaho, but all of us, and same for sources in Oregon. And at the same time, it can't relax health-based standards. So all you're doing is increasing the burden on other facilities to reduce their pollution. So it just seems like an insane, frankly, approach to addressing pollution controls. And so I know you're likely familiar with this announcement. It just happened, I think, in the last week, but can you give us some kind of assessment? Maybe it doesn't affect us because we don't have a dedicated large power plant in Oregon, but it just raises all kinds of questions to me about how it has altered our landscape on data centers and emissions associated with them. That's the first part. The second one is more mundane. Can you tell us about permit violations in Oregon associated with backup generation, and any recent violations and significant of them, and any other color you might want to provide?
Okay. So the first question you asked me, I will need to get back with you. I actually have not seen that announcement. Sadly, I've been out on vacation quite a bit recently. So I would need to get back with you on that. I know there's definitely concerns, especially with federal instructions to run data centers for power, and for waiving that federal rules around their operation. That's a concern. We have not encountered that yet in Oregon, but that's definitely something that we would need to sit down with our administrator and discuss about, like, how are we going to handle this.
Great.
When it comes to violation, I would say I don't want to speak to the Hillsborough area, which is Northwest region. I don't know the sort of stats for it. When it comes to the Eastern region, so that's all the Dallas and Umatilla, Hermiston, Boardman, and Bandon, Prineville areas. We've seen general compliance with our rules. They are trying to do their best. We've just inspected several of them. The only, I think the only violation that I can think of was just randomly, it wasn't very big. They're usually very minor, and it comes to like running an engine over those, or generator over 100 hours. We've had an instance where the facility wasn't even constructed yet, and I guess the fire pump engine turned on, and there was no one in the area during construction, and it ran until the fuel ran out, and it was, I think, 150 hours, and that was a violation that we had to log in. It was one single engine that was running. When it comes to, their facility-wide operations and ensuring that the engines are maintained properly, the emission standards so far, all the stack testings that we've been doing is coming under the standards that we require them. So we've been seeing fairly good compliance. There will always be those little off events that facility kind of stumbles upon, and they try and incorporate better practices for future. But in general, definitely high compliance rate, I would say.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Really
That was
helpful.
great, Anya.
Yeah, I appreciate the time. Thank you so much. Great question, and we'll try and get back with you with some of the questions I noted as soon as we can.
Super. That'd be great. Thank you so much, and we'll make those available when we get them.
Right.
All right. Thank you, Anya. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Laura, if Laura's listening, for helping us get the responses to what people were asking about with regards to air quality and data centers. So we really appreciate it. Okay, so fantastic. Now, as an educator, Vanessa, welcome. Please come on up to the table.
Can we take a quick five?
You can take it. Well, we've already got one who's made a decision of why walking off, so let's just take a quick bio break for everybody. I will mute us in the room and the video as well. 5 minutes max, and then we'll come back to Vanessa. And I'll tell Vanessa that you probably noticed math was not my strong suit if you look at the agenda. So we will correct that as we go. Okay, so quick bio. Awesome, thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you all. We have true leadership in the room, ready for the bio break. I'm glad you all did that. I'm glad you're ready to go, because now we're going to return to the local revenue impact on school funding. We had some conversation on this at the last session, and there were still some questions. And so we went straight to the source. We got the director of the school funding program to answer a number of the questions that were raised by you all and the public at the last session. So with that, Vanessa Clark, thank you so much for joining us today. And not to worry, we will give you the time you need. We may push a little bit on Terry and Zhao, but we will also take away from their lunch break. So they know the consequences.
Well, thank you for having me here today. Vanessa Clark, State School Fund Program Manager at Oregon Department of Education. And next slide, please. I'm going to talk a little bit today about the how changes to local revenue impact school funding for Oregon's K-12 public schools. So on the slide here, we're looking at the total resources for K-12 public schools for the 24-25 school year. So you can see state resources are about 57% of that, local and intermediate sources are about 35%, and federal are at about 8%. Federal does shift a little bit. It's a little bit lower in this year. I've seen it up to around 10 or 11%, but that's kind of a picture of total funding for Oregon's K-12 schools. And next slide, please. So if we look at this a different way, what we're looking at here is each of those funding sources. Again, we have local, state, and federal, and the blue portion of those bars is considered state school fund. So you can see the vast majority of both local and state resources are part of the state school fund. We say it's about 80% of school districts' operating revenue. So that's what I'm going to be focused on talking about today.
Can you hang on 1 second? I need to restart my sharing here. I did something wrong when I was turning on the
Top left.
top left, thanks. Okay,
There we go.
that should be better. Is that where we are? Is that
Yes.
where I'm supposed to be?
Could you move
Yeah.
the
Move
middle?
that.
Yes, I can. I can move Bill's head. There we go.
All right. So so from the graph or the chart here, you can see state school fund is the majority of school funding for out of both the local and state resources that school districts receive, and we say that it's about 80% of their operating revenues. So next slide, please.
Sorry, what is non-SSF within state school funding?
So this is kind of a comparison to that first slide where we were looking at all of school funding. The state school fund is a specific funding source, but it combines state and local revenues. So here I'm showing you, again, all of that source of funding, but the blue portion of each bar is state school fund. The orange portion is not state school fund. So kind of what I'm showing you is the majority of schools' funding is from the state school fund. There are some other sources that contribute to it.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right, next slide. So just in general, the state school fund is a combination of state and local resources. It's dedicated to the operation of our K-12 public schools. This is grant funding that ODE manages, and we distribute those grant funds every month except the month of June. The distribution is according to a formula set in statute. And when you look at the state school fund, it is comprised of a general purpose grant. There are some carve-outs for statewide grants and programs, and then we have 3 sub-grants that are part of the state school fund. The legislature appropriates the state resources that are part of the state school fund. If you go to the next slide. And then there are local resources that are defined in statute. So those local resources are property taxes as well as revenue in lieu of property taxes. And that does include the enterprise zone school support fees. Local revenues also include the Common School Fund, County School Fund, and State Managed Timber. And then I just want to point out that when we're talking about how we include local revenues in the State School Fund, we do not include local option taxes or capital bonds. And next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about the theory behind the State School Fund formula, because it's a little bit of a complex formula. So when we're thinking about how it was developed and written, there are three key concepts that were behind the development of that, and those are equity, equalization, and adequacy. When we talk about equity in the State School Fund, we're talking about how we identify the student needs and district characteristics that require additional resources to support. So an example of that is we have an English learner weight. So students that are in English learner programs, that weight provides additional resources for schools to operate those programs. What that kind of comes out to in our formula is student enrollment. We call that ADM, and that's actually like a proportional of the year enrollment. And then our weights are added to that. So ADMW is how we talk about calculating that portion for school districts. Our next concept here is equalization, and equalization is about the combining of those state and local resources. So what this means for school districts in Oregon is that whether you are in a place with really high property values that generates a lot of property tax revenue, or whether you're in a district that sits among a lot of public lands and your district does not generate very much property value or property tax revenue, or maybe even doesn't generate property tax revenue at all, both of those districts receive an equalized rate per ADMW. And then our last concept here is adequacy. And this is largely the responsibility of the legislature because they set that state appropriation amount, which is about 2/3 of the funding for the State School Fund. So next slide, please. This slide here is demonstrating that equalization concept. What you're looking at is the general purpose grant per weighted student or per ADM. So this is our rate per ADMW. And there are 197 bars across this graph. That's one for each school district in Oregon. The blue portion of each bar represents what they receive in local resources, and the red portion represents what they receive in state resources. So as you look at this graph, you probably notice a few things. One is the proportion of blue and red for each of those bars is different. So each school district receives a different portion of local versus state resources. You'll probably also notice that there are a few bars all the way to the left that are entirely blue, and they are taller than the rest. So what statute tells us is that when a school district receives more in local resources than what the formula calculates for them, we do not send them additional state resources, but we also don't take those local resources back. So those stay with the district, and that's why we do have a few. I believe in 24-25 it was either 4 or 5 districts that received that, everything from local revenue. And then as you look across the rest of the graph, the statewide average for 24-25 was $10,500 per ADMW. So you see everyone hovering right around that rate, but there are some minor differences. There's a factor in the formula called the teacher experience adjustment. I'm not going to get into that today, but that's why you see a little bit of variance. But really, all school districts are hovering right around that $10,500 mark for the 24-25 school year. Okay, so this is what we call our assumptions page, and this is the cover page that goes with every estimate for the State School Fund that we release for school districts. This is kind of what walks school districts through the math of how we get to that amount that we distribute. So up at the top of the page, we have the state appropriation for the biennium and split into the 2 years of the biennium. I will note that we split it 49% to the first year, 51% to the second year, and that's to account for a little bit of inflation from year to year. Next, we have the section there that demonstrates carve-outs. And so that kind of that first section with all of those red deductions, those are our statewide grants and programs that we're setting aside those funds first. And then next, if you'd hit next a couple of times.
And those are all legislative apportioned?
Yes. There we go.
Oh, you did
Yeah.
next.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then
Now
next, there we go. The next thing we do is we add in our local revenues. So these are funds that will not pass through ODE. These are collected locally, but we add that into the formula. And then next, this next portion, we're portioning this into the school district side of the formula and the education service district side of the formula. So 95.5% of the funds go to school districts and then 4.5% to the ESTs. And then next one more time, this last bit on the page is our formula revenue for distribution. So for this example on the screen, we have a little over $8 billion to distribute to school districts. And then next slide, please. Oh,
Question?
The school support fee that we're talking about in these
yeah.
enterprise zones, that doesn't show up on this page.
So it doesn't show up as a single line item. It is included in that local revenues number.
Okay.
This one
Yeah.
one here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So those, you said those local revenues are not collected at the state level, or they are collected? Or they do roll up to the state?
They roll up to the state school fund formula, but they do not, they're not distributed through ODE. There is a caveat there. There's one that we do distribute, but it's still considered local revenue, not state revenue.
So it's held locally?
It
Yes.
is part of the formula.
Yeah, because if you think about like the last slide, the amount of red, except for the districts that are getting shared.
Yeah.
Blue.
And I'll kind of, I think the next part, we're gonna kind of walk through the actual formula. So, everyone get out your pencils, we're gonna do some math. No. So I want to focus here on how the local revenues kind of move throughout our formulas here. So this first formula is we're calculating the funding ratio. This is a state level calculation. And what you'll notice is we start out with the school district formula revenue for distribution. That's that last number from the last slide. And that does include local revenues. And so then we're doing the rest of our formula there to get to what we call the funding ratio. The funding ratio is what allows us to distribute all of the dollars available. And then our next formula here is a school district level calculation. And this is to calculate the general purpose grant, which is the majority portion of what the state school fund is distributed through. And we get to that general purpose grant amount. Again, we haven't taken local revenues out yet, so they're still included in that general purpose grant amount. And then the next slide, please. This is kind of the next two calculations that we do. So we have to add in the transportation grant. That's one of those sub-grants that I mentioned. And then that gives us what we call total formula revenue. Now we subtract out the local revenues, and then the state school fund grant is what's remaining. That's what we send out to school districts. And so as you can see, we've subtracted out the local revenues because those are collected locally. So while they do play into the formula as we calculate how much school districts receive, they stay locally. We don't ever collect and then distribute those dollars.
But it's an equalization formula, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that equalization is what happens through calculating that equalized rate per ADMW, and then ADMW on the previous slide is kind of a big component of what we calculate to give to school districts.
Right, because that local revenue stays in the formulation on the capital.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm sure everyone else got this except me. What is the transportation grant again?
It's a sub-grant that is part of the state school fund. It's calculated separately and differently than the general purpose grant. I can get more into that, but it doesn't really.
It's basically for school buses?
Yes, yes, we're making sure kids get to school safely.
Great.
And next slide, yeah. Okay, so now let's get to the actual impact of local revenue changes. So what happens when local revenues increase or decrease? So if we think about it just at the school district level, it is basically backfilled with state revenue. So when, if you're a school district and you think you're gonna get $1 million and you end up getting only 900,000, you're basically gonna get that 100,000 back from state revenues. But at the state level, when we think about the impact to changes to local revenues, an increase in local revenues is going to increase our rate per ADMW, while a decrease in local revenues will decrease that rate per ADMW. And so that's kind of where it depends on what level you're looking at it, whether or not those changes in local revenues make a difference, especially when we're talking about if we're, say a difference of $1 million out of, we distributed 8 billion, in the school year example that we were looking at, that $1 million isn't going to have a big difference on the rate per ADMW. But then if we bump that up to 50 million, 100 million, because now we're thinking about local revenue changes all around the state, it can add up to a bigger impact. So next slide, please.
And quick question, that impact across the state level would be more or less equally felt, kind of we would spread that peanut butter all the way across?
Yes, exactly. And that's why one school district changing, a change of say $1 million in local revenues, that's not going to make a big difference to them. It's not going to make a big difference to the state. But it especially isn't making a big difference to a single school district when that $1 million change is spread all across the state.
Right. But if I may play this out over time,
yeah,
or in large aggregate amounts, it could.
It could, yeah. Let's look at the next slide.
And it depends on which revenue bucket she's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So if we have a local revenue decrease for one school district, they're largely going to see that backfilled with state revenue. Depending on the size of that local revenue change, it could, it would result in a decrease in statewide rate per ADMW, but how large that is going to depend on how much districts really see that change. If we have a local revenue decrease for many school districts, then locally they'll see it backfilled from state revenue, but we're going to see that decrease in the statewide rate per ADMW. And kind of like you were saying, as we add up multiple decreases over time, it starts to become a bigger impact on the rate per ADMW. So this, it becomes more likely to have a significant impact on the state. And next.
So can I just, so the reason that there is a decrease in the rate, is that because there's only an appropriated amount available? And so as it gets spread, the rate per
If you
district.
assume the appropriation stays the same.
Okay, so that's a little different than what we heard, I think, last session.
Who establishes that formula? I mean, the state revenue, I think what we're missing here is the state revenue at the very start comes from several buckets of money.
Yes.
And
let me come back to that question.
Because I think that's going to answer your question.
Yeah.
I think.
So I've got this slide and then one more, and then let's come back to that question.
Thanks.
So I do also want to point out, because we had a few school districts that receive everything from local revenue, the impact for them is a little different. So when their local revenues decrease, they will feel that impact directly, every dollar of it, because they're not getting any state resources. They don't get anything backfilled from state revenues until that local revenue decrease exceeds what they would receive from the formula.
So the pointed question is one of those 5 counties Washington County?
No.
Okay.
Umatilla County?
No.
Morrow County?
Let's keep going.
Bingo.
I believe those 5 districts, there's a district in Malheur County that goes back and forth between local or local and state. And then the others, I believe, are all kind of in the western part of the state that receive a lot of timber revenue.
Oh, timber revenue, of course.
Yeah. Okay. And then last slide, and then let's come back to this like math question. One more.
One more.
Yeah.
Next slide.
All right, there we go.
Napkin.
So this is a very rudimentary way of estimating what changes in local revenue due to our state school fund for school districts. So for every $1 million added to or subtracted from the state school fund, it equals a change in the rate per ADMW of about $1.50. And that is 95.5% to the school districts and 4.5% to the ESDs. So if we were to play this out, I have an example here of, if we added 100 million for the biennium, that would be 49% to the first year, 51% to the second year. So we would say 49 times $1.50 is $73.50 per ADMW, and again, you would multiply that out, 95.5% of that to the school district and 4.5% to the ESD. But then that would be that $73 per ADMW is then multiplied out by the ADMW for the school districts. So if you're depending on the size of the school district that we're talking about, that can be a pretty significant increase or decrease for their revenue.
So, sorry to be, hopefully this is helpful, but like, so we saw ADMW was like $10,500
Yes,
generally. So you're talking about when you have this reduction of $1 million, it's just reducing that by $73.50.
Yeah.
$100 million would be $73.
No.
100 million, so 49 million for a single year. So 49 million is a rate change of about $73 per ADMW. Okay, and then,
I see.
Dan, would you want to state your question that you had a minute ago again?
Which one?
There's so many.
I think it's two things. One is how the formula is established.
Yes, that's it.
And the second is the difference between collected revenue and outside of property tax revenue.
Yeah.
And the other part of that is how that affects and who actually sets or approves the formula.
Yeah. If we could go back to the slide that has assumptions at the as the title. There we go.
This one.
Yeah. So first of all, the who sets specific parts of this. The formula is set in statute. So we are following statutorily defined. The legislature does make small changes to that, but it has been roughly the same since the 1990s.
The formula.
Yes, the formula. So, and then our next part is the state appropriation. That is set by the legislature through their budgeting process in odd-numbered years. When they're doing that, so when they're doing the current service level process, that calculation does include assumptions about local revenues. So the Legislative Revenue Office does analysis on that. Our office looks at that and then also looks at what school districts are telling us. So at the beginning of each school year, we're creating an estimate that includes a page like this and then includes pages that give more specific information about each school district. And we're kind of balancing between what the local revenue office is suggesting for local revenues and what school districts are estimating for local revenues. We kind of know there tends to be some differences in how those two are estimated, so we try to stay in the middle, because as we move through a school year, we're going to get updated data, and we reconcile all of this to actual data. So for a school district, let's say for the 26-27 school year, we'll be paying estimates all throughout the school year, and then we will reconcile to actual data in May of 2028. So a year after the end of the school year, we're looking at how many students did you actually have, what did you actually spend on certain things, all of the pieces that play into the formula, we're reconciling those to the actual final data points. So as we move throughout the school year, we're always kind of keeping an eye on revenue estimates to say, is this going up or down? How do we protect our school districts from seeing a large drop in rate per ADMW? So the targets as we're moving through the school year are set by ODE in review of looking at Legislative Revenue Office estimates and school district estimates. Because school districts are telling us how much they expect to receive from property taxes, state managed timber, all of those local revenues.
School support fees.
And yes, that would include school support fees. The way that we see those school support fees play out, it's included in their estimate at the beginning of the year, but then after the end of the school year, they have to submit audited financial data, and they have to code those according to the state standards for charter accounts for school districts, and so they actually have a line item in their actual revenues collection that tells us how much they received. That for us, that rolls up into property taxes because it's part of property taxes and revenues in lieu of property taxes.
I think that's important because when we start talking about enterprise zone and LTRESs, it all depends on where those are established. I mean, if I give $500,000 to the football team, that doesn't roll up into local revenue. But if I get $500,000 in property tax in lieu of, that would roll up into the formula. So I think that's where some of this confusion comes from.
Can I ask a question more specifically? So we received a comment letter since the last meeting that, again, really appreciate the thoughtfulness in this letter. And the person is writing to flag statements made in the last session that may be factually incorrect, and to ask the committee to seek a correction to the record before relying on them in any findings or recommendations. I'm just going to read the paragraph so I don't mess this up.
Yeah.
I want to be direct about why I'm raising this at the level of a formal letter rather than passing on a note, given the sums of money now involved statewide. I don't think this committee can afford to let an incorrect statement about basic school finance mechanisms sit uncorrected on the record. I think I speak on behalf of the committee that we agree. Data centers alone are on pace to receive more than $450 million in Oregon tax breaks this year, up $126 million from 2025 per recent reporting. If Oregon's Enterprise Zone program continues on anything like its current trajectory, the 15% school support fee could represent a meaningful sum of money to Oregon school districts collectively. So can you walk us through what that school support fee is, when that is triggered, and where that money goes?
Yeah, so the school support fee, and my understanding of it is this: I'm not an expert in enterprise zones. I'm an expert in how those local revenues play into the state school fund. But from my understanding of it, when a business receives that tax break through the enterprise zones, then the school support fee is something that's set to provide resources to the school districts that are in part of that local taxing district. And then from referencing the statute, you shared with me ahead of time the copy of that memo. And in statute, it says that those local taxing districts have they have a floor of a 15% up to a maximum of 30% fee. So those local taxing districts then are deciding, do we set that school support fee at 15 to 30%, somewhere in there. It does make a difference where they set that 15 to 30%. If they, set it at 15% versus 30%, that's going to directly impact how much money goes into the state school fund. So as we saw that, the more money we put into the state school fund, that's going to be an increase in rate per ADMW. Less money is a decrease in rate per ADMW. So, deciding where to set that, obviously that is the responsibility of the local taxing districts. But it does have a direct impact on how much funding is going into the state school fund. If we look back at this slide, whatever dollar amount they set that at, it's going to be part of that local revenues amount when we get to the end of a cycle and we're reconciling that school year to actual revenue.
So
And
just
so
to,
just, sorry, can I just,
Yeah.
two follow-ups. So just to clarify, the legislature sets the cap on the state's portion that they're contributing to the state school fund. So if we have a significant increase in the local share, then we could look at a higher distribution per student statewide because we have a larger pot of funding.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure we got that right. The other thing I would love to ask you to do is to go through our facilitator summary from the last meeting and look at that for accuracy. And we will have Business Oregon also look at that from the perspective of the enterprise zone agreements, and we want to make sure that we correct any misstatements that were captured in that facilitator summary. So if you could help us do that work, we'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm done.
So, that 450 or so that Margie cited, if that had been collected instead of an exemption, would that have all gone to?
No,
only a portion of that would have gone.
So my understanding is that 450 that was referenced is the entirety of the taxes.
Right.
And not all property taxes go to school districts. It's split among all of the taxing districts within that local region.
That's what I thought. Okay, so only a portion of that would have gone to the state if it had been collected, right?
To the state
To the state
school
school
fund.
fund.
Good,
Right.
good.
So then, could one say that if the district that's offering us tax exemption, the region, county, it's the difference between 30 and 15 that really is affecting the state, is that right? I mean, if they had collected 30, that 30% would have gone to the state school fund and then been spread around. If they choose this slit to receive 15 instead, that goes to the state, gets spread around. So the difference is between 30 and 15% of $450 million. Is that fair to say that's the educational impact of the $450
No,
million?
because you still have the other districts.
So the 15 to 30% would impact what goes into this local revenues portion that's here. So, you know, if we're looking at that, you know, $2.8 billion total, if we were to, you know, move from 15%, I'm gonna pull out a calculator here. So
I'm impressed.
I mean, let's say
I love it.
15% of 400 million,
Yeah.
say, is $60 million, right? So
yeah, so 67. You know, so 67 up to 135. So it would be the difference of adding 67 million to 135 million to that 2.8 billion. That's
To
the
the
part of the
two-
local revenues.
right, but
In here.
take out the 2.8, that was gonna happen anyway. I'm trying to get at, what is the difference in impact to the school districts other than that district from them choosing 15 versus 30?
Yeah, so
It
let's go.
doesn't change the district at all. The local district
Well,
doesn't change.
Because they're gonna get made whole.
It does
It does,
because
'cause it
of
affects all.
the impact to the whole funding.
Yeah.
So
Well,
we're,
They're essentially gonna
Yeah.
get made whole,
so
except
let's,
Well, they're,
yeah, so
It's a
let's look at
marginal
it from their
marginal
perspective.
difference, everyone would experience.
Where do you want me to go? Let's make sure we let our expert answer it.
So,
Okay.
so let's walk through it here. So let's say that we added another 135 million to that 2.8 billion. That would bring
So
up
this
our,
right here, this
Mhm.
one here, okay?
Yeah. So that would bring up our number there that's part of the 8.1 billion that's at the bottom of the screen. But I'm gonna walk through it with that back of the napkin math. So if you wanted to go all the way to that last slide.
To the back of the napkin.
So, and we're talking about, you know, again, the difference between 67 million up to 135. So we would, the difference being the 67 million, we would multiply that by $1.50 and then multiply it by 95.5%. So that would be about just almost $96 per ADMW. So while that doesn't sound like a lot for one of our, let's say a mid-sized school district of about 5,000 ADMW. So that comes out to almost $500,000, 479,000. So it does start to be a significant impact on school districts. You know, again, that was an example, and we were talking about if every one of those tax abatements chose 30% instead of 15%.
Interesting.
You might have already answered this, but say a data center moves in and they don't enter into an enterprise zone agreement or a SIP agreement, so they're choosing not to get a tax break. What percentage of that local tax revenue from that is dedicated to schools versus the 30%, say, in the school fee?
So my expertise is not in local taxes.
So we can actually ask this of business org. I'd love to hear your
Yeah.
thoughts, but we can also ask it of business org
Yeah, so-
and the Department of Revenue.
Yes, they would be
Okay.
better sources to give you information on that, but, you know, basically, then they would be taxed like any other property in Oregon. So
Yeah.
the property taxes would come in, the local taxing district would apportion that according to all of the, you know, the taxing.
Yeah. I'm just curious, the reason I'm asking the question is I'd love to know, I think this work is really hard when we don't know the question of like compared to what. And so I'm curious if the legislature made a decision to allow for the 30% in the enterprise zone agreements, because that basically is holding that local school district harmless from the impact of entering into an enterprise zone agreement, or if that is a wildly different number than they would get absent. So we can ask that of other folks.
Or even if we just knew if it was more or less.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, Dan, go. Commissioner.
Next.
No. I think Vanessa, thank you very much, because I think that helped tremendously. But I still don't think we've got to the question of the letter. And so I'm going to talk as a local with my view instead of a committee view, if that's okay. First of all, the 15 to 30%, I mean, the basic is if a local school district negotiates 15% and then can negotiate a 30% value or whatever the value is, which has been done locally for classrooms or financing or buses or whatever, the value to them is that 15 plus that doesn't go through the property tax. Because the only thing that gets returned to the state is anything associated with property taxes. And so, and then to take that another step, there's two different formulas. One's an enterprise formula and one's a long-term LTRIS formula, which is a long-term rural enterprise zone, which is different. And so when we look at those, as Dr. Mooney said, her 15% affects just the property tax portion. That doesn't include any of the stuff negotiated outside, whether it's a care program or in-house school nurse, or none of that's included in the formula because it's outside of the property tax. But with that said, her comment was it gets returned to the general fund, which technically is true because the general fund feeds the school fund. So, I mean, technical wise, she didn't say it went straight to this. So I understand the misconception there for sure, but it doesn't change the formula that was set by the legislature.
So it doesn't change the formula, it changes the amount that goes into the formula.
But it doesn't change the local amount by 15%.
Not by 15%.
Marginally.
It only changes it marginally. I think that's what she said.
And so I think kind of what I'm trying to demonstrate is that when we have this happening at many school districts around the state, then it becomes a larger impact. And so locally, you may not see it because you're seeing just your one local revenue that's changing. You're not necessarily seeing it happen in multiple places around the state.
Right, but I am the impacted district.
Right.
So,
Yeah, the incentive to optimize locally may be slightly at odds with what might be optimal
The greater good for the
globally.
state.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the backfilling means they're essentially made whole except for the change to
The rate
the
rate.
the weight.
Yeah.
I mean, and truly, and I'm going to say this, and everybody at home is going to kick me in the rear, but really, to equalize the state, you would formulate it a lot like the SRS formula or the PILT formula that are outside of the property taxes.
What are SRS and PILT for those of us?
Safe roads to school.
And PILT?
Payment in lieu of taxes, so that's timber receipts, those type of things.
The example that you gave from the back of the envelope, though, mid-sized school district, 5,000 students, approaching $500,000 for that district. That is a tax abatement. I think it was around almost over 100 million. You said, right?
Yeah, we were talking
67.
about if all of that 450 million tax abatement shows a 30% instead of a 15%. And so we're using a lot of assumptions there. I don't know that all of those are currently using a 15%.
Right.
So we're using that assumption. We're also using the assumption that they would all switch to a 30%.
Right.
And I was trying to say, instead of taking it back down to a district, I was trying to say, stay at the state level, take 67, that's the total impact on the whole state, not 450.
Right.
Because the locals are eating most of that enterprise zone or tax abatement loss.
And we're talking, again, of that 450 million, the 15 to 30%. The change to the state is what's going into the state school fund. So the rest of the impact is, to the other taxing districts that,
And I think the other part of this that Dr. Mooney pointed out that we need to in our discussions as the task force is, those schools collect that money individually. They cannot deduct an administrative fee. And so they have the expenses to collect those no matter what level, and the expense to return it, the excess. So I think there is an expense to the school district for sure that's not reimbursed.
We recently saw some press reports from, was it one of the counties that in our state that said, we're not gonna do this anymore.
Because, yeah, absolutely.
We don't have the burden associated with.
We don't want a data center because the cost to the school district is enormous to do the accounting.
And it makes them tax collectors.
Yeah, I mean, if you have multiple data centers, and the other thing is this doesn't even kick in until 6 years into the process within Eltras. It doesn't happen from year one,
Wait, what doesn't happen from year
the
one?
collection of the school fund.
Okay, so somebody enters
Right.
into a long-term,
That part I'm not as.
somebody enters into a long-term enterprise zone agreement. They get 100% abatement for the first 5 years
Right.
of the,
Oh.
and then the school fee kicks in
Oh,
for the remainder of
they don't
the.
even pay the 15 or 30.
I think somebody needs to check me on that, but I think I'm right.
We should ask that clarification of
Business
Business
Oregon,
Oregon too. Yeah,
That's
okay.
And to just make sure, this is not unique to data centers. This mechanism is implemented through the programs that
Except for the Eltras and enterprise zones of 15 to 30s.
right, but that's not, Eltras and enterprise zones are not unique to data centers either.
No,
There's
right.
Any.
I mean, we do the same thing with Lamb Weston at the food
Right.
processing.
Yeah.
Yes. That's true.
Okay, this has been super helpful.
Really
Thank
helpful.
you so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, you're
We
very
might
welcome.
have other questions that come up as part of our deliberation process, so we know where to find you. But I just want to say thank you so much for coming out.
You're very welcome.
Oh, man, holy cow. that
We
was
appreciate
good.
it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Holy cow, did you say holy cow, Dan?
I'll back
That's
them up on that.
awesome.
I'll back them up on that.
Bill,
Long-term
And
rural
what-
enterprise zones specifically by year 6.
I want to just see if Bill has any questions, because I see him on my computer, but we haven't really included you. Sorry about that, Bill.
I'm okay. I'm okay. Thanks. Following along.
All right, excellent. Okay. Then Vanessa, thank you so much for doing this. We really appreciate you taking the time to come
I
and
think
join us today.
regular enterprise zones.
I'll spend a couple hours with your slides.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think everybody's
I didn't
going
follow.
to.
Yes, thank you very much.
And we'll get the portion of the facilitator summary from last time sent to you probably today. And if you could turn that around, if we could ask you to do that, because they're deliberating next Tuesday. Are you going on vacation today?
I am actually, as soon as I'm done here. What I wanna ask is, I think I might have the link to that. If there's
Yes.
somewhere around here that I could sit and go review that while you
Yeah,
guys are
yeah, yeah.
continuing your meeting.
That would be
You have it?
fantastic.
Okay.
Thank you. So I would
Thank
love
you
to
so
not
much.
do the work on my
Oh, for
vacation.
sure. Okay, so we need to.
Great discussion.
We need to bring
So
Zhao.
she's getting a link to that?
She's gonna get the link off the ODOE. Where is our Zhao? There he is. All right, we're bringing Zhao into the room. I'm gonna pull up the slides. So next up, in keeping with our, keep your brains open, keep your calculators on hand. We're moving into the next kind of, I don't even know what to call this, Econ 301 for this committee.
We'll
but-
try and keep it at the 201 level.
We're up for it.
We might
Okay,
appreciate
good.
that.
You got a stupid farm boy here. Let's get down to 101.
But you took the prerequisite.
So just for proper announcement of what we're doing next. So we're moving on now to the economy and workforce impacts of data centers. And a really amazing study that has been done. I will let you introduce it more, Terry. But more information for the committee to chew on, and everybody who's watching this, we do have 102 people who are online and watching right now. We know there are more that come and visit this online. So we want to thank you for coming today and helping this committee get smarter about these issues and for being willing to share the information that you have put together for not just us, but all sorts of people. And having seen your slides, I know they are gonna be really useful to a lot of states. So let's find yours. There it is right there. If you would like to introduce yourself and Zhao and
Yeah.
Camilla. Here we are.
Great. Well, that's our first slide, actually. I'm Terry Workla with Echo Northwest, and I'm joined online by Joao Ferreira. He's with the University of Virginia's Weldon Cooper Center. Can we advance a couple slides?
And Joe, are you ahead of us in time zone right now?
Yes, I am.
Thank you for taking time late on your Friday to spend with us.
Of course. Happy to join this conversation and to be helpful, hopefully.
Well, great. So before we dive in, I want to just take a minute to talk about why this study was undertaken in the first place. As everyone in this room is well aware, data centers are a big topic of conversation for Oregonians across the state, with topics like taxation, economic development, land use, and resource use. But one thing when we were diving into this work that we found almost immediately is that there wasn't a common factual baseline to start from. Different reports and even different stakeholders have cited a lot of different numbers. So the Lemelson Foundation funded this work with the purpose of providing Oregonians with objective information that can help inform the public and improve future policy discussions. We are not here, nor is this work meant to advocate for or against data centers. It's really to establish a more consistent evidence-based understanding of the industry. Today's findings are preliminary. Across the board, everything you see is preliminary. We're in the middle of this work, but they already are going to provide one of the most comprehensive pictures assembled of Oregon's data center in the industry. With that, I'll turn it over to Joao to walk us through Oregon's data center inventory.
Sure. Can we move to the next slide? Okay, so the first thing that we did under the scope of this project, and have in mind, this is a question that is being done by many policymakers, not only in Oregon. So my center being located in Virginia, the data center alley, or the epicenter from where data centers are expanding to the rest of the world, has been doing these kind of studies not only for Virginia but also in places like the Great Lakes, Georgia, Florida, other places that are seeing an increase in data centers. But let me tell you that, and start to thank you, Terry, because partnering with Echo Northwest has been extremely productive, and they did most of the legwork that is shown here. So can we move to the next slide? So one of the first things that we did is try to add access to one of the largest and most comprehensive databases on data centers. There are different ones in the market. Some there are pros and cons, but we are pretty satisfied on relying on the S&P 451 data because it allows us to do one kind of analysis that many of the databases that are available don't allow. For example, they already account for decommissioned facilities. They have information not only on data centers, but also when they were constructed, when they were refurbished, their physical location aspects, how many square footage, the square footage of the building. So they try to catch up with all this information. The same on the energy side. Here there are some details that we are going to explore later, but we can access the energy requirements of each facility, and also we can know the facility type, and very useful for our conversation, as you will see. We will also analyze the data centers that are already planned until 2030, 2031 that are included on this database. It's important to have in mind that these data centers that are planned, S&P uses a very specific rule to incorporate them in their database. And so until now, their experience, in their previous experience, is that 95% of the data centers they incorporated as planned or under construction ended up being built, if not on the year that was planned, on the year after. And so this is important because for us it was a nice indicator of the quality of the data, and so that the way where we are forecasting things here, at least until 2030, is actually not a forecast unless something really changes, but these data centers that have a 90% chance of being done. Can we move to the next slide, please? Okay, so when we look at this database, we look at 144 data centers, excluding the decommissioned ones that are operational or under construction, and we split it between West and East Oregon so that we could better understand the division and the regional impacts of data centers. Can we move to the next one, please?
Real quick, this is a completely different number than we saw earlier. What's your definition of a data center for this study?
So the definition of a data center is a facility that has a dedicated supercomputer or computational special equipment inside. So that's why we account for many facilities that have been around since 2010, 2012, 2015, that basically have office buildings, meeting rooms, and that at the end have, for example, a couple of computers or racks that can be included to do or be used to do statistical models, clouding services, whatever the clients want to. But we are going to make the distinction further in this report and this presentation of what are the older data centers and the new ones, and why the market has shifted in a way that we cannot treat all data centers as equal.
My understanding is that they're kind of campuses, but they're kind of.
So individual facility buildings, yeah.
Yes.
All the way down to an office data center.
I think there's a threshold above.
That's what I was asking. Is it 1 megawatt or?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the power.
No, we include data centers with 5 megawatts and 10 megawatts also. But again,
okay, got it.
yeah, they will not be that relevant when we start looking at the picture in terms of square footage or megawatts, and we will see that.
Okay. All right. Next slide, please.
Okay, so when we separate between West and East, so on West we identify 41 operational facilities that have 6.32 million of square footage. Why is it important again to look at square footage? Exactly because of this discussion we are having. Are we talking about smaller data centers or large data centers? And in this case, we try to understand the footprint based on the resources they use, both land resources or, as we will see, energy resources. And so when we look at the West, what we are seeing is 41 facilities already operational, plus 23 that we expect to be built between the end of 2026 until 2030, that correspond to basically 5.05 million of square footage, so almost kind of doubling the amount of square footage that we see on the West side. On the eastern side of Oregon, we see clearly a much more mature market where we counted for 70 facilities that correspond to almost 16 million square footage and 9 facilities that correspond to almost 2 million square footage that are on the pipeline right now. Are there any questions on this slide?
They're looking, they're digesting.
Super clear.
Yep, super clear. Okay.
Okay. Again, we made the distribution of these data centers by county. Of course, if we look at the west side, mainly concentration, suburbs of Portland or Portland area, especially on the future ones, that's where all the growth is going to happen on the west side. On the east side, what we see is that the future data centers are located mostly in Umatilla, also Morrow and Crook, reinforcing the clusters that we already identified before. So with differences in Deschutes and Wasco, these particular counties much more where smaller data centers are clustered as the ones that we just talked before. Sure, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask how you define a future data center. Like, is it that they have filed an application for a permit? Because I know there are a couple of counties that are not showing up in the future data center market where we have heard that data centers are potentially going to be sited. So I was just curious how you define, like,
sure.
So somebody's officially in the pipeline.
So again, we are using, and again, we have been using that in Virginia for 2 years now. We are using the S&P data. S&P does a survey to the industry. S&P has even an email contact on each of the data centers that are included in the database that have answered this survey and explain the conditions of and the characteristics of the data center. The fact that the data center is announced or says in the media that they want to locate in a certain region doesn't automatically makes that data center being included on this database. This data center is only included on the database when S&P considers there is a 90 to 95% chance that it can be built ultimately. And so that's really an above a threshold where authorizations have all been processed. Like the local authorities already agreed with it. There is a plan. There is an idea of the square footage of the building. There is an idea of the number of the racks. There is a owner that has been identified. And let me tell you, I am doing work on Virginia data centers since 2023. I started working for the Great Lakes since 2024. We compare because we buy every year the S&P data. We compare how the next year, when we have the 2024 data, how well did we do when we were predicting 2023? And usually we underestimate by a little bit. So it's always on the underestimation side. So I would say that probably what happens is that S&P doesn't actually capture all the future and plan that are being done, but captures most of them for sure.
And just one quick note on that, just based on the timing of this data set, we're probably not capturing, or we aren't capturing those 17 data centers that rushed to file in Washington County.
Okay.
And some of those other more recent. So that's one piece of this picture that's not included.
Yeah, I'm just kind of.
Joao, a data center where we already see the slab and they're already tilting up walls, but it's kind of just an empty husk, is that future or is that operational?
So basically, it's under construction. I would say it's operational the moment that it starts using the racks and using energy intensively.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
So,
anybody else?
I guess I'm still looking at the information. If this is facilities with growth, I mean, we know there's a permitted facility in Gilliam County and that doesn't show up in Arlington. And there's the talk of the Xscale or whatever in Morrow County doesn't show up because it has less than 2 million square feet.
And there are at least 3 under construction in Morrow, aren't there?
Yeah.
So
I'm not doubting the information. I'm just saying it's
just more.
You have to take it in context.
Yeah, no, and I would say again, going to your point, like that, I totally agree. If something, this is under representation of the growth that we are seeing.
Yeah, I think it has to be contextual.
Yeah, which is true for any development,
Yeah,
right? Like,
absolutely. In any report like this.
I just want to note for the record, we have 44 slides in this
Yes,
presentation.
I was going to say the same.
And I love the curiosity of admitting both of those things can be true.
I can help her.
Just one clarifying question on that though. So the data you're using, the S&P data, is subscription data that is done for investors by surveying data center companies. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And it's kind of expensive. There are others more expensive in the market, but yeah, it's not publicly available data.
Thank you.
Okay. Next slide.
Okay, one of the things that, again, back to the point of there are different data centers, is that looking at the number of data centers is not enough for our analysis. And that has been something that I've been trying to educate policymakers since I started working with this. In this case, with this database, we clearly decided to separate between, there could be more. For example, there are also crypto data centers, but there are 0 in Oregon. So we separated between retail data centers. So again, these are multi-tenant facilities that used to be these used to be the ones representing the market until 2018, 2019. Very small areas, the size of half of the size of a mall, of a shopping store in the mall. Very small facilities with meeting rooms and all of that. We also had all data centers called the telco ones. This belongs to the telecommunication industry. Verizon, AT&T, and so on. Now, the question is that the industry has shifted substantially to what we call the hyperscale data centers. Those are the very large facilities that have high-scale computing and where they have these huge racks, the more they can have, that use a lot of energy and that use a lot of energy for cooling. They have moved also to the wholesale data centers. The wholesale data centers, as we will see, are very similar to the hyperscale, but instead of belonging to a large company like Meta or Google, they belong to a company that then rents the different parts and the different racks to other third-party companies. For example, a health insurance company that wants to store the client's identity and portfolio, things like this. And then we have the PowerShell. The PowerShell, let me be honest, the first time that I found substantive numbers was in doing this study for Oregon, is basically companies that build the whole infrastructure, the whole building is empty, and they are waiting to try and allocate the power and the core of the building to a substantial company that comes after and locates the racks there. So this is the 5 kinds of data centers that we will look after. And why? Can we move to the next slide?
Quick question, John. Is there any useful way, practical way to distinguish between cloud and AI computing within the hyperscale category?
So let me be completely clear. I would say less and less. And the reason why there are less and less ways to clarify that is because all the data centers right now are huge. And you don't know unless you know the company and the company shares with you proprietary data, what's happening inside the data center.
Okay.
It can be that even half of the data center is dedicated to cloud, half of the data center is dedicated to AI training. You will never know. Tomorrow they can shift it as long as they build another data center somewhere else. So this is all virtual. This is all, it's not physical material, so it can shift quickly. And so there are no ways to look at the usage of a data center.
From a timing perspective, perhaps, is there a way to distinguish that facilities built before X date are more likely to be cloud and after X date have a higher probability of being GPU-centric?
Sure, but the facility that was built in 2019, by the next year, supposedly, or even already had all the racks substituted. And you never know if by substituting the racks, now they didn't shift the computing analysis they were doing there.
Thanks. Okay.
Okay, so when we look at these, we clearly see that the West has been, and this is typical of metropolitan areas, okay? The West has been focused much more on retail than the East, for example, and we can see that none of the data centers that are now projected to be built on the future are retail or telco, the smaller ones, okay? So we have, of the 23 that are projected in the future, 18 are wholesale and 5 are power shell. And on the east side, clearly a huge concentration of hyperscales, 67 already built and 8 that are going to be built, with 1 wholesale only on the east side. So I would say that, and again, I've never seen anything like this in other states. Like Oregon has a very segmented market where what happens in the West and within the market, within the data center industry is somehow different of what's happening in the East. The East seems to be very already focused on hyperscale, while what we see on the West is clearly what we have seen also in other metropolitan areas, but with the lack of hyperscale also in the West. Why is this important? Because when we start looking at their average size, this means that the older ones, part of the operational ones that we had and that were important for our estimations, are really small, as you can see by the average growth space of a retail or a telco. Okay, when we look to the wholesale, for example, that are promised mostly on the west side, they are actually larger than the ones that already exist on average. Okay, so this means that their footprint will be much higher. The power shell are also pretty high, and hyperscale, given that the new ones are slightly smaller than the ones that already exist, they are definitely large scale facilities. Okay, to put into context, like 200,000 square footage is like the size of 7 to 8 football fields. Okay, so that's what we are talking about.
7 or 8?
Joanna,
Yeah.
do you mean soccer or football?
Football, American football. American football. I usually leave soccer comparisons to my friends in Europe, but yeah. And so as you see, future facilities that are promised are the ones that have a larger footprint. That's why, again, comparing the data center industry with what used to be and what is now, it's two completely different exercises that should be avoided. Can we move to the next slide, please?
Yes.
So again, this image reinforces that. Below, we have the cumulative growth on the data center facilities that we expect until 2030. So Oregon will be almost 150 facilities by 2030, but we'll have almost 30 million square footage in terms. And so there is definitely a detachment after 2020. We are talking about much larger facilities. We are talking about a different kind of industry. And so with implications that we will see, for example, when we discuss the energy part and other consequences of this kind of shift in the market. Can we move to the next slide, please? And now I move to Terry. Yeah.
Thanks, Joao. So just a brief overview of how we think about the economic activity associated with data centers over the data center lifetime. There are two main buckets that we like to think about. There's first data center construction. That includes the warm shell construction, as they call it. So the actual just facility, the giant warehouse, with some of the facilities built out there. And then we've got the IT equipment installation. That's the servers, so the heart of the data center, as well as backup power installation, battery, diesel, whatever it may be. Once the data center is operational, there are two main streams of operational activity. There's the ongoing O&M that's kind of classic with any business or facility, everything that's needed to keep the operation up and running. And then with data centers, there's something slightly unusual. There's the periodic IT refresh that happens every 3 to 7 years, say we're seeing about 5 years on average, where there's some construction activity to refresh servers and other systems within the facility. Can we go to the next slide, please? When we think about that from a workforce perspective, you can see that we have different workforce over the life of a data center. Over the construction phase, we have a large amount of folks on site constructing the facility and installing the installation of the equipment and the backup power. We see an influx of trades, engineers, general construction labor during that initial, often 1 to 2 years per facility for the construction phase. When we turn to the operational phase, We have a much smaller workforce, but they're on site for over the operational phase for the ongoing O&M. And then we get that periodic bouts every 3 to 7 years of construction activity. Before we move on from this, an important discussion point when we're talking about jobs is wages. I know that comes up a lot related to this. So we don't have specific data on the distribution of wages by occupation at data centers. But if we pull average wages for these types of folks in Oregon, we see something like $54,000 per year for construction laborers. This is again during construction. Electricians is $100,000 a year. When we move to operations, we see folks like electrical engineers at $115,000 per year and $163,000 per year for some of the systems managers. We know there's some highly compensated folks on site. We just don't have any data to put to what those numbers look like. You can go to the next slide. Awesome. Okay, well, operational employment is really difficult to measure at data centers. You may have seen some numbers out there, and the reason you see so many different numbers is because this is hard. The first reason this is hard is because there's no compiled data set. This is not unique to Oregon. It would be actually strange to see a compiled data set of Oregon operational employees. The reason for that is primarily because data center employment is not captured by one industry like a lot of other industries. We found it tucked in 3 separate industries primarily. The majority of data centers are categorized in this data processing industry there on the left. We also found data centers classified as computer system design and telecommunications. You have seen some previous numbers that classified the industry there on the left, and they stated that's what they were doing. It does not necessarily represent data centers because while there are data centers in that industry, there are a lot of companies that are not data centers. So you're capturing folks that are not data centers when you do that. You also are not capturing the data centers in those other 2 industries when you do that. So you're both over and underestimating. And we wanted to avoid that. The third reason trying to estimate operational employment is really difficult is because there's not a common definition of what we mean by operational employment at data centers. This is across the industry. So we've got the folks that are hired and work for the data center itself. We've got the contract people who may have a badge, may work on site right next to those data center employees, but may be hired and employed by a third-party contractor. We also have corporate staff. They may be headquartered in other states, other countries, and we also have the construction crews as there initially and throughout the refreshes.
Question?
Yeah.
Is it a Pandora's box to visit the idea of updating the way we report our labor and workforce statistics to capture an industry that is as significant as data centers?
That's a great question. Definitely outside the scope of what we're doing here, but that would the data would be really helpful for sure. Throughout this presentation, you're going to see spots where there's just not the data there available. That would make it really a lot easier for everyone to understand what's going on with this industry.
But no one's done it yet.
Well, I'll show you what I did,
okay.
and then we can circle back to that.
Let me just say one thing. It's not an Oregon problem; it's a national problem.
Yeah.
We follow the Nike's definition, and there is no definition for data centers. You have Amazon data center; it belongs to the retail sector. You have health insurance data center belongs to the health industry or the insurance industry. It's just a facility, you know. It's not the sector represents the business, the product and the commodity that is generated, and a data center can generate different kinds of commodities depending on the industry that owns it.
That makes sense. To follow up on that, again, one thing that we've done in this group is made things relative as much as possible. But I was reading a story on an auto manufacturing plant in Georgia that was just built, or vendor to the auto. Normally, they would have anywhere from 2,200 to 3,500, but they robotized and now have 600 people. So that's not a whole, I mean, people say, well, we need manufacturing plants in Oregon, we need this and this. It's almost the same employment area, I mean, numbers-wise, ballpark. I think we lose scope of that, is that a data center or a data center complex is pretty equal to a manufacturing plant in today's world.
In a hyper-modernized.
Yeah, and I didn't even dawn on me until I was reading that story, and it was...
And we'll try to bring in some of that context for other industries within Oregon, the Oregon-specific context. I just want to reiterate one time before we move on from here that our study is defining operational workforce as employees of data center companies that work on-site at operating Oregon's data centers. So not those third-party contractors. We're not forgetting about them. We're going to come back to them later. But this is what we mean by operational employment. And you'll see that number here on the next slide. If we can go to the next slide. So our study found 2,630 workers at Oregon's data centers, as we would classify them as our operational workforce. Just to talk a little bit about how tricky it is to get to this number, I'm going to go through and how we did this. So this is based on QCEW confidential data from the Oregon Employment Department. We went line by line through this data. We geo-referenced it by the S&P data set for the points where the data centers were known to be and included a buffer to be able to capture those. We cross-referenced business names against the data set as well as tax records, and we went through NAICS codes to pull out the known NAICS codes for data centers. This is a very time-intensive and tricky way, but it's the most accurate way we could figure out to try and get to this number. Because this is an estimate and not an absolute, we went ahead and cross-checked that against benchmarks from work Joao and others have done across the nation on operational employment at data centers. We did find our number to be slightly conservative. However, I will state a lot of those studies either include those contract employees or don't necessarily delineate if they do or don't. So that puts a little bit of question mark if our number truly is conservative or not. And we also took our experience working with data center impacts to kind of just ground truth these numbers and found that we felt confident that this is a good estimate of data center employment.
I know, shut up, Dan, but quick question.
Yes.
We had another consultant firm do the same exercise with the government's permission and that kind of stuff. We found that this didn't pick up out-of-state workers. And I'm just curious if you guys had a reference to in-state and out-of-state workers.
Yeah, so this is facility level employment. So it's folks working at Oregon's data centers.
Only on-site.
On-site. So
In
corporate
Oregon.
employees and others, we are not capturing.
Those are generated by tax information and those type of things too. So that's why we had a hard time.
You're talking about the 30%-ish of the workforce that lives in Washington.
Yeah.
When we get farther down, we do make some commute assumptions, but here, these are the folks working at Oregon's facilities.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Going.
Okay. I know we have a lot of slides, I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep it as high level as possible.
You're doing great.
Is the bottom line of what you're saying is that facility-specific employment information includes people no matter where they live? Is that
Yes, it's that they're physically working at these facilities and employed by the data center companies.
Okay.
Let's see, so this gets really interesting when we think about the distribution of employees across our state, and this is a key theme you're going to see throughout our presentation. Oregon, and Joao already mentioned this, Oregon looks different when you look at different regions. Data center employment, again, this is only operational data center employment. We're not thinking about construction right now. Is 0.03% of employment on the west side. When we think about the east side, it's 1.2% of employment. And I know these numbers are very small, but if you get up there, the darker the color of the county, the higher the absolute number of data center employees. So you can see certain counties have just more data center employees than others. Should we hop to the next slide?
That's a great slide.
Great. So this is some of the benchmarking I want to talk about. So we wanted to put data center employment in context with some of Oregon's peer industries. And these peer industries are industries that are either well-established, land-intensive, and or incentivized with property taxes through our abatement programs. The first is the semiconductor industry. These are companies like Intel. When we think about food manufacturing, this is Tillamook Creamery, Franz, Research, those types of folks. And warehouse and storage is UPS, FedEx, Amazon, and others. When we look at this, data centers have the smallest statewide share of both total wages and employment of any of these peer industries. I do want to note the semiconductor industry in Oregon is one of the top 5 largest industries, so that 5.4% is really high.
When you say peer industry, so how are you choosing them?
Yeah, and so they're just either land intensive, they have been historically used our property tax incentives, or are just well-established industries in our state to just benchmark this. And where this gets interesting is on the next slide. When we look at the statewide, right, our data center operations are a pretty small percent of the state. When we look at this regionally, if we look and start on the west side, data center operations account for less than 0.1% of both wages and employment. When we go to the east side, that bottom bar there is the data centers. So they account for 4.6% of wages on the east side and 1.2% of employment. If we get even more granular, we see in Washington County, employment is 0.09% of West employment. When we go to Morrow County, it's 15% of employment. So when we're looking at these statewide averages, they can really obscure some really important regional and local issues. So that's the take home here.
Important.
That's a great slide.
It's like the Intel of the West or the East.
It's all local.
Any questions before we move on?
This is a great breakout, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is really good.
The danger of averages.
Next slide. So employment tells only one part of the economic contributions of data centers, right? So we want to capture the broader economic activity associated with data centers. We can hop to the next slide. Before we dive into full economic impacts, we're going to start with our one and only property tax slide. What we are not going to do is talk abatements. I know you guys have had a lot of conversations around property tax abatements. What I haven't seen is property taxes collected from data centers. So that's what this is. There is no single data set for property taxes collected for data centers in Oregon or any other state or any other industry that I know of. That would be a rarity. This is a county by county effort of going through and pulling out property tax records. We have a couple counties we have uncertainty with, those are the grays. What this map is showing you is the data center property taxes paid as a percent of countywide collections in the 2025-2026 fiscal year. In total, we collected about $60 million in property tax revenues from data centers statewide. In the West, we saw about 22.6 million of that, and in the East, we saw 37.6 million. I do want to caution you as you are interpreting these results, this is a point in time estimate. As you guys were talking about previously and in previous sessions, the abatement is time limited, so 1 year could lead to really different results from year to year, right? As potentially data centers come back on tax rolls. Where this gets really interesting is when we look at those.
Can I just point out one other thing about it? Like, I found out about a water project that I believe was $23 million that was a direct investment by a data center that wouldn't have happened without that. So I just want to caution, like, somebody could go through what is in the enterprise zone agreements and calculate the total amount that was negotiated to pay for different services in the county. And that doesn't even capture direct investments that are made just because. So I want to caution the numbers on this.
Absolutely.
The river intake that was done in Umatilla.
That was
$120 million.
Oh, it's $100 million off, thank you.
No,
Oh,
but
there was
then you
another
have the
one.
pipeline
ASR.
in Umatilla County that was 27 million, and that doesn't include the aquifer recharge, that was another 24 million.
And the water treatment was 20-ish.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, so you're over 300 million
Interesting.
out in just community benefit that aren't in the agreement.
That's not in the agreement, so yeah,
Those
so
aren't annual numbers.
I just
though,
want
those
to, this is useful information, but I just want to point out there can be significant amounts of uncaptured things, as you noted,
Marty,
note
thank
on
you
the
for
slide.
explaining that bullet for me. Very important. There's kind of three legs to this tax stool, and I know abatements, the one leg has had a lot of conversations. This is the second leg that's actually paid. What is very important if you want a full picture of the fiscal story is to understand all those other payments. We did make a short-term effort to try and get some of that information, but
There's no central place.
there's no central place to have this information. It's going to be really hard to get your full picture of the property tax picture without all those pieces of information. So this is one contribution towards that, but it is not everything. And again, annually, there's a lot of variation in this. So
Even
this
that
is a
quick,
snapshot.
even that quick discussion did not include the millions and millions contributed to the school district, Umatilla and Hermiston School, Morrow and Boardman, to think big spaces and all that.
Any other questions? Okay, let's keep going. So data centers
Quick question,
Okay, go ahead.
all of this
You're not allowed to
eliminates,
say quick anymore, Dan.
Yeah.
Just question.
all of this eliminates, Bitcoin mining, right?
Crypto's not.
We don't have any crypto in the state, is my understanding from the S&P
That's
data
not
set.
true, but,
Okay.
there is crypto, but, where?
I'm sorry.
Billion.
It can be, there can exist crypto, but are not data centers that are exclusively dedicated to crypto, at least not in the database.
Gotcha, thank you.
Great, so data centers generate economic activity across our state. What we're looking at here, if you look on the left-hand side here, is, so first and foremost, this is just operations still. We're just looking at operations. We have that 2,600 operational employment number we went through previously. That's associated with $622 million in labor income. I know you're going to want to pull out your calculator and do that math there. I'm going to caution you not to. What you cannot capture from doing that is that variation in wages, right? If you just pull an average one, and we've got some really highly compensated individual outliers, we can't identify that for the data we have, so they'll skew up the average. So we can't really capture a great picture with that simple math. So I'm gonna encourage you not to do that throughout this entire presentation. I almost took out labor income, but we did leave it. When we look at value added is a measure of new economic value created within Oregon. It's a measure similar to GDP. I know when you see $2.4 billion, that's just a big number, right? So we wanted to put that into context with some of these peer industries. When we look at value added across these peer industries, we see data centers on the far right in bold there, 0.7% of statewide value added. It sits just between food manufacturing and warehouse and storage. Semiconductor, again, the top 5 industry in our state is at 3.2%.
How is that value added captured? I mean, these aren't a lot of these aren't companies that are based here, so who's capturing that value added?
So it's there's a couple ways to get to it, but essentially it's like when we net out, so if you think of a house, a $500,000 home that's being built, and you think about all the things that's going to go into that, like windows and doors, and then the actual construction activity, what we're doing is netting out those windows and doors that are getting the indirect inputs into the process.
But nobody sells the whole data center, so what's the revenue you're comparing to? We can talk about it later. That's all right, thanks.
So part of the value added is profits, but also profits as part of capital that is invested. So for example, the whole amount of racks that are bought into a data center and that have value, they count for the GDP, and then there are amortizations every year, but they also count as part of the GDP because that's capital value that is created. So generically, there are different ways to look at the GDP. One way that I like to explain is the sum of wages plus profits. Some of those profits can be invested in tangible or intangible goods, and this is part of where that value added also comes.
Okay, great. So we are going to look at, this is our 201 slide here, and hopefully it's easily accessible. What we're thinking about here is that economic impacts extend well beyond just the data centers themselves. When we think of direct investments in the data centers, whether it's construction or operation, that leads to business or supply chain related spending. That's the indirect. This spending could be on security, business services. This is where we're going to capture those contract workers that we set aside for later. We're going to revisit them here. We also then have indirect impacts, and that's household spending by employees, either directly or indirectly associated with data centers. These are purchases in local economies of things that we all buy, groceries, healthcare, clothing, that type of stuff. If we sum all of this up, we get the total economic contributions of data centers to our state. We can go to the next slide. So here's where we get into a lot of numbers. This table represents the economic contributions of current data center operations in our state. If we go to this bottom line, what we see is that 10,400 jobs are associated with data center operations in our state. This is statewide and this is annual. If we zoom over to that $3.49 billion, so essentially $3.5 billion of value added, that represents 1% of value added within our state. Another way we want to look at this is for the direct investment of $2.4 billion in this industry. For every dollar of that, an additional 45 cents is supported in Oregon's economy. And so when we think about that and try and put that in context, that's pretty similar to the semiconductor manufacturing industry, other capital intensive industries with a lot of supply chains from out of state. It's definitely less than we would see for food manufacturing or warehousing. Can we go to the next slide?
Sure can.
So again, this gets really interesting when we think about this on a regional level. If we dive a little bit deeper on the west side, let's hop down to value added there. Value added contributes 0.13% of Western Oregon value added. When we look at this on the east side, it's 8.5%. I know it says output, but it does mean value added. It's a typo. 8.5% of value added. So again, mirroring what we saw from both wages and employment, there's really big differences across the geographies in our state. Any questions on data center operations and their economic contributions?
Are we gonna get into GDP too?
We are not going to talk specifically GDP, but that's pretty akin to value added.
Because we had some similars done. The last 3 years, Oregon's GDP, depending on how you calculate it, which is a million different directions, has been 1%. But without data centers in the last 3 years, it would have been negative. I don't know if that meshes with what you guys have in your report or not.
Oh, growth, GDP growth.
Well, depends on how you want to, I'm talking growth. Yes, percentage.
Growth.
Yeah.
It's slightly different. We aren't looking at growth. This is static. So this is a look at today, what operational data centers are giving us. So we aren't thinking about kind of that time variation through time. We're just thinking of a static figure.
Okay.
We got a question from our other committee member, Bill, who's online. Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, these numbers are fascinating. The 8.5 output or value added number would be more meaningful compared to other industries. Maybe this comes up later, but I'm interested in Eastern Oregon if there are other industries of that size that show up and kind of how this one compares with others.
Yeah, that's a great question. We only did that at the statewide level, but that's definitely something we can include in the final report.
Or food.
I would say food processing
Yeah.
would be the only thing that comes close.
And ag, maybe.
Great,
Well,
thanks.
as a holistic number, yeah.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
sure, absolutely. That'd be in the.
Can I-
40 range.
Can I just jump in just because of the comment that was done about the contribution to the GDP. So first of all, the value added is when you look at the sectorial activity and you look at the state level, the value added is a much easier to assess, much more straightforward to assess regional indicator than the GDP because it will be the gross state product, and there is some adjustments that have to be done at the tax level that most of these softwares or the economic models don't even do. That's why we are looking at value added, but normally like value added and GDP are really correlated at 98%. So that can be a good proxy. In terms of the impact and the way that you have looked to other studies, and now because I've also worked very closely with the Eco Northwest, it's very important to understand that the studies that we are doing here at the University of Virginia or that we are collaborating with, like this one, really reduce substantially the amount that you have been seeing projected in previous studies. And we say this proudly. And again, we are not against the data center industry. But the fact that you are using a lot of consulting firms, for example, using a methodology that has been constantly supported by the Data Center Coalition on the PricewaterhouseCoopers study, that basically picks up on a data center of $10 million and assumes that all the impacts are local, is, let me tell you, an overstatement of the impact of data centers. What is different that we do here is that we clearly try to understand what are the inputs that go within a data center that are supplied locally. And you cannot assume that the semiconductors are supplied locally. Every time you have a $10 billion data center that is promised to a county and all the media attention focus on that $10 billion, on average, only 21% of that value is construction, that only a share happens locally. The rest is semiconductors and IT equipment, 70 to 65% of the value, that in most of the circumstances doesn't come from the county where the data center is located. So it's like in the same day that I presented a study saying that the data center industry was going to create 25,000 jobs in Ohio, there was another study launched on that same day saying that the data center industry was going to create 350,000 jobs in Ohio. It's very important that we, and we will explain that in detail in our report, that we understand that as we are looking at the regional level, the total amount of investment is not so important, because what we have to account is what is done locally. And understanding the data center industry is key for this, and most of it is not done locally. And this is a big point of difference of why we get so much different numbers than others.
Well, that's why
That comment needs to be put in writing.
Yeah, right. And that's why I still don't understand the value added number, so maybe we'll spend a minute on it, because most of the revenue, if you're operating a hyperscale center, the revenue is national, global companies, right? So I'm not sure how you're figuring out value added.
So
You could do it by
Can I-
density, right? You
I'm
could-
wondering if that's
Later.
a question we can have you
Yeah.
answer later. 'Cause
Okay.
I'm realizing you're on slide 27, we've got 20 more to go,
yeah,
and we're at noon. So, when we were gonna stop, but we started late, so
okay,
I just want to
before,
point out the realities of
just
time.
one quick comment
Yeah.
before we move on. The other kind of conservative assumption, as Joao was mentioning, we model conservatively whenever possible, is that we are not capturing those server refreshes, those IT refreshes in this. This is just
Wow.
the straight
Holy
O&M.
cow.
Okay. A lot of the servers obviously are imported so that the impacts would be low, but it's just worth noting.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
there's a kind of a concept here we want to talk through before we get into the next round of results. We're now turning our attention to construction. So data center construction, this is Joao's graph previously that he walked through. We've had continuous data center construction in our state for the past 20 years and is projected to continue over the next 5, just the data points that we have. Normally, when you think of construction, you think of short-term impacts, right? That's a 1 to 2 year process for a facility. There's a significant amount of economic activity and workers in the area, and then they move on to the next project. Because we've seen sustained construction in this industry over a long time, this short-term impact is turning into a longer impact in our state. The other thing, again, is the other construction, those periodic refreshes are not captured here either. So just to get out front of that.
Makes sense.
Great. Okay, so when we look at construction and we think statewide, construction supports directly 3,900 jobs. Oh, I should mention, this is essentially our current snapshot of construction in our state. $1.1 billion of value added and 3,900 employees. When we think of the impact to the state, the total contribution to the state, that's 10,500 employees and $1.87 billion. That direct investment and value added there, that accounts for 6% of Oregon's construction industry. So this is not small. It's a significant amount to our economy. We talked through the multiplier earlier. So for every dollar of direct value added, accounts for an additional 71 cents supported elsewhere in our state. This is pretty similar to the general construction multiplier in our state. So we're pretty on par.
You said it's a snapshot for now, but it says 2024 up there. Is this what's?
Oh, that's the in-plan year.
So
data.
we should consider this 2020.
We should consider this 2025.
2025.
It's
Okay.
in $2025. Obviously, they're rounded heavily.
Okay.
And again, preliminary results.
Yep.
Okay, so this gets really interesting when we start looking at the geographic breakdown. Again, we're seeing that same geographic breakdown we saw for operations. When we look at value added there, we see that construction has a larger economic role in the east than it does in the west.
Anytime.
Same pattern we saw from operations and employment and labor.
Well, so just as a, sorry, right now we're adding 8% and 3.6%. So you're saying, so it's basically over more than 10% of the eastern economy.
Which numbers are we talking about?
It's 8.5 below plus the construction.
Oh, when you're thinking of construction and operation,
Yeah,
let's go on, you got ahead of me, let's keep
All right,
going.
sorry. That's a great point.
Shut up, you guys.
So if we go back to the statewide, we did not, so this is our, this is the current status, this is today, this is operations and constructions relative to Oregon's statewide economy. So essentially, almost 1 in every 100 jobs in Oregon is related to data centers right now. That's that 0.8%. When we look at value added, it's 1.6% of the statewide value added. So while it's significant and not huge, we do see more when we look at those regional breakdowns. We see this concentrated in the eastern side of our state. Can we move on? I've got one more slide. So I know we talked through some of the uncertainty with future construction and operation of data centers in Oregon. We decided to present kind of a snapshot of what the future construction and operation of a wholesale facility and a hyperscale facility will look like in Oregon. A reminder, the wholesale facilities, that's 60% of future projected facilities is primarily on the western side of the state. When we look at hyperscalers, they're only on the right side of the state, or the east side of the state, sorry. One of the major takeaways here is that the facility matters. I know Joao said this earlier. If you look at just even the construction and operational impacts, they're pretty significant between a wholesale and a hyperscale facility. If we look at the hyperscale facility, the value added of one additional hyperscale facility as is projected today, an average of the projection, we see that it represents 1.7% of current operational data centers in our state and of essentially 2% of current total operational employees in our state. So the takeaway here is that where and when and what type of data centers are going to be constructed will really matter for Oregon. With that, I can hand it over to Joao to go through some of our resource use. Do we have any questions before we move on?
Great.
Let's keep going.
Let's keep going.
Oh, you're on mute, Joao.
Sorry about that. I'm going to try to be fast on this part given the time, so we look at the potential of economic benefits that we can get from data centers. Terry made a wonderful job covering that. Now we are going to look at the energy part and the resource use part. Now, let's be honest here. There is a difficulty on all these studies that also happens on the employment side, for example, is transparency. Okay, given the amount of what you're seeing and the interest, and I would say even the pushback that we are seeing in certain areas, I'm always advocating that the transparency would probably help us to build to do better analysis and to have better data and understand better the impacts of data centers. And so a lot of what we have here, it's kind of state of the art of what can be done. But in many cases, I wish I would be the first one in the room that I could wish to do a better study and I could have better data to operate under this scenario. Can we move to the next slide, please? So it's important to understand, first of all, something that we see on the literature. And it's the way that we look at the data center energy use. And the way we look at the data center energy use is, first of all, we have a facility. Not all the facility is running 100% of the time. Like in our houses, we can agree that we are going to have a certain energy requirement, but doesn't mean that we are using the oven and the toaster and the washing machine and the dryer machine at the same time. So one thing is the energy requirement, the other is the energy usage. In the case of the data centers, the most important energy requirement is the racks, followed by the cooling and the air system. One thing that I see a lot of people interested in is on the cooling system because of its impacts, but we should never understand that even if at one point in time we have a system of computers that don't warm up and doesn't need cooling, we will still need the energy for all the racks. And the industry actually is trying to push for more and more energy intensive racks. So the cooling is only one part of the issue on the energy issue. And that's what comes over on the PUE that a industry usually uses to tell us that they are becoming more efficient. Yes, but the PUE only tell us the amount of energy that is going to the non-computational aspects of a data center. Meaning a PUE of 1.5 means that 50% of the energy that goes to a data center is going to be used on cooling. So what is happening is that the industry, in fact, is becoming much more efficient on the cooling side, and a parenthesis, we will talk about water in 1 minute, but that doesn't mean that the facilities by itself are using less energy if the racks, for example, now are using more energy. Just to understand what we are talking about. We put all this into consideration when we look at the energy forecast that I'm going to show you now. Can we move to the next slide? So when we look, for example, for average IT power of a certain facility, what we see, for example, is that the new facilities, both in hyperscale or wholesale, will have a much more demanding energy requirements. Okay, and as we can see, the average IT power per facility on the right has been substantially increasing in Oregon. And so this is the same picture as everyone, independently of the efficiency getting better. It's like, you know, we can have one old car and we trade it by a car that is more efficient. Sure, but if instead of that we buy 2 cars, then we are probably, and we are both, we and our partners using the car, then we probably are using more gas. So this is a little bit what we are seeing is like the increase on the overall market is pushing also the IT power, and the average IT power per facility is growing. Can we move to the next slide, please?
Oh, that, yeah. No, we can't, sorry. We're trying to save the TV in here. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, so when we look at the cumulative installed IT power of all the data centers, we see that we have moved from approximately 1 gigawatt of cumulative in 2020 to 4 gigawatts that are expected in 2030. Okay, so in 10 years, it quadrupled the energy requirements of data centers in Oregon, especially associated, if we see 2025 to 2030, it will also increase approximately 25% from 3 gigawatts to 4 gigawatts. Again, but the gigawatts don't give you the amount of energy that can be compared, because you never know how much energy the data center is using. Can we move to the next slide? So using data, having all these input into context, we can move to the next slide. I basically just explained this. What we have here is that we're moving to the gigawatt hours, meaning the actual electricity demand. And we use this using load factors from microdata that we only have access in Virginia, but as far as we know, there's not a single other study that has been done at the regional scale that is load factors. Okay, the industry, and I say these even so that you have in mind that this is a conservative scenario. In many cases, a lot of my colleagues were using the load factor, meaning the amount of energy that is used throughout the year on a data center, of 90%, because that's what they had from hyperscales. We have the real data for the largest market in the world of data centers, and we reached out to much smaller numbers because, again, there are retail data centers, wholesale data centers, and we reached out to 61%, and that's the number we have been using and that others have been using based on our estimations after that. That means that what we forecast is that by 2030, there will be 25,000 gigawatts, meaning 25 terawatts hour, if you want, per year of energy demand for data centers in Oregon. What does this mean? It will mean that 40%, so much more than all the residential households in Oregon, much more than all manufacturing in Oregon, 40% of all the state electricity demand will be dedicated to data centers. So again, we can always put the numbers in perspective. We are seeing that the impact on employment is in certain areas mild, in other areas important, but also this number is not split by utilities, But we can see is that definitely data centers are a new client that arrive into town, and that will use substantially amount of the energy that is produced on the state, with the implications that these have when we have an increasing in your load electricity in the state. So as you can see in 2025, you are already around 20%. You will get, assuming that the state electricity demand of all others stays equal, we will get until 40% by 2030. Are there any questions here?
Do you have an east-west breakdown on that 40% or on those terawatt hours?
So we don't have, we could do it, but to be honest, that then we don't have actual data on the utilities electricity demand to do that split. So it will become an exercise. And again, the energy markets are very integrated, right? You don't know when East Oregon is buying electricity to West Oregon. And in fact, the fact that the East Oregon is using electricity demand doesn't mean that's not so a problem to the West Oregon, depending on the way that your energy markets are regulated. Okay, for example, right now, Maryland users, Maryland ratepayers are having problems because of data centers in Virginia, because now Virginia buys much more energy than Maryland, and so they also have an increase in their prices. So this I would say that this would demand a completely additional study, but 40% of state electricity demand is definitely a large number that has to be considered into planning.
Yeah, let's give Bill a chance to ask his question.
We're interested a lot in load flexibility at peak, but I haven't heard this 61% number. How are you getting to a load factor number? Is it from reported data from data centers?
So no, not exactly. It's from reported numbers from Dominion, Virginia Dominion, the utility of where most of the data centers are located. They identify their energy use every month, and then we know how many data centers exist every month and their energy requirements, and we convert one into the other.
Great. Okay.
Thanks for that.
Okay. Next slide.
Yes. When it comes to the energy use, there's always this thing where it's very different to find data, but it's also something that we are dedicating part of our study, and we will mention this on the report, is the water energy nexus. There are two ways to cool a data center. You can use water, you can use energy or electricity through air cooling. And you can have both. And having both brings a new level of analysis that we are doing right now, and that creates some figures that people are misinterpreting, but I can explore more that topic if you guys are interested. But the thing is...
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, one thing I just want to note, the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission did a really good study on the water power nexus that I would encourage you to look at, because in the scope, in the Pacific Northwest, we have 31 dams installed along the Columbia and tributaries that provide a significant amount of energy to the region. And so it would also be good to think about the hydropower nexus and the impact on fish and wildlife species.
Yeah, no, definitely. So that was going to be my second point. But my first one is that you can use water from directly to cool data centers, or you can use energy. But even if you use energy, then you are always using water, because energy is usually the second largest consumer at the state level of the water, due to the needs for power plants, coal power plants, all the thermo energy power plants that exist. So then becomes an issue of where you are using the resources from. One of the dramas that we have, honestly, is that a data center doesn't have to disclose how much water they are using. Sometimes they even sign NDAs with the utilities, and they don't even have to disclose the energy that they are using. The only reason why we know this is because most of the data centers are built with diesel generators, and because they are critical facilities, we can end up assuming what is their energy requirements. But when it comes to water, we can't. Sometimes it's only a one-on-one business with the water municipality and the water utility. Sorry. So we should have this in mind because I think that, for example, if water is a level of concerning, this is where there is a lot of public policy that can be done. In areas that have scarce, that suffer from water stress or droughts, we probably want to move to an air cooling system, especially if the energy production system relies more on renewables that are not so do not use so much water in terms of water intensity and have a lower water coefficient. Instead, if we are in areas that have abundant water, then probably data centers will be much more efficient if they use the water locally to cool their systems and can even become a big client of the utility. And I know many utilities that have benefited from there, but like this is a more difficult analysis, especially than when it's done under the assumption that we don't have any data at the state level to look at these things.
Dan.
To me, this slide has a huge gap, and that's in net water use. And the reason I say that is we toured where the developments, the data centers themselves are either, first of all, recycling, but also creating community water that is not used by the data centers, whether it be irrigation, municipal, fish recovery. So all this does is look at what the data centers are using, not what they're creating.
So can I just comment on that? Look, I've been in many data center conferences, and I'm pretty sure many of you have. One thing that I always say is that there is definitely data centers that when they establish in a local place that engage with the communities and they have and they work with the communities together to minimize the resources. What I'm presenting here cannot be seen as a general criticism of data centers. There are data centers that know exactly that they are seeing some pushback because of this, and they engage with the communities. I've also been in places where data centers and data center developers took a completely predatory behavior towards the communities that were there. And that's why you see a lot of the pushback in many of the regions on the Great Lakes, for example. Is because there are stories about that were really unsuccessful in terms of the way that the data centers will work with the communities. I know a great example of Google, for example, in Georgia, Atlanta. They work with the community and they even help dealing with the stormwater issues and helping with the recycled water. Loudoun Water right now is building a whole system in purple water just to cool data centers. So I completely agree with that statement. Yet, from the planning perspective, we have to have in mind that when we see 700 data centers in Virginia, potentially 450 data centers in Oregon, 500 data centers in Illinois, 400 data centers in Ohio, we are talking about a scale that these problems will arise, and this kind of resource uses should be part of the way we plan for the data center arrival. And we have to have that in mind when we are doing public policy.
Okay, we have 6 slides left. Six.
Between us and lunch.
Oh, no. Oh, I think everything else is appendix.
Maybe
Yeah,
not.
that's it.
Oh, yeah, maybe that's it. Should we do we need the appendix or anything?
I
No.
think so.
Okay, and just
What
a
an
reminder, we have another hour after lunch to continue the conversation, right?
okay.
So we're taking a
good.
break to get lunch. We'll come back in 20 minutes.
For once,
and
we allotted the
continue.
time to dive into the.
Yeah, so there's plenty of time to really dig in and query the data, as it were. And for you, I want you to think about, this is your chance to ask Terry and Zhao about, so what do they make of this? What are their takeaways? So think about what you might want to be asking in terms of preliminary findings.
Absolutely want to say thank you for.
Yeah.
This is so
Yeah.
valuable.
And Camila.
Yeah.
Thank you, Camila, for commissioning this.
Yeah.
And when will we be able to have it in our hands?
I'm not sure yet.
The end of the summer.
Or final.
Yes, we're in August tomorrow, yes.
You'll be able to have this presentation in your hands as soon as, as soon as we post it.
Tomorrow morning, please.
Oh, yeah, did you mean the report or the slides?
Both.
Yeah.
So where's my
Slides now,
lunch?
report.
What time are we coming back? Just to clarify.
Okay, it is 12:23 right now. Shall we take 20 minutes? What do you all think?
Yeah.
Let's say 12:45, back in your seats, ready to roll.
I got watermelon cantaloupe if anybody's close by. My car's right there if they want to transfer it.
All
just
right,
drive
so
in front
for
of my
folks online, we're gonna pause the recording.
You rode your bike,
We're
didn't you?
gonna quiet everything.
That's gonna be quite a ride back, Michael.
We'll see you at 12:45. Okay, welcome back. Sorry for that little bit longer break, but it was needed today. All I can say. It was a needed break. I hope it was needed on your end as well. So welcome back. We are, there's Bill, great. And hopefully Zhao's still there as well. He's probably asleep. What is it, 8 hours ahead?
9 maybe.
8 or 9 hours ahead? There he is. There he is coming back, okay. Is it
I'm
8 hours?
I'm in Virginia right now. I'm not in Portugal anymore.
Oh, 3 hours ahead.
Now you're gonna
We're
stay late.
feeling sorry for you then.
Yeah, we thought you were pulling an all-nighter for us.
Right. Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. We are gonna continue and we'll have conversation, with Echo Northwest and Zhao. Vanessa has stayed, I believe, and is willing to answer more questions if you have it. I'm not sure if you do, but our target right now is, and I know that the DEQ folks, I believe, let's see, I think some DEQ folks were still around. If we need to talk to them, we can. So you can tell me about all that. But this is just a time to have conversation. We've heard the presentation now. Conversation directly with Terry and Zhao on the Echo Northwest the study that you all have been doing in the Wellness Center. So,
I have a question to start off.
all right, Greg, start us off.
Just on, we were told at the beginning of the session that this research has been funded by a foundation in Oregon, but are there any other sources of funding that should be disclosed about this research?
There are not, it's just the Lemelson Foundation funding the entirety of this research.
Okay, great, thank you.
And the one question I had is, just to clarify for the record, I know the results of this are preliminary. I'm wondering if you could speak to like how preliminary and what you anticipate, like what are those gaps between now and finalizing, and how do you expect any of the information, if any, to change in the report?
Yeah, there's the potential that some of the numbers could change. I would say probably not significantly, but they could. We are in final QA/QC checks, and then some of the other pieces of the analysis that were not quite as far along didn't make the slides today. So they're close, but they are still preliminary for change.
Thank you.
And question, in terms of this type of research, are you aware of other projects like this happening around the country that are being independently funded, not funded by, the Data Center Coalition or what have you?
Yeah, and Joao, I'll let you take this since you've done some of this work.
Yeah, there are several, although not that much. I've been working with foundations around the Great Lakes. Other colleagues have been doing similar studies for Georgia, for Louisiana that I am aware of, Oklahoma. So there are several studies being done. Currently, Florida also is interested in having a similar study like this. Virginia, we do it every year, just to keep track of. There was a question about like how preliminary the results are. On my side, I must tell you that I don't expect the results to change that much. Now, every day we are aware of new data that has been released. This is moving really fast,
Yeah.
and so so sometimes we just are aware of new data or new methods to do things, but we will also incorporate those in case they come before the final report. But we don't expect that to happen in this case. But there are several states right now doing these kind of studies. Even because the question on tax incentives is becoming more and more politicized and becoming more relevant. So in the last 2-3 months, you had like 4 or 5 states pausing their data center tax incentives, and so that's definitely aspects that are raised constantly within the community. And so yes, my answer is basically yes. There are several places that are doing these studies right now.
I see Bill got his hand up.
Yeah, Bill, go ahead.
Great. This is, I think, also for Joe and Vanessa. One of your key findings is that East and West look different. And we've been in data centers in both places, and it doesn't surprise me that East and West look really different. I'm going to ask kind of a wide open question for you. Probably doesn't surprise us. Land availability, even energy availability, just driving different sizes. It sounds like you haven't seen that in other states, but now that we know it for sure and see some pretty startling numbers about it, what might you say about a smart regulatory system in a smart statewide regulatory system that has a state bifurcated in this way? If you've seen it somewhere and seen some state address it, that would be great. But otherwise, I'm just interested in your thoughts about we're looking at the whole state here, and it has 2 very different sides. Thoughts on what we might be thinking about?
Can I amend a little twist on that?
Sure, have at it.
Additionally, are there places that Eastern and Western Oregon look a lot like that you have encountered in other parts of the country? Like, does Eastern remind you of this kind of state or this kind of region, and Western remind you of that? Just so we can have additional reference points.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Like, I would say that Eastern Oregon reminds me of Texas, and the kind of development we are seeing on Texas. And I would say that West Oregon reminds me of what I've seen in some cities like Chicago, Columbus, Ohio, Georgia, and other places, metropolitan areas that also have wholesale data centers being located next to it.
And then to Bill's question, are there any places that have a combination like we have?
So I don't like, my center is a public policy center, actually a public service center, but we do mostly public policy. What I usually tell my clients on situations like these and people I work with is that you should try to find legislation that fits the challenges and the requirements of the different areas. And for example, one of the things we are facing now in Virginia is that 85% of our data centers were located in the richer areas of Northern Virginia, right next to Washington, D.C. And I really understand when I go when I talk to a county manager or someone from a rural area down in Virginia, and he tells me, look, now people are starting to be against data centers now that I have the possibility of bringing data centers to my rural area, and now that they are actually finally not locating in the richer areas of Northern Virginia and paying even more taxes for those communities that didn't need more tax revenues. And I think this is a good way to put it. I always say that, we have to be aware that there are impacts that happen at the statewide, like energy impact, growing energy demand will affect electricity rates wherever the clients are served by that particular utility, or even by the same RTO, the same regional market. There are other impacts that might be local, the impacts on tax revenues, and you want to attract definitely tax revenues to poor counties in the rural areas of Oregon. That makes sense. So I would say that you need to craft the policy in a way that clearly identifies that what are the benefits and what are the constraints of data centers, and do a policy that actually promotes that data centers end up locating in the area that you find more suitable. I've been pretty personally I've been trying to avoid or study or even consider the policy on moratoria on data centers because I think it's too simplistic, too black and white. I know that are places that would benefit from data centers, and that they need those tax revenues. What you also need to avoid is a situation where localities and local members are convinced that data centers bring jobs because they don't. And they have to focus on the other kind of benefits that was mentioned before, like water improvements, funding libraries, funding schools. Like that's the kind of thing that you want to make sure that data centers end up investing and paying for. What you don't want to have is a race to the bottom where counties and states make it so cheap for data centers to locate there, they end up giving away all the benefits they could get from locating the data centers. And I know this is a very weird equilibrium because at one point a data center might decide to locate in Washington or Idaho or Montana because you guys just made your regulations too strict. I'm not aware what's the sweet spot for this. You know, it's part of definitely a negotiation. I don't have a key answer for that. But crafting the policy so that you have the data centers locating in places or where they can help dealing with the broadband issues, where they can bring state tax revenues to underdeveloped or disadvantaged communities, where they can solve infrastructural issues of those regions. Yes, probably this is not the suburbs of this is not this is not what describe the kind of development we are seeing in the West region, but more in the East. And crafting that policy wouldn't be problematic, in my view.
Tim.
Yes, thank you.
My pleasure, really. Sorry.
So, John, I have a couple of questions for you, or one is for you, at least the first one. We discussed briefly the distinction between East and West power, and you mentioned that maybe it doesn't matter so much, but we have pretty distinct markets for power here in Oregon, East versus West. And even just a cut at East versus West based on the types of data centers and the numbers of data centers you see now and in the future, and maybe their load and their load factor. Just a cut at that, I think, might be informative for us. So that's a request to see if that could fall out of the data. And then I'm curious whether it's still coming in the report or whether it's a consideration. I had asked for, if it's possible, some kind of look at the microeconomics that a data center, a hyperscaler, or anybody else who's looking to develop a new data center would look at. How do they look at Oregon versus the other top 4 or 5 states they might look at? That would include tax exemptions and water and land cost and a cool climate, so it's cheaper to cool. And a very important one, our sales tax as a giant tax incentive. So I'm wondering if y'all are thinking about looking at that. That'd be really interesting to know.
I can jump in on the second part of that. Yes, we are looking at some peer markets and trying to benchmark Oregon against some peer benchmarks. I will say it's tricky for the reasons we've identified with data availability on many levels, but it's also tricky as the tax incentive programs are changing every day now in these different peer regions. So we are trying to pull some of that together, and we just don't have anything for you today on that.
Okay. It would be interesting to know what you identify as peer regions. I think that would be just as important as what the benefits are.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
I can answer the electricity part. So why is this so complex? And I'm actually not trying to avoid this, and I'm not trying to avoid this exercise of simulating where the energy demand is coming from. It's because it might give the impression that because the energy demand is coming from one specific area, that the energy supply is also coming from that area, and it's not necessarily. So for example, what we are seeing right now in Virginia, as we are part of PJM, is that because we cannot catch up with the new energy demand of data centers, we are importing more energy from Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Ohio. So there are more leakages on the energy market in the state because our energy demand, electricity demand increased so fast that the supply could not catch. And so if you think that if we will end up concluding there is a huge impact on energy demand in East, but that doesn't mean that doesn't come from the utilities or the areas that have more capacity in the West. But it might be that they have more capacity, but they are not going to grow in the future. So this demands a different kind of exercise, honestly, that is called energy capacity modeling, that involves optimization, that we were not thinking of developing under the scope of this project. And it's just because utilities and trade between energy markets is just much more complex than we can simulate here.
We also have in the Northwest, authorized by federal statute, as an interstate compact called the Northwest Power Planning and Conservation Council, which has done a demand forecast of the next 20 years and what's anticipated, and can be extrapolated what's anticipated in terms of data center development, and then modeled 2 different scenarios and 10 different, probably 15 different sensitivities and 10 different futures to look at different climate futures and things like that that could impact, and what resource mixes would be required to meet that future demand. So I would actually argue we have pretty extensive modeling on that. And then included in that is the utility by utility, anything that's in an IRP is rolled up into the near term calculations of that. So
broadly, but not on data centers, right?
Well, data centers are huge. If you look at we do actually have a data center. We have it broken out by causes of the increase in demand. So again, it's modeling, it's forecasting. We don't know what we have a range of what we anticipate, but you can look at the data center, what's attributable to data centers in particular, and that's where I think other organizations like PNOC have similar forecasts, which is a coalition of utilities. So I think we have pretty decent energy modeling information, and then we have the Oregon Energy Strategy too, which includes the Oregon share. So Northwest, like the Power Councils, is regional, and then the Energy Strategy includes Oregon-specific information.
Martin, do you know?
Can I just say one thing, because I think this is a very useful comment. It's just that I've been seeing a lot of forecasting electricity demand, electricity supply exercises, that because they are based on only temporal trends. And I'm not saying this is the one, but for example, when we start forecasting energy demand for the Great Lakes, we ask for a meeting with PJM and MISO, for example, the big RTOs that manage the electricity markets on the Great Lakes. And when we met with MISO, more than 30 people came to the meeting on the MISO side because they didn't know how to forecast data centers. And so all their forecasts were just not counting for data centers. And so I've seen a lot of forecasts that are really on the conservative side. I would just look at those forecasts and see how they match with ours in terms of the gigawatt hour consumption, to make sure that they are including the whole dimension of the forecast of the data centers there. Because a lot of organizations are forecasting just based on historical trends. And our point here, the reason we are discussing data centers here, or we could have been discussing AI, is that this is a societal change. And so historical trends will not capture the change that we are seeing in the last 4 or 5 years. And so this is the only thing I'm saying that we have to be careful on when looking at those forecasts.
I think that's a good point, and that's not what the council's been doing this. It was established in 1991 and has been doing this kind of extensive energy modeling every 5 years since 1991. We're on the 9th power plan. So again, it's modeling, and predictive, and usually what comes to pass is not what you model. But it is pretty comprehensive analysis that looks at future trends, so,
Well,
but point taken.
yeah, no, point well taken, but also we're in a regulated market. If you look at Texas, parts of the Midwest that are in unregulated markets, then modeling changes drastically.
Yeah.
So I think, anyway, that wasn't my.
Okay, and so I've got Mike and I've got Dan, and Mike, can you give your name tag? Because it's right in front of the camera.
Of course, Greg was saying something that I'd like to hear.
Oh, I was just wondering whether the Northwest Power Council's margins see 40% by 2030 of Oregon's energy consumption being used by data centers, if that's the kind of thing they're finding.
I can't speak to the exact numbers, but we can definitely pull the slide, just because I can't recall them off the top of my head, but the 9 gigawatt number that gets thrown around, again, ours is not through 2030, that there's an action period through 2035, but we're looking out to 2045, and that's where that 9 gigawatt at the high end is the high end of the range for what we're anticipating-ish. It's not an exact number, but we've got, we can look at the demand forecast or that can be provided to us, but yeah.
Thanks.
Right, and I think that's also there's the E3 study that was also conducted, phase 1 of that E3 study.
Phase 2 really nailed it.
Yeah, so I think there's multiple, my point was just I don't think we need another energy analysis, because I think we've got a lot,
That's
three.
not what I was asking for. I was just asking for the numbers that would fall out of the numbers that are already here. And then we could square that with all the other things.
Yeah.
I wasn't asking for anything like what Jao was describing or what you're describing. It'd be I'm just looking for the straight math out of what's already in the slides, but that's okay.
Yeah.
We can do that. We can do that, as long as we frame it as, but we can do it.
Good job, all right.
Okay, I'm gonna change gears.
Okay, change gears.
One of the things that I was kind of hoping for out of this study was a little bit more in depth in what are we really dealing with on the data side. Is it retail data, not retail users or developers, but is it defense? Is it how critical is, and on a scale of 1 to 10, east, west, like we've seen all day, how critical is that? And then number
So
two.
how critical is the data that's being stored in the centers that we're talking about?
Or being created, yeah.
Yeah, stored or created.
And the second part is, we had a really good presentation during a tour by a developer that uses the Eastern Oregon as a research and innovation center for all of their data centers around the world. And I just, how do you put value to that? I mean, right now, Oregon is, when you talk data centers in Eastern Oregon, that's the leading technology in the world. I mean, it's being developed, innovated right there. And so how do you put a value to that and what it means to the world, basically, for innovation, whether it's new chip types, building types, information transfers, the transit of information. Cooling is a big one. And even energy use and water use and how you interact with the local community, whether it be irrigators and those type of things. I mean, I think we lose that when we start having these debates over do we build or we don't build and those type of things. And Oregon's always considered itself this pillar and leader of technology. And it's being exercised and demonstrated again because of the location to their headquarters, obviously. I mean, when you're only 2.5, 3 hours away, obviously you use those facilities for that kind of use. But do we put enough weight on research and development and innovation on what we have now and what's been developed in Oregon that's being shared in the world?
I can start on that. So I would have to start with, that is not something that our study was designed to look at. We don't have great information on what is going on within the data
Okay,
centers.
and that's legit.
Yeah, we don't know what they're being used for specifically based on our data. These important types of information that are important to capture, but we can't necessarily quantify them within our analysis, are great to incorporate into the context and bring in that local context and global context. That said, we don't have specific data that even kind of dives into that piece of being a leader in the research field.
Can I jump in? So, really quickly, usually there is a disclosure that I make every time I present about data centers. The first thing that I say, that is actually probably more than two. There are three or four because the first thing that I say is that I'm an economist. I don't understand how well what happens inside a data center. For me, that's all black magic. The second thing, the second thing is that I don't know if there is a bubble, a AI bubble, and we are going to be here tomorrow saying, "Hey, look, this whole thing went south in the financial markets, and now we are going to have." I don't operate under those assumptions. I operate those assumptions that everything is going to continue to operate normally. And there is a third thing that I usually say is that I have no clue about if AI is going to bring positive or negative impacts to the society. And I'm saying this because data centers are the backbone of our technological system. Okay, they are critical infrastructures, and there might be that we could consider that Meta or Twitter is not a critical facility, but the data center itself is, just because the way that everything is interconnected right now. This means that they have to be connected 99.999% of the time in a year, which means that they can only be disconnected like less than several minutes a year, and that's why they have diesel generators. This means a lot about the importance of data centers. More, I really think that we should have data centers on places we can actually regulate them. I'm really criticized, believe me, every time I go to a Virginia community and I say, actually, I think there should be data centers in Virginia and probably more data centers in Virginia because I want to have the capacity to regulate them. Now, the thing is, what about innovation and what about this market? Like, I would say this market is just very volatile. There are constantly technological disruptions that we are looking at. Of course, there is a value for any region to have data centers, particularly, again, rural areas that for decades have difficulties trying to attract investments. We just need to understand how we can frame these massive power plants, these massive infrastructures in a way that we can minimize the costs that they also bring to the rest of the society. And we know that there will be water costs. They will put pressure on the water infrastructure unless we already have good examples brought to the table, unless we operate in that way. Like there were towns in Georgia that already faced drought during the summer because of data centers. There are towns in Texas that are facing droughts because of data centers. So this is already something that we know it's happening. So it demands planning. On the same side, we are looking at, because of electricity demand, energy prices going up in many areas that have located data centers. Electricity prices going up affect particularly the low-income households, because those are the ones that pay disproportionately higher amount of electricity bills that, in terms of when compared with their income. And most of our decarbonization goals that we didn't even address here today are also are really in challenge right now, because as we are delaying the closure of the commissioned coal facilities and opening new natural gas power plants to satisfy the new demand of these data centers, Many of the efforts that were made in terms of the Clean Air Act in many states, those are being challenged right now by the increase on energy demand and the need to produce more electricity. So we just have to prepare and plan for all these things, knowing that is a fact. Data center industry is very connected to the technology industry, and eventually, if there's not a bubble, it will be here to stay.
Okay, let's move around the table. I think, Dan, you're done, right?
For now.
Jean, was yours up? No, okay, Greg, you're next.
Great. Thanks so much for this really helpful presentation, and everyone's already said that already, but I'll just say it too. Two questions. The first one you may not really have anything to say to, but I'll ask it anyway, which is from our very first session on this, we sort of learned about this idea of gravity among data center developers, and that once you have an existing facility, it's your natural inclination to want to add in the same location. And I guess it has to do with, there's probably a lot of reasons that they like that idea, but we're certainly seeing those clusters here in Oregon. So any insights from an economic perspective that you would share around that concept? And the second one is transparency came up a couple of times where you talked about data that you did not have. And so if you were going to give us a list of your dream data, what would that list look like?
Yeah, I can jump in on the second question and then let Joao jump in. We're economists, so we love data. You can never have too much data for us. We can use all of it. So the more the better. I think what would be really helpful for the tax policy questions this committee is thinking about right now, as a lot of people across Oregon are, is that three-legged stool we talked about. It's really understanding not just the abatements, but also the tax revenues paid, and then also all those fees and CBAs. Some sort of consolidated data set with that information would be really helpful for fully understanding the tax profile of data centers in our state. Two types of resource use that we don't have great data on. I know Joao already touched on this: water use and electricity use. In our state, we have both surface and groundwater availability, so it's not just going to the utilities and asking for it, right? We've got to actually get data from the data centers themselves on water use. And then the last piece is workforce. I know some of our programs, our tax abatement programs in Oregon, have really been set up with a thought of workforce. And we don't have great data, as we were saying, on workforce. We've done our best estimate possible. So understanding how many people work at data centers would be very helpful in this process. Those would be the four kind of key points, I would say, for data availability. I don't know, Joao, if you have additional ones.
No, not really. I think it will be helpful to know when a data center is trying to locate in somewhere, like what are going to be their cooling technology also. And the question that has been come up more at the local scale is like the noise they are going to produce. And so having kind of these environmental impacts to understand their noise. Another thing that I really want to study is the impact of data centers in property prices. Because I really understand that, you know, they are big contributors in terms of tax revenues, but if that comes with a decrease on property values of residential areas around it, that can also have a kind of a negative spillover effect. But there are no studies on this. We are still learning from it, but it's something that I'm pretty sure that will be studies done on this in the near future.
Okay. Other questions for our study partners here?
I might jump in.
Please,
Two
Joe.
questions, I guess. One for Joe. You mentioned maybe just sort of offhand, but that these data centers have to be connected 99.9999, and that was certainly kind of what we heard at the beginning of this process. But it feels like we're hearing something quite different. That there are some jobs, some loads that have to be connected with the 5 or 6 nines, and there are others that can be relocated or turned down or otherwise provide some of that flexibility at peak. And just making sure that that's what you're also hearing and understanding. Hence that 61% load number, and maybe we can't equate those, but your study suggested that data centers aren't coming in at 90% or 95%. They're coming in at 61%. And isn't that because they're not always pedal to the metal? Am I understanding that right?
Yeah, yes, you are. But I would be very careful with that number. So the 61% is because we are looking at the overall pool of data centers that includes smaller ones or wholesale ones or telco ones that in fact don't need that. What I would say is that every time I go to a data center conference, all the data center developers are looking to places where they can operate in an unconstrained way.
Sorry, say that one
So
more time. The
when
operate.
they in an unconstrained way,
Mhm.
and they want to have the flexibility that if they need like to run during 3 months at 100% of the capacity, they can. So the 100% of the capacity, of course, is not eventually feasible on the long term. Then there are maintenance issues that reduce that to the 95, those numbers that used to be used as a load factor. I think those numbers are lower, but just because of the business model. So I know that there is a colleague of mine that did this study in North Carolina that everyone is looking at in terms of the peak management. I don't think that's realistic when we look at the data center, the kind of industry and data center developers that we are dealing with them now, where they want to grab every piece of rack and put them operating in the most unconstrained way they can, so that can only be concerned about their computational capacity at that point. So I've really like people have brought to me have come to me like and tried to make me aware of this the peak management thing. What I'm seeing is that there is more development of data centers in areas that they are not constrained to any kind of management in terms of they want to do within their infrastructure. And so this is just my takeaway on this.
I guess I hear what you're saying. I still am wondering, in my head anyway, that in a world where unconstrained load costs a lot more than flexible
Sure,
load,
I
and
understand.
or unconstrained load gets, more importantly, perhaps faster to market than unflexible load. Those things, we haven't had a world that looked like that.
So
And
so
if we
so
did have a world that looked like that, I wonder.
the only thing that I can tell you is that I saw a data center report that at one point said from one of these big companies, these hyperscale companies, that where they said that 1 hour of a data center not operating costs them equivalent to $7 million. So that's why they will run away of all the places that start demanding peak management.
Yeah.
And or at least they won't be so eager to locate in those areas. Look, I can tell you that from all the states I've looked for, I've seen one kind of local policy that can be applied that really scare data centers away. It's easy to catch that policy. You just look at Texas, and there is a place in Texas that barely has data centers, and I start asking why, and I inquire a couple of people. And if you have air quality measures that basically tell you that you can only plug diesel generators less than 24 hours a year, they won't locate there because then they cannot become a critical infrastructure, and they cannot operate under the 99.99% rule. And so that particular county said, look, we are imposing a limit here because of air quality standards. We don't want giant diesel generators operating this way. And then no data center considered going to that county. Does this make sense? I'm not going to be the one saying that, right? It has to be with air quality standards and local decisions. But as far as I know, it's just to reinforce the idea that they really want to operate unconstrained. And right now, these big companies and big techs are competing by the computational capacity that they might have to develop new products that are only going to enter the market in 1 year or two, but they believe that it can make them make millions of dollars at the end of the day.
Which I think,
Well, this is
can I put it just to,
Yeah.
because I think this is really important when we look at, it's really important not just to look at like the demand forecast for the region it's also important to look at our track record in terms of time to build on the generation side and time to build on the transmission side. Those energy constraints are going to create, absent any policy, will create a limitation on the amount of data centers. It likely, I can't say that definitively because I don't know, but we will reach at some point a lack of capacity to build at the rate that, so I think that some of this stuff is going to sort itself out, like we'll hit those natural limitations and caps, which I don't know why I'm making that point, but I think it's just it's an interesting thing to think of as the data center committee considers our charge from the governor, which is what is the state's interest in a particular issue, and is that the appropriate point of regulation? Is regulation necessary? Is it the appropriate point of regulation? And if so, what recommendations do we have for the state policymakers and the governor in particular to potentially move forward?
Margie, just to connect those 2 points, I totally agree. I also think if we have no load flexibility, and I'm hearing what Zhao has to say, but if we have no load flexibility, we'll hit that cap quite quickly. If we have some load flexibility, there will be more ability to shoehorn new load in. And maybe that's just the obvious, but that's a statement worth making.
Yeah.
Well, I would agree if we're talking locally, but if we're talking as we do now, import as much power as we do, that's not a call that we're going to be able to make anyway, because that's going to be Montana and Wyoming and Utah and other state, Washington, on imported power. Now, I agree 100% with what you guys just said on local, that Oregon has control over. But imported power may lengthen our lifespan by a long ways. But again, that's not, we're not influencing that.
And it lengthens it even more if you have flexible.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
And then, you know, I would hope that we can find a place where this demand can help us address some of those constraints about transmission and other things. If this appetite in these investments can help us break through some barriers on build out of a clean grid, that's kind of what I'm hoping for.
Okay, good to hear. I also want to make sure, Vanessa has been sticking with us to join as one of our prior speakers, and so why don't you just come on up, Vanessa, so Dan can see that you're sitting there. I know he has another question for this group, but I'm gonna broaden our lens and narrow our lens, right? Because I think that part of what Zhao's been talking about is looking at that big picture, bringing it back to what is the charge, what is that regional look, what is it that you as people talking about Oregon.
And my question is going to tie back into the schools and local communities.
Great, I'm glad I invited Vanessa back.
It's a pretty simple question, is what would Oregon look like right now if we wouldn't have built a data center in 2012 and from there? Is that something that we can recreate?
Why would we do that when the charge is future focused?
Because that'll tell us where we need to look at. I mean, would we do it different? Would we have this policy in place if we could go back to 2012? Would we put the brakes on research and innovation, or would we encourage it? I would be curious for sure to know, and obviously it's easy to take that 8.5% value added and subtract it. But does that, now you're talking about, would we still need 6 sand and gravel pits and all that other development that doesn't get included into the 8.5? I'm just curious. I mean, I lived here since, way back. But what would Oregon look like without data centers? To me, I mean, my knee-jerk reaction is we would still be in the same schoolhouses in Hermiston that were there in 1955, and the campuses would look much different than without that contribution to Eastern Oregon. And I'm just curious if there's or even if it has value. Like Donna said, maybe it doesn't even have value. But I'd hate to be the Scrooge of Christmas past, and recreate something that wasn't
I
desirable.
kind of react to your question in a slightly different way. The study that we've just had presented has really, I mean, it's confirmed for me and maybe others, just the economic importance of what's happening with data centers in your neck of the woods. I mean, more than 10% of the economy is based on data centers in your county. There's like 800 jobs, more than 800 jobs in Morrow County. And how many people live in Morrow County? 8,000? I don't know.
Not quite.
Right, it's not that many people.
No.
I don't know. I mean, that's not answering your question, but
It's the same as Joel said. He said that, well, they don't create jobs. They only 150, 200 jobs in Eastern Oregon is pretty major.
It does remind me of when we talk about power and water. It's one thing to talk about them in abstract, a table or in a chart, but when you localize it, a kilowatt here is very different from a kilowatt there. And when a kilowatt arrives has different value from, different times a day. And the same, I think, is true of jobs.
Yeah, and 10,500 per student. I mean, if I'm Hillsborough and have 19,000 students, is a whole lot different than if I'm in Hermiston with 9,000 or 10,000 or whatever it is now.
Yeah, and your study did, for me, a similar, putting it, I mean, I think East and West is, just a useful construct to start to localize what this actually means. I'm sure we could go even further if we wanted to or had to, but even just the East-West was enough for me to start thinking about this differently. I'm wondering, from and Joe, this is a question for you actually, is, you mentioned, the one county in Texas where, data centers were not going because of a certain policy. Was there anything that stands out to Joe or to others that makes Oregon an outlier, either positively or negatively, when it comes to how we think about data centers and how they fit into our economy, our resource, our landscape mix?
Joe?
Can you say that again? Like I got lost in the layers of the question, and I'm just sure I provide the right information.
More specifically, John, you looked at the Great Lakes, you studied Virginia. I think, by different measures, Oregon is, 2 or 3 on the list of data center sort of complexes in the states and around the world. Is there anything about Oregon that stands out to you when, that might inform our understanding of why has Oregon been a favorable place so far? What makes it different as the industry thinks about where it's going to go in the future, from a policy perspective or from a tax perspective, whatever it might be? Is there anything that jumps out that makes Oregon different, for better or for worse?
I think you become the best place in the West Coast for data centers to locate, because California has no tax incentives. Is one of the few states in the US that has no tax incentives, has a very expensive electricity, much more expensive than in Oregon. You guys have the land, particularly on Eastern Oregon, and that made it really suitable. Like you have the interconnection, fast internet, availability of electricity, and the capacity to build out substations to feed these data centers on Eastern Oregon. You become a cluster. Knowing that what's happening in California, it would make sense for me that Oregon becomes like the leader of this regional market as it is right now. But when it comes to the data center industry, there are 4 things they want to know: fiber availability, land availability, electricity availability, and if needed, water availability. They can solve that problem. It's not as needed as the other ones. And you guys, looking at the maps of the infrastructure in the US, Oregon is one of the places that could be seen as one of the most favorable places to be located, particularly after you guys had a tax incentive and California never had a tax incentive.
Okay, thank you for that. Greg.
Since you mentioned incentives, maybe I'll just, and I know this wasn't part of your study, but maybe you have thoughts about this, which is, you know, so you mentioned how it relates to California, but there's sort of a sense that Oregon is generous, I think, with some of its incentives, particularly like, you know, we heard from Minnesota and their big sort of concession was to not have sales tax applied to data centers. But we don't have a sales tax at all. And then we also have other tax abatements on top of that. So I guess my question is just is when the states that you've looked at, since you have looked at incentives, how does Oregon fit into that? Where are we in that continuum of states that are trying to encourage or incentivizing data centers to come here?
So I haven't, like, hopefully that can be something that if you guys are interested, I would be okay including in high level analysis in our report, but that wasn't included in our analysis. But there are a lot of caveats on data center tax exemptions. And you know, you have sales tax on construction, for example, as you have in Virginia, but you have sales tax on electricity purchases as in some states like in the Great Lakes. You have 5 states now pausing their data center tax exemption, particularly, and incentives, particularly it was Ohio, Nebraska, Illinois, New York, and Minnesota. Massachusetts. You actually have New York passing now a moratoria on data centers. To be honest, doesn't surprise me because New York had no data centers planned for the next 5 years. It only had a smaller one. So it's really kind of, it's a measure, like all the data centers are in New Jersey are not in New York, so doesn't even surprise me. But there are a lot of caveats on there are tax exemptions that, for example, look at the number of workers that are being created. There are other tax exemptions that look at the average wages or the jobs that they are being created. So there are a lot of requirements depending state by state. What I know right now is that there are 36 states with tax exemptions right now, and that in Virginia, that's the one I've looked for in more detail. It's the largest tax incentive that the state of Virginia has ever given to any industry. And so that's what we have. But we can try to dig a little bit. I've been working in a side project with some folks at the National Laboratory of the Rockies, and they made actually a very straight and comprehensive assessment of the different tax incentives at the state level, and I can try to borrow some of that research that I've done and put it also and include it also in this study at a very high level.
Yes, please.
Greg, I would piggyback a little bit on that, and just as a reminder, when you're thinking about tax incentives, to be careful about looking at them in a vacuum. We've got all those other payments we've already addressed, and just that that whole picture needs to be flushed out to be able to get the full fiscal picture.
Yeah, like thank you, Terry. Very, very wise to say that, because sometimes I get excited and I just promise more than I initially thought. But this is at the state level. Like for you guys to understand, the only place where I look at is at the local level. Let's think about the $150 million data center. There are counties in Virginia where the data center would be located. And let's think about Loudoun County, that is the county in the world with more data centers. That data center would pay $10.5 million a year of tax revenues. If that data center locates in Culpeper County, that is like 20 miles away from Loudoun County, that data center is going to pay $0.8 million a year. So from 10.5 to 0.8. This is a level of assessment that I have never seen anyone doing it. That is, what is the local revenues and the tax revenues that data centers have to pay. And that's why the only thing that Terry could show was a very high level analysis. And let me tell you of my experience, and that's not because I'm loving working with the Eco Northwest, but of my experience, that's the best I've seen until now. Because the changes at the local level are so important that it's very difficult to track the contributions at the local level in terms of and thinking of also local taxation of data centers.
Okay. Thank you for that. I know Vanessa needs to get out of here shortly.
Yes, I
And
have one for her, so do
And
I.
good, and you have, okay, so I wanted to shift now. If there's more for Terry and Zhao when we're done, not grilling, but
Yes.
having a conversation with Vanessa, we'll do that. But we are, the one place that we have been really as possible is on that public comment period. So I want to make sure you all have a little bit of a break before that. That's scheduled for 2:15. So it is now, just as time check, it's 1:47. So Mike, then Dan.
This is an impossible question, but I'd love your take on what it would take to make it a possible one to answer. Data centers and our property tax incentives, what would make it possible for us to at least get a feeling for, has it been net positive in the sense that perhaps data centers have increased enough economic activity that has led to taxes, income taxes say, that have gone into the general fund that has made it possible for the legislature to increase its contribution to the school funding apparatus? Or has it been a net negative in that data centers have received tax abatements that have resulted in local school districts getting, putting less into the system than they might have otherwise, say, because they've abated so much? And, directionally, what would it take for us to be able to answer the question, has it moved it up or has it moved it down?
That is a really big question.
Yeah, that's why it's impossible.
I think for part of it, it would be, getting data from across the state to really understand in each county and each local taxing district how much has been abated and how much has been, received then in like school support fees.
Mm-hmm.
I think for the rest of your question, as far as like the economic activity, I think that would probably be a better question for our partners at Eco Northwest.
Which I would say this is a very nuanced industry. There's so much nuance here that trying to distill everything down to one metric to try and piggyback off that to say this is a good idea or a bad idea, I would urge extreme caution. We don't have enough data to be able to get to a true cost-benefit analysis or a number that we would feel comfortable kind of trying to index this for you. So I would urge caution in trying to get down to that level.
Can I follow up then with a request? You don't have to answer this, but if any recommendations or ideas come to mind that would, under any circumstance, would push the contribution of data center policies, related policies, towards benefiting our school funding system directionally positive. What, independent of where it is right now, are there any mechanisms, if some come to mind? That's the kind of thing that I think we would be very open to. So I'll just kind of plant that seed, ask you to water it, and if any fruit comes to bear, please circle back with us. Because I think right now, from what I can gather, and tell me if this is wrong, we just don't know enough. The data largely is at the local level. Following the bouncing ball through all the different hoops that it has to jump through, through the economic impact across our state is difficult to track. And if we can't even answer the question right now, does this help or does it hurt, puts us in a very difficult position to know, what are the buttons we want to push or recommend that our governor might consider pushing to help make this better for our school systems than what it would be otherwise. Thanks.
My question is very similar to Michael's. Is the state of Oregon becomes self-confusing in a lot of different ways. A lot of states can say that. But we have this tendency to create without looking at the dominoes or the unintentional consequences. So going as far back as Measure 5. If Measure 5 wasn't in place today, that the windfall for local school districts and the state, even at 15%, would be huge. And so, because it would be market value instead of based on a property tax cap. So we wouldn't even be having this discussion if we wouldn't have implemented Measure 5. And I'm not arguing good for or against. So I think we need to be careful on whatever we do.
Yeah.
But I'm 100% on board with Michael. If you have recommendations, first of all, that would simplify, I mean, I'm on the Transportation Committee too. Our legislature has stacked so many statutes on top of each other that we can't even calculate some of our taxes today. And this school district's not a whole lot different. You're in a position that I don't think anybody envies. So, I mean, even if it's a suggestion for a flatter tax or a simpler formula or a one-off formula that you can do at your desktop in 20 minutes that takes 10 days AI and a whole data center to calculate today. I mean, I think we would really appreciate advocating for a simpler, more direct, more accountable, and more relatable formula if we were ever to make that suggestion. At least I would, especially at a school level. So if any recommendation you have at all, I think we would all appreciate.
I think just to respond to that a little bit, in order for for us at Department of Education to even start to make a recommendation, having the data available would be the first step. And so I think that's kind of where
that's what I'm kind of
be.
trying
Yeah.
to say.
Well, to the same question, that Gene asked, if there was a wish list of things that you wish, you knew or could know, that is hard to figure out right now, that's something that we're very receptive to in terms of, ideas.
Thank you for being here too.
Yes, I think for your civil service.
Other questions for Vanessa? It was very helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
Very, very helpful.
And the data that you, just one quick question for
Please.
Vanessa.
Yeah.
The data that you would have that would fully fill that in would extend well beyond data centers because because of all the local revenue is opaque to you.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and there is also the Legislative Revenue Office, and so they probably have a better eye into that than we do.
Okay.
But yeah, we don't really have an eye into how those, what's happening with the abatements. Like I said, the data that we get back from school districts is the end dollar amount that they received, and so we're not sure, was that a 15%, 16, all the way up to 30, or exactly what that.
And no insight into the community development or benefits.
Which I have a question for Dan, because I think it's important, data centers are really widely talked about right now, but they're not the only industry that we have in the state. And I was wondering, Dan, I know it's anecdotal based on the county that you live in and represent at the local level, but I'm curious, are there other industries that are utilizing the long-term enterprise zone agreements? How widely used are those across multiple sectors? Or is it really just the data centers are the new development in town right now? And so the majority of your new and future long-term enterprise zones agreements are like that?
The answer is yes and no. We have some of the earliest enterprise zones that were actually utilized in the state, and that was in the food processing. Lamb Wesson's $350 million addition of those type of things, which are huge. Walmart Distribution used an Eltrez for their original, or Easy for their original construction, and they're in the middle of a $500 million robotic upgrade that they chose not to use an Eltrez for because of some of the job requirements. A different story, but again, community development dollars come from those type of investments. You look at things like substations and utilities; those all operate off of a different program than enterprise zones and Eltrez. That's a whole different. But we're in negotiation. I'm sure I'm missing some. But we're in negotiations right now with a couple of different outfits that will take advantage. One of them is a and to the industry, and one's completely separate. But enterprise zones are incredibly important to us, or LTRESs, and SIPs. And they're actually operating exactly what they were designed for. When LTRESs and enterprise zones were first brought in, and they still are based on geographic and demographics and underserved and employment dollars. They're based on those things. You can't just locate an LTRES or an enterprise zone anywhere. It has to fit the legislatively designated criteria. And for us to take advantage of that, theoretically, the use of the LTRES or the enterprise zones will someday put us outside of those parameters if we're successful. And they were designed for that purpose. We would love to get to that point, not no matter how, but through smart partnerships and smart cooperation with developers. And it is, everybody talks about this, we'll save your industrial land for 30 to 50 years till you don't know what's coming. We've been waiting 30 to 50 years to get to the point where we have development that is improving our county. We're trying to find ways to use that in other parts of our county. Much like the state, there's an east and west, and Umatilla County has an east and west. And to grow that, you have to have some kind of foundational industry. Agriculture will always be the foundation in Umatilla County. And so that's why it's so impressive to see data center people working with agriculture, irrigators, producers, all in the same room, at the same table, same committees. That's when you know that they've become part of your community. Is when an irrigator can talk to a data center, when a data center can talk to a municipality, and have those open conversations all the time. Now, do we have detractors in Umatilla and Morrow County? We do. There is no doubt about it. But I think we've had detractors from food processing. We've had detractors from rail traffic. But has our lives improved? Exponentially. Whether it's through the Little League programs, all the way to scholarships for kids, to the schools, to the campuses they work on. It's just been a great partnership.
Can I clarify quickly on the last thing you just mentioned?
Yeah.
For Vanessa? The school funding program is strictly for the school kind of operating budgets. And I remember on one of your slides, there was a brief note around kind of bonding and capital improvements. That is outside of the school funding formula, is that correct?
So the state school fund is, it's general fund for school districts, so they can use it for any purpose. The revenues that come in for them that are like capital bonds, those are not considered local revenue because they are restricted for that specific purpose.
Mm-hmm. Can I add on to that?
Well, let me just restate what you said. The state money that goes to them, they could build something. They could use it for capital.
It is possible. School districts, while the state school fund is not restricted, it is the most flexible funding that they have, and it is largely used for things like staffing costs, where they can have flexibility with that funding, where many other funding sources is a very specific need. And so while they can use it for things like capital improvements, it's generally not what they use for capital improvements.
Let me add this really quick because it's important. I think it's been the last 3 years. Each of our development agreements that Amazon, just to call them out by name, because we did it, but also with Sabi, the developers and the data centers, they pay 100% of market value for the schools and law enforcement buildings. So every school.
Voluntarily.
Voluntarily. They pay what, so the police station in city of Umatilla basically is being paid 100% by Amazon through property taxes because it's valued at 100%. A courthouse that we're looking at, the matching funds. Law enforcement and education are paid at 100% on bonding. Our first responders, actually, it's not just law enforcement, it includes fire, yeah, sorry.
So opt in.
Yeah, and those were negotiated through the development agreements.
And it doesn't show up in the local contributions part of the formula.
No.
Correct.
Okay, we are like on time.
No way, I
Um,
quit.
So we're gonna take a 15-minute break. Well, we're gonna take a 13-minute break. Everybody be back at 2:15 sharp so we can start the public comment period. But thank you again so much.
Yes.
Thank you, John.
And when we get back, I just want to let public members know, Kathy Sampson Cruz, if you're here, and Mackenzie Springer, you're going to be our first two people, followed by Brenna Yellowthunder, Tracy Schultz, Kathy Chambers, Jody Weiser, Lori Bauman, Darren Ash, Leslie Cocken, Erica Maria Mosesson, I think, I don't know how to say that one, Emily Waldron, Candace Crawford, and Howard Bell. So we'll see you all back here at 2:15. We will pause the recording and turn off the video, and thank you. Okay, we are back at 2:15 and ready to start the public comment portion of our meeting. And I just realized I'm not sure if Cody is with me on this right now, so let me find my participants and get Kathy.
And where they live.
Colby and ask if she is helping us with this one.
She's been here before, yeah.
Sorry to.
She's here. Colby is.
Has she put people up to panelists? No. Okay, I'm not seeing Kathy. Unless it's with a K.
Kathy's not here.
And then I'm looking for Mackenzie. Mackenzie is right there. We're gonna get Mackenzie. We're gonna promote you to panelist.
Still with us?
He was. He might have just got off camera.
Okay.
Let's see. And when you join us, once we call your name and we promote you up, please turn your camera on so that we see you on our screen.
And let us know where you're from, if you can.
Yeah, if you can say who you are and where you're from. And Mackenzie, thank you for joining us, and we are ready for you to start your conversation after you introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. Thanks. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mackenzie Springer. I'm from Portland, Oregon. I'm speaking on behalf of Neighbors for Clean Air, which is a statewide organization that works to ensure that every Oregonian has clean and healthy air to breathe. First, I'm really grateful that this committee ultimately dedicated time to discuss the air quality implications. That being said, I am disappointed there wasn't a full session devoted to this topic. But I wanted to highlight something that was brought up today in the discussion this morning, that emergency emissions are not governed by DEQ because they're complex and unpredictable. The potential impacts, however, of these emissions could be severe. So I want to focus on some possible solutions to address how to kind of preemptively mitigate these emissions. Number one, mandating battery backup, requiring data centers to deploy backup battery storage systems capable of handling, at the very least, short-term grid disturbances and potentially demand response needs without firing up their diesel engines. Number two, requiring Tier 4 best available emission controls. I'm really glad that DEQ incentivizes that. but I think at a minimum that should be mandated for all new and existing data centers to have tier 4 equivalent emission standards. And ideally, the generators would be equipped with software prohibiting them from operating if the control systems fail. The emission control systems do fail, and if the modeling for the air quality is going to be based off of the emission controls, it should be ensured that they're operating all the time. And then narrowing the statutory definition of emergency, both the federal and state definitions of emergency is really, really broad. And so the Oregon could easily restrict that legal definition of emergency to ensure that facilities are only running their backup diesel emergency generators during true emergencies and not allowing them to run it when the failure is a cause of their own system's failure. Basically, it would allow for it to only cover failures that are truly outside the data center's control. And then finally, ensure that DEQ and the CAO program specifically has adequate funding to fulfill their monitoring duties at the data centers. This morning, DEQ talked about how, in their program, they do the permitting and monitoring and just making sure that DEQ has kind of adequate staff to make sure they're doing that to the full potential. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And if you have an idea for a definition of emergency, if you could send that to datacenter.ac Alpha Charlie @oregon.gov, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, will do. Thank you.
Now we will go to Brenna Yellow Thunder.
Yes, we will. I have promoted her.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brenna Yellow Thunder, and I'm a member of the Ho-Chunk Nation. I'm also Navajo and Standing Rock, and I'm talking to y'all today on behalf of the Indigenous Environmental Network, which is a national and international organization that fights for the inherent rights of Indigenous peoples globally and here in the U.S. And I wanted to talk to y'all today about the rights that will be infringed on if a lot of the infrastructure is to be built in order to support data centers. And I think something that a lot of people will not fully have thought through is thinking about how much of support and funding is going to be able to prop up this industry and the cost that comes with that when it comes to tribes and things like salmon restoration. I would like to point out that last summer there was a huge multi-tribe agreement that was supposed to set aside $1 billion for tribes to be able to restore salmon and other fish in the Columbia River Basin, and that was revoked by Trump. And in the same vein, we're seeing that there are so many different projects that are being proposed that are about data centers. And I would like to share that the Columbia River Keepers recently put out a report that shows that there is not only a correlation, but a causation between the rise of data centers projected and the rise in oil and gas. And that's something that a lot of tribes, myself included, understand that history of those fossil fuel industries have an effect on tribes in our land, have an effect on whether or not states can honor the treaties that they have made with the tribes that are state recognized and federally recognized. I'm not sure how much time I have left. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And we do have an email address that we will put in the chat so folks can submit additional written comments through that channel if you'd like to. Next, we will go to Catherine Chambers. And Tracy Schultz, if you're there, we will come back around to you at the end because we couldn't find you.
Did you say Catherine Chambers?
We did. Can you
Okay, I am here. I was having, as usual, technical difficulties.
We have those too. Thanks.
Well, thank you. Camera, Tracy?
If I can just speak instead of wasting time trying to get my camera. Okay. Yeah. My name is Catherine Chambers. I'm a member of CUB, Citizens Utility Board. Today, I'd like to address the extreme strain data centers will put on our power grid and the harmful emissions put out by the data center generators. As far as the stress on our power grid, our energy system was not set up for adding new customers the size of cities, and data centers are straining the grid. PGE says its data center load increased from 50 average megawatts in the spring of 2020 to more than 300 average megawatts in the second quarter of 2025. That's equivalent to the power use of about 240,000 homes, and this number is going to keep growing. Data centers should bring in new energy generators and capacity, and data centers should be more flexible during peak energy times like extreme weather, and we need to act on this now, not later. As for harmful emissions, data centers are generally equipped, as you know, with diesel-powered backup generators, which can power the entire facility in the event of planned and unplanned power outages. When running, the generators release air pollutants that are harmful to human health, including carbon monoxide, nitrous oxides, and particulate matter. A team of researchers at Virginia Commonwealth University, and I note that one of our speakers or panelists is from Virginia, found that emissions from data centers generators increased substantially in the region between 2015 and 2023. Carbon monoxide emissions increased by 196%, nitrous oxide emissions rose by 111%, and dangerous particulate matters emissions jumped 139%. And I just ask that we not subject our citizens to this danger, not to mention our domestic animals and wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine.
Thank you. Jody Weiser is next. Jody, thanks for joining us again. Can you turn your camera on? Jody, are you there? I know that she was promoted. Jody, are you unmuted? Okay, we're not hearing you if you are there, Jody.
Now can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you now.
Okay, you've all met me. I'm Jody Weiser with Tax Fairness Oregon. What we know from conversations with community leaders in a number of the data center locations is that local communities are attempting to recover for themselves in fees every dollar they lose with data center property tax abatements, and that they are consciously leaving K-12 unfunded, as they know the school funding formula will backfill for the abated taxes. So the local communities are taking care of themselves. Boardman's budget jumped from 21 million to 87 million in the last 4 years for their city, while property tax contributions to Morrow County School District remained relatively flat. Hillsborough recovers in fees about 40% of the taxes abated in data centers. Well, their share, where the business is not receiving abatements, would be 37%. So they're actually getting a little extra. The losers are not only K-12 school funding formula, but also Washington County, the Port, Metro, PCC, and the Soil and Conservation District. The reporting on the long-term rural enterprise zone, which most data centers in rural Oregon are now using, is still inadequate. The reporting on the standard enterprise zone is better, but the reporting on the SIP is robust. While most of the data center hotspots also have SIP agreements for wind, our analysis of that reporting shows that local communities are recovering 37% of the abated taxes in fees, with a little bit in taxes. So for all of the SIP agreements in the state in 2025, which included only one data center at that time, although 2 others have applied and will probably come in this year, the K-12 funding formula is receiving just 3 million rather than 140 million because of the SIP property tax abatements. By our standards of fairness, this situation must be remedied, and we hope you will recommend ending the abatement of property taxes for data centers. We don't need them for competitiveness. They want to build on another 9,200 acres. And without those top property tax breaks, we will still be the best deal on the West Coast.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jody.
Thanks a lot, Jody. Let's move to Lori Bowman. Lori, are you there? Yeah, there we go. Uh-oh, Lori was there. Now, back.
Just
There we
learning
go.
how to use a computer. All right, thank you. Hi, my name is Lori Bauman. I'm here to represent. Well, first I want to say thank you. Thank you to the advisory committee for having me. My name is Lori Bauman. I'm here to represent the Laborers Local 737. Laborers, we represent over 3,000 members statewide who diversely construct wind and solar farms, high rises, civil work, bridges, and heavy highway. Our union supports responsible data center growth. We believe that if these projects are built, they should be built by a skilled local workforce with family supporting wages, good benefits, and meaningful community input. We've heard today that data centers may not create a large permanent workforce once they're operating, but while that may be true, but building them still requires thousands of hours of skilled labor, creates opportunities for registered apprentices, supports local suppliers and contractors, and puts people to work in careers that sustain families and communities. That's why LIUNA believes data centers, the infrastructure that powers them, and their supply chain should be manufactured, built, operated, secured, and maintained in the United States with union labor. Responsible growth also means requiring data center developers to pay their fair share of energy, water, and tax costs, ensuring transparency and making sure any public incentives include strong labor standards and real community benefits. When these projects are done responsibly, they create pathways into the skilled trades, strengthen local economies, and leave behind infrastructure that benefits communities long after construction is complete. LIUNA is committed to helping ensure that data center growth is responsible, accountable, and beneficial for workers and the communities where these projects are built. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Lori. Spot on there, Lori. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And let's now move to Darren. There's Darren.
Hello, committee members. My name is Darren Ash from Lapine Data Center Accountability, and I'm here to talk about what our rural community in Central Oregon needs for data centers to be good neighbors. We want neighbors that don't make loud noise 24/7 and who don't pollute our dark skies. We want neighbors who don't suck up our water or contaminate it with nitrates and PFAS, or who make us breathe generator emissions. We want neighbors who don't cause our state to be on fire because Oregon is burning right now. That's climate change. Data centers are not compatible with Oregon's climate goals right now. I can't even buy an incandescent light bulb at the hardware store, but that's worth spending extra. But while we're paying for LEDs, adjusting our thermostats, and carpooling, big data centers are sucking power and exploiting us. Even if you think climate change is a Chinese hoax, it's still a huge slap in the face. Sometimes we're told it's okay just because it's coming from hydro or renewables, but every megawatt that goes from BPA to a data center is a megawatt that can't displace fossil fuels somewhere else. To be good neighbors, we care about the impact, and so far data centers aren't mitigating their impact. Well, your presentations today are focused on economic activity with biased, inflated numbers. What about those additional considerations that are supposed to be today's topic, like the impact on our climate goals so we're not drowning in smoke and fire every summer, and the impact on the communities that do not want to live next to a noise-producing, dark sky-ruining polluter? It's cold economic logic versus our burning reality. That's why we need strict standards and a moratorium in the meantime. A moratorium is not overly simplistic. We need meaningful conditions without data centers ruining our communities during that implementation time. That's what a moratorium does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Darren. Really appreciate your time and thoughts today. And Leslie Kochen, you're next. And after Leslie is Erica.
Hi, thank you. You ready for me?
We're ready.
Okay. Thank you. The number of existing and planned data centers in Oregon is mind-boggling. The explosion of data centers is driven by greed, pure and simple. Large data centers are the physical manifestation of big tech's speculative AI dream, a dream built on shaky financial ground. The tech companies and their allies, including our utility companies, and unfortunately, some of our elected officials are in it for the monetary windfalls. Continuing down this path without thoughtful consideration will only support the corporate-led enterprise. This enterprise is exploiting our natural resources, driving the climate crisis, exposing residents to public health harms, destroying farmland and water resources, and threatening non-human species. In addition, the desired outcome, very powerful AI, will wreak havoc on our privacy, public safety, labor, and military operations. Evidence shows that data centers produce short-term gains for construction workers, but all too often, no greater stability for local job seekers. We need tax and funding strategies that move us towards stable schools and funding for services and developments such as affordable housing and solar farms built by union labor. Our elected leaders and this advisory committee are limiting their focus to the necessary guardrails to data center expansion. Important as guardrails are, we should first ask whether we need more data centers, and if so, where and for what, who benefits, and who pays the price. Many Oregonians are asking these same questions, and we see their answers in resistance across the state. Contrary to the claims of data center and AI boosters that there are always broad community benefits to be gained, there is instead ample evidence of community and environmental harms. I call on this committee to consider a 3-year moratorium on data center expansion and new construction in order to consider these and other important questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Really appreciate you being here, Leslie. Thank you. And now let's go to Erica. And after Erica, we've got Emily Waldron is after Erica. Did we lose her? What happened to Erica? Erica, come back. I see her there, but she popped off of. Okay, she's being re-promoted. Here we come. There we go.
Hi, my role was a panelist, and then I got changed back to attendee, so I hope I didn't do anything untoward.
We're happy you're back. So go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead. So I want to thank the Data Center Advisory Committee for this opportunity to address you. My name is Erica Moseson, and I'm a pulmonary and critical care medicine physician and member of the Oregon Thoracic Society. The Oregon Thoracic Society is comprised of lung and ICU doctors, thoracic surgeons, respiratory therapists, and other allied health workers. We care daily for individuals with diseases caused or worsened by air pollution, whether in the intensive care unit from heart attacks or strokes, or attacks of lung diseases like asthma and COPD, to the clinic in which we find ourselves prescribing very expensive medications for diseases ultimately caused or worsened by polluted air. As a lung doctor, I am always telling people to quit lighting things on fire and inhaling them. I usually mean cigarettes, but people often don't realize that breathing in pollution can cause similar illnesses, from heart diseases to lung cancer. And it may seem hard to understand how particulate matter from a diesel generator or excess oxides of nitrogen or ozone from power generation can sicken people, but it is important to remember that the lungs are designed to extract oxygen from the air straight into our bloodstream. Think of inhaling something small as an IV injection, like doing IV drugs. Pollution goes from the air into the bloodstream and circulates throughout the body, causing disease. The damage of pollution goes from womb to tomb, stunting the growth of babies in the womb, leading to premature deliveries, which lead to an increased risk of lung disease later in life, to changes in cognitive function in our children and our elderly, increased risks of heart attacks, strokes, and more. All of this costs not just lives, but money. When you have a premature or sick child, or a kid who stays home from school for asthma, or a breadwinner that can't work due to sickness, that costs all of us, not just in lost health, but lost productivity and revenue. I'm a board member of the American Lung Association of Oregon. The ALA's 2026 State of the Air report highlighted data centers in particular as an increasing source of air pollution, both direct and indirect, one that is already imposing billions of dollars per year in public health costs in the United States, driven by increased healthcare spending and lost productivity. All roads forward with data centers must involve less pollution and not more. We simply cannot afford it. Thank you so much for your time. The Oregon Thoracic Society will, of course, be submitting written testimony as well with references. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, thank you for yours as well. Really, really appreciate it. All right, thank you. Emily Waldron, you're up next.
Hi, my name is Emily Waldron, and I am a resident of the North Plains Helvetia area of Oregon, as well as a member of Oregon Data Center Defiance, a statewide coalition organizing for data center reform and better practices. I would like to give comment today. And I think after listening to today's meeting, I want to highlight that the conversation around data centers isn't just about money. We keep hearing the discussion about money. We keep hearing about the costs that they bring or jobs, but their impact is much greater than economics. And to have this continued idea of an east-west divide in our state is very ignorant about how intertwined we as Oregonians are together. I live in Western Oregon, but my rivers start in Eastern Oregon. I live in Western Oregon. The air that I breathe that sometimes has smoke pollution is the same as what's in Eastern Oregon. And to try and split us up like that is not something that is realistic of what our situations are. I also wanted to bring up something that we've asked in the past, which is, I'm sorry for my children, which is for us to have a moratorium. And when we say a moratorium, it doesn't mean a ban on data centers forever. It means that we need to have time to really pause and look at what I'm going to bring up the word today of innovation. We need to be more innovative about how we are regulating data centers. But the only way that we can be innovative is if we have the space to actually be able to research and apply these before more and more applications keep coming in. In Hillsborough alone, when they were discussing their moratorium, they received 2 applications. How many more are we going to get while we're discussing regulations? And because they've applied before a regulation has been put into place, the regulation doesn't apply to that building permit. So we need to have a pause so we can be innovative, so we can figure out how to make these companies work for our communities and for the betterment of all of us as Oregonians, how to make sure that when they're asking for jobs, we're requiring them to have union-based, Oregon union-based jobs, making sure that they are treating their water correctly for PFAS and nitrates, making sure that our air is clean, they're not polluting our light, they're not polluting our waterways, they're not taking money from my children's school because of all the tax abatements. The list goes on and on and on and on. And even when you take numbers that people have been giving you inside these meetings, we have people who Business Oregon last time told you there's an average of 6 people hired per data center. They said 5,600 people across 800 locations. That's 6 people. So we're doing all of this for 6 people to get a long-term job at a data center without looking at the more holistic picture of what is happening in our communities today. Thank you. I ask that when you're debating, just recommend a moratorium, not as a permanent stop, but as a temporary time that we as a state can look together about how to make this best serve our state united. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Emily. And we're going to move on now to Candace. And there you are, Candace. Welcome.
Hello.
Tell us where you're calling in from.
Yeah, I live in St. Helens, Oregon. Thank you for having me here and for this opportunity. 5 years ago, Oregon's data center footprint was between 60 and 80, and today we have about 123 to 136. That's almost double the numbers of operational facilities. It's a massive surge. To put this in perspective, Oregon now hosts more data centers than most entire nations. Oregon alone has concentrated enough infrastructure to rank among the top states in the nation for power consumption. We've become a global sacrifice zone for digital storage. We do not need more server farms. We need a moratorium on all new approvals to allow our grid and water tables to recover from the current surplus. And like Emily said, come up with more innovative ways to where it's not affecting our communities. We should not be paving over Oregon's farmlands or placing industrial grade diesel generators next to our schools or homes. In St. Helens, where I live, they want to build in a contamination zone that is right on the Columbia River. Even if you implement stricter siting rules, you cannot mitigate the fundamental math. These facilities require more power and water than our communities can spare. If you refuse a full moratorium, then an absolute minimum, the how must change immediately. I would like a total ban on diesel backup generators. If they require massive power, they must fund localized clean microgrids. And then full tax accountability, closing the loopholes in the enterprise zones program so that every facility pays its fair share to support the public infrastructure it depletes. Members of this committee, your report should not be a roadmap for managing this industry's expansion. It must be a defense of Oregon's future. We're not against technology, but we're against a system that forces Oregonians to sacrifice air, water, and fiscal stability to power speculative AI models. The question you should ask yourselves is, do I work for corporations or do I work for Oregonians? Please stop the unchecked growth, recommend a moratorium for 3 years to do regulations and research correctly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Candace. Really appreciate you taking time to be here, as we do everybody who's here. And Howard Bell, you're our next one. Please, welcome. Where are you at?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. I mean, where are you really? Like, where are you located?
I mean, is the video on?
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Oh, you see me? Oh, great. Oh, I see it. Oh, great. So I'm Howard Bell, OPIU Local 11 Business Manager. And I was fortunate enough to be able to talk with your group in meeting one. And Mr. Miller had a question for me about combined heat and power systems, how you can capture heat. So I had a great opportunity to go to Denmark and see some of those technologies over there. So I just wanted to share what I've seen over there. So we got to go to a large data center facility where they were actually capturing heat and using it for district heating. It was actually serving 11,000 households. So it was a pretty cool technology. And I just wanted to add that I asked more questions about what can use all this heat for. So you can use it for domestic hot water, commercial greenhouses, nurseries, controlled environment agriculture, fish hatcheries, agriculture operations, food processing, lumber drying, absorption chillers, recovery heat instead of electricity, provide air conditioning, chilled water, snow and ice melting systems, thermal energy storage systems. So I had sent an email with a diagram of a concept of a data center. Yeah, I love energy. I love technology. And one of the ideas was we supply it with natural gas, turn it into hydrogen, and that could be blue hydrogen or turquoise hydrogen. I've got a background in both. We had a pilot project at Northwest Natural with capturing, and what it was turquoise hydrogen. You capture the carbon, use it for other purposes, and then you can actually then move on to using hydrogen to make electricity. But the cool thing is, with the absorption chillers, you don't need electricity for that. You can actually use the heat, and then you can use drying coolers, no water. So there's all this cool stuff. So when I hear about moratoriums, I would just ask, let's do some pilot projects. And this doesn't just have to be about data centers. It can be about all industries. I'm very much involved in lowering carbon emissions. We're about carbon counting. And I think we can do it across the board for everything. Start capturing heat. And we can create a lot of work with these kind of projects. And when you create a data center with a lot of technology, that's operation and maintenance costs, or maintenance going to go on with a lot of people in there. So there's a lot of opportunities for work. So anyway, thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity. Great seeing you guys again.
Thanks, Howard. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that takes us to the end of our public comment period, a little bit over half an hour. So thank you all very much for that. Really appreciate everybody taking their time. And just a reminder that the committee is always open to your written comments. You might have more time to get said what you want to have said. So thank you all. Thank you, Howard. We will demote you from being a panelist. Don't take that personally. And we will then move on to the next items on our agenda here. And the next agenda really is for the committee to chat with yourselves about, what have you heard? What are you thinking? Really to start to connect the dots and preparing for your deliberations conversation on Tuesday. So I think I'll turn to the chairs first and just see, what are you thinking at this point? What do you want to say to your colleagues about all this?
Yeah, the crazy thing is that this is kind of like the halfway point. This is the continental divide of our work as a committee. We've gone through several months of fact finding. We have drunk from the fire hose, as it feels, and we finally reached the point where with this meeting we've kind of gone through that stage, and we start to turn our attention to the next phase. For those who have been paying attention, we hope that we would originally plan that we would get through this a month or so ahead of the reality. We've added topics as we needed to, and so this is going to take a little bit longer. But the truth of the matter is that as we try to connect the dots, there are now just more dots for us to connect now than there were in our original plan. So there is more work for us to do. I'm just really grateful that we have, as a group, thanks to the input and comments and expertise that we've been able to gather along the way too, we've been able to, I think, really kind of have the freedom to ask the questions. The dumb questions, the hard questions, the questions for which there aren't answers, and maybe we knew that going in, and for the questions that there were answers, and some of them hopefully were easy. And I think that all of us have been taking notes, all of us have been jotting things down to ourselves. I'm really looking forward to Tuesday. We're giving ourselves Monday to recuperate, I suppose, but Tuesday to really starting to lean into what are our takeaways from all of these meetings. But the particular thing that I just want to share is that today's meeting was a different one from our prior meetings. We came into this one kind of circling back on some topics, going down some rabbit holes, but ultimately we were not able to go down every topic that we wanted to or maybe even needed to. I will express, I have a personal interest in topics that we were not able to address at all. Noise, for example, is a topic that we heard today is of concern. I think we're learning that there's more to learn about this, but at the same time, there's only 6 meetings. There's only so many minutes in each meeting. And so even topics that are worthy of consideration, I think folks can expect that we will identify them. We're not going to be able to tie a bow around all of them. Today's session was also useful in that we were able to circle back and identify things where we maybe didn't get it right the first time or didn't fully clarify it the first time. I think there's going to be more of these. Each of the topics we've addressed is complex. There's going to be stuff that we thought we heard, or that maybe we did hear but heard wrong, perhaps, or maybe we heard it right but it wasn't actually correct the way we heard it. I'm just going to ask that we're all kind of just remain open-minded and ask each other hard questions. This is the time, I think, where we go from listening to the subject matter experts and trying to absorb to starting to regurgitate a little bit and kind of checking each other's math along the way. In the spirit of the graduate school seminar, we go from being in the classroom environment to going into the study group, so to speak. My one big takeaway today was that the school funding is way more complicated than I had understood it to be, but also I think represents an area where it felt like to me we turned over a stone and saw some things that may not have been obvious just looking at it from its distance. And so I'm grateful that we were able to dive into that with greater detail. I think there's room for improvement and opportunity to help not just the communities that are hosting data centers, but communities across the state in ways that could be tangible and meaningful.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges that we have bumped up against is just the amount of time that we have. I would say we've tried to get the highest and best use, and having participated virtually in a couple of these meetings, those of you who continue to participate, who are participating virtually, it's a heroic effort on your part to sit in front of a computer or phone all day. I think that when I think about next Tuesday, I will be I've been going back through the facilitator notes that are posted on the Oregon Department of Energy's website, on the Data Center Advisory Committee website, and you can find that just by Googling ODOE, Oregon Data Center Advisory Committee, and there's a link to the facilitator notes. So I've been going back through those, which Colby has been putting together, and it's a really good resource for understanding where we have been and what we've learned, and identifying where those data gaps exist for issues that are part of our charge. And for example, you know, in sitting through the DEQ presentation today, one of the things I didn't have a chance to ask is that some aspects of that are regulated at the federal level, and the standard is set at the federal level, and then some of it is set at the state level. And then we also heard about the case study for the jurisdiction in Texas that set its own air quality standard at the local level. And so I think, you know, before we get to making recommendations, it's really important that we continue to ground truth those questions that we have, the gaps in information that we have, because again, our charge is to look at those things that have been identified in the scope to determine whether or not there's a state interest in that. If so, what is the interest and how might that be addressed, either through executive action, statute, regulation, when we get to the final recommendations. And so next week, on August 4th, really look forward to like hearing from all of you too. What are those things that have bubbled up for you as part of this process? Where are those data gaps for you? And what are those questions that you have that you think will be necessary to answer before we get into developing recommendations? And then look forward to also the public opportunity to comment on the preliminary findings report. So there will be a 30-day public comment period and a meeting where we will take testimony as well on that, to make sure that we have good, very, very, very well vetted preliminary findings report before we head into deliberations and final recommendations closer to the end of the year. So I'm excited to have been where we've been, and really looking forward to the conversations that we're going to have moving forward about how we take this information and like figure out what we do with it. Yeah.
I'll just add that,
Let's go around the table.
It's been an incredible amount of information, and I really appreciate all the contributions, all the people who came here. Some of them spent a whole day with us here, folks who spent a whole day on the phone, folks who commented, public folks who commented. I'm disappointed that I'm going to miss Tuesday because I'll be on vacation with family, but I pledge to listen to the whole thing, hopefully at 1.2 or 1.3 speed, but hope to listen to the whole thing because y'all will be recapping what we heard and beginning to discuss those things. So I look forward to that. And yeah, Mike, to your point about keeping an open mind, and we're going to find things that we still need to correct. I hope that everyone who provides public comment on our preliminary findings can point out factual things that maybe are off. Certainly there'll be opinions too, but I really look forward to any factual corrections in our preliminary findings so we have the right information to work with. Today I appreciated some of the folks who were advocating for a moratorium did so in the spirit of let's find solutions, which I thought was helpful, and I think that's what we're trying to do here. Whether, however we come at it, we're trying to find solutions and ways to have innovation, and there might be some opportunities for innovation even in the short time we have, and then there might be follow-on policy opportunities later for more innovation. I also just wanted to pick up on Howard's comment about heat, to get a little bit technical. So many opportunities in industrial symbiosis with data centers. We heard a little bit about that a few meetings ago. Howard listed a whole bunch of possibilities, really cool things. Thank you, Howard. And I just wanted to say, even if a data center isn't powered with natural gas, there's a whole heap of heat to work with, and we could do some really good things there. And our skilled trades could make really good use of that in building affiliated or associated plants that take advantage of that. It's not maybe the high heat you're thinking of, but still a lot of low heat that we could do good things with. So that's a big range. And then there were east-west comments as well today. Certainly, we are one state. We're connected. We're dependent upon all of us. But there are differences as well, as we saw in some of the data. And we, I think, need to be really thoughtful that any solutions we recommend are aware of the differences in the applications of these data centers and how differently they appear in the economy and in the environment in Eastern Oregon versus currently in Western Oregon.
Good. Okay, thank you for those thoughts, Tim. Who wants to go next? Greg?
Happy to go. Yeah, so I think it has been a really interesting session today, and I was going to maybe share a few thoughts about backup generation for a moment. You know, if you look at what has happened in places like Tennessee over the last year, where you just have absolutely lawless use of backup generation, no pollution control, unpermitted. Yeah, it's just basically, they're using it as bridge power, basically. Yeah. But just absolutely lawless, where they keep them on the trailer and therefore claim they're not stationary sources, just all kinds of stuff like that. And the public health impacts are just completely unacceptable. All aspects of it are terrible. And so it is good to hear, there's no evidence of any of that here in Oregon. Here in Oregon, I am hoping, you know, it's at some period of time, and maybe, you know, I would like for it to be 10 or 15 years, we all look back and say how crazy it was that we had all these diesel generators, right? That we installed thousands of generators at the cost of many millions of dollars to have generation that they don't want to use, that we don't want them to use, and we don't have any evidence that they're being used, except in like 8-minute increments, or maybe once a year for an hour. That seems to be what the record supports right now. And so how do you get to that future is obviously a really big challenge, and it's probably more than the challenge that we're charged with. But I do think that the kinds of policies that we do can, you know, will exacerbate their use or not, and that goes to sort of the load flexibility issue that Bill keeps hammering on, which I think he's right to hammer on that issue. It goes to the other issue, which is our overall climate emissions, which is, you know, if we're really headed towards 40% of the state's electricity is being used by data centers, it sort of illustrates the point that, you know, in 2020, you know, we were on track to meet our climate goals. People could see how you could do that. You could dramatically cut carbon and have the economic growth and achieve all the things the state wanted to achieve. With data center growth, that has roiled that. And what's our role in looking at that question? And we're at this unique moment of time where, you know, there are some who would say, well, time to get rid of any sort of limitations on using fossil fuels. And of course, if you were to build out in that direction, then you would have facilities with, you know, now looking at a 40-year lifespan, right? That we've now decided in this one moment of vulnerability to build. So these are really, it's an important time frame for all these questions. I think I'm looking forward to talking with all of you about it more on next week. But I think that was really interesting. I have some other points, but maybe I'll come back to them after everyone has a chance to talk.
Great. Thanks, Trey.
Yeah. Continuing on the theme of the diesel generators, it was something that, when you look at photos of data centers and you're like, what are those big things sticking out all the way along them? And it turns out they are, they are diesel generators that are the size of a shipping container. And while they have limits, and there are, state and federal limits as we've seen, it's not completely clear to me that that the limits are sufficient. We've seen how the federal government can undo environmental protections with, kind of the snap of fingers. And it's not clear to me that our state has sufficient guardrails that if that were to happen, that would prevent data centers from using more diesel than we want them to. I also fundamentally think there are better alternatives than diesel generators. And I appreciate, I think it was Mackenzie Springer's comments, very productive suggestions as to what could be alternatives. And those are things that we have been discussing and will continue to discuss. A couple of other just points outside of diesel. One would be related to school funding. I also, I was mentioning to Vanessa, I've lived here for 33 years and I have 3 kids. I had no idea how school funding in the state works. Right. So that was extremely illuminating and also just hugely important because all I've heard for the 33 years I've lived here is that we don't have enough school funding. And so this is a really, really key issue that we need to make sure our policies on data centers are not exacerbating issues with our schools and hopefully contributing to improving our school funding. And then I think the last thing I wanted, the last thing I wanted to mention is regarding the Echo Northwest and UVA study. So illuminating, through these 7 months since we've been together, we've been hearing a lot of numbers thrown around about jobs and workforce and so on. And, often without citations as to where they come from. And now we actually have 2 independent parties who are being funded by a nonprofit to give us some actual data, which was very, very helpful. So I so appreciate all that work. As always, if it opens a can of worms, I want more information, I want more data, but I think it's a great place to start. So, and I also, I'm coming away from this also optimistic that because a lot of these data center companies do have their own environmental goals and things like that, maybe there's an opportunity for them to help us achieve our carbon goals, air pollution goals, water conservation goals, and so on. So I'm hopeful that the discussion next Tuesday, the preliminary report and the further discussions, could lead to some really interesting new policy suggestions for the state that really holds Oregonians' values at heart.
Nice. Okay. Dan, and then Bill, we have not forgotten you.
First of all, I want to pass this around because out of all the boards, committees, and commissions that I've sat on over the last 45 years, this by far has been the most professional and most kind of intriguing. I don't even know how to define it, to be honest with you. I mean, I came in with a lot of biases and predetermined wrecks that were going to happen, and I have to say every one of you guys will be friends for life. It's one of those committees. I don't think we'll always agree on everything, but if I could ask each of you to sign this as my home office gets remodeled for 2 years from now and the contractors are in there, I'd like to put that on the shelf as one of my most
let's all pass them around.
I mean, most intriguing committee and productive in real time. And as Margie said 100 times, we're building this plane as we're trying. I don't know if we're taking it off or landing it, but we're not even to the wings yet. And every one of you guys, Greg included, that there is no doubt that I'll consider you guys friends in memoriam. to be honest with you.
Bill, we're gonna send this to you at some point, I guess.
Yeah.
But on top of that, I have a list.
Dan, is this where you're buttering everybody up? So bring down the other hammer?
No, I hope not. I think one of the many things that we've learned over the last 7 months is this is complicated, very complicated. And I would ask that we don't add to that complication of how we produce findings, policy suggestions, that we be very intentional on what we come up with, so we don't make a complicated state or suggest to make a complicated state more complicated than it is right now. Everybody here has worked at agencies and agency levels, and I haven't. I've only been an elected official that tries to interpret those agency laws, and so I just ask that we be very intentional about not trying to complicate what is already a very, very complicated subject. Number two, a lot of discussion on moratoriums. I'm not a big fan of moratoriums. I think that industry applies self-moratoriums more often and in a smarter way than public policy does. And the definition of moratoriums is wide, deep, and very, very fast current. So if that's something that everybody has a desire for, I would suggest that it be very, very thoughtful, and what the effects at the end of that may be, not just on this industry, but it's how other businesses, other industries look at Oregon and how we interact in partnership with businesses around the world. Because if you put a moratorium on one industry, the big red light is that's a state that has no hesitation to stop an investment. So I think that needs to be very careful. I think the other thing that shined very bright to me was how local data centers is and how it affects us all. And when I say that, it's kind of selfish, for sure. But Umatilla County commissioners don't get to go to Lincoln County or Tillamook County and tell them how to spend their coastal tax dollars or their tourism dollars. We don't get to help in the negotiations with keeping the Blazers. So I think that recognizing that local folks have local goals and input may help guide us on some of our deliberations and the needs of the local communities. And I can't diminish at all how excited I am about being kind of the leading state on innovation and research and a way to reward that. And I'm not talking just the data centers, because the last thing on my list, you guys are all gonna say, we knew he was gonna get there.
I can't wait to hear that.
But in power generation, I think that we need to find some way to reward innovation, research, and emerging technologies. I won't say the word out loud, but emerging technologies, including advanced advanced nuclear, that we don't stunt what we could create on a carbon-free power generation platform. And that's all I got. So, thank you guys.
Very
Great
good.
list.
Good. Thanks, Dan.
I'm going.
All right.
All right. I want to sign Dan's placard, and I want to sign placard of my own, because I do really appreciate this group. But maybe today even more appreciate the people who have been sitting online for an entire day every month. It's good TV, but it is TV, and I really do appreciate that we have people who do this every day. I'm sorry to have to do it today, but it was an effective meeting. A few things on my list. The M word, of course, moratorium is a charged word for sure. In my mind, it means we don't want these damn things. One of our commenters said you need to have a pause while you get things right, or while you put your structure in place. And we'll have a lot of conversation about all this. Though that kind of language says to me, we don't want unintended consequences, which is people racing under the bar while we're putting the bar in place. And that to me has some logic to it, and I appreciate the comment that the person from the public made. A couple of the just nitty gritty issues. Greg set me up. Flex at peak. I pound it all the time because we plan our energy system for the peak. All the wonks around the table know exactly that. It's the one hot day of the summer or the 3 cold day spell in the winter. That's how we plan our system. And that's why, and again, speaking to a bunch of wonks here, that's why flexibility at peak really matters. We had a panelists say, oh boy, that really upsets the balance if you're asking for flexibility at peak. I'm not letting go. I think it's too important. I don't think there's room at the inn. Houston, we have a problem. All those things. If we don't find some ways to force flexibility, not maybe for everybody, but there's some advantages if you're flexible. I just think that's a key component of all this. This keep it simple. I think maybe none of it is simple. The one simple idea, we all talk to people who don't know very much about this issue. When I say there are data centers that could be waterless, people are like, oh, finally, there's something that we could all align around. Well, of course, it's not that simple. We've talked about this. We need to understand the secondary water use. Tribes have told us we need to really connect on, Cryptic has told us, what are the water impacts of water use on fish and wildlife. In one of my meetings, I've also been told waterless data centers also may use more in terms of forever chemicals than ones that use water. So a lot of rabbit trails to follow. I think it's just an example of how simple solutions. We're going to demand all data centers be waterless, at least over time. Well, I think once again it depends. So I look forward to the deep conversations we're going to have. I don't think there'll be anything easy about them, but I look forward to them nonetheless.
Yeah, great. All right. Follow-on thoughts? Now that you've heard the initial ones, right? Yeah. Because it's next Tuesday, right? And let's continue with the thoughts, and then
What's your guidance for us, Donna?
What's my what?
What's your guidance for us?
Well, my guidance for next week is, the way we had spoken about approaching it next week is that each of you have agreed and taken some assignment to present on each of the topics we have covered over the last 6-7 months. So it'll be a quick, I'm imagining like 10-15 minutes, just recapping what happened at the meeting, who spoke, what they talked about, what were some of the key themes. And then as a group, then, all right, so what did we learn from that conversation? What did we learn from those presentations, the conversation, the public comment that we heard during that time? What did we learn? What questions do we still have? And do we have any preliminary findings now? Or is there more information that you need to get to those preliminary findings? So I've actually started to put together a PowerPoint. I'm going to send it to all of you so you can fill in those questions along the way. But that'll be for each one of the sessions. And we're expecting about 40 minutes on each just to get your juices flowing. From that summary that we put together, you then will go into a quiet time where I'm assuming that based on the way you group together for this redo, that it may be the same groupings that then look at what do we want to put in the report. Now, that said, Maeve and Nate and Michael over there are working on putting together things that you've already maybe highlighted along the way from summaries that might need to be in the report. Not Mike, that you have felt so far, but they're putting things together. We're gonna have a what do you call it, a quilt of information for you all to then streamline into something that's beautiful and thoughtful and insightful. And
I'll add, and our liaison folks in the agencies with whom we've been collaborating are doing some really useful work and kind of laying that kind of 101 context and background that'll be a bit of a forward for each of the topical areas.
Yeah, and thank you to them. I know many of them. I saw you in my participants list, so thank you for being here again today, and for all the help that the agency folks have given. So that, in terms of guidance, I think that, mine's process guidance. That's my job here.
Can I just clarify, just for expectations for people I'm talking to, our preliminary findings in September are going to be largely about what we've learned and what are the facts we've gathered and all that.
Yes.
A follow-on later in the year would have more to do with maybe that plus policy suggestions and recommendations.
Yes.
The preliminary findings are not that second part.
Correct. The idea was that the preliminary findings is to set up, here's what we're thinking at this point, and here's some questions we have, sharing that with the public, and saying to and the agencies and everyone else has been part of this, that's all part of the public that I'm thinking of here. Is there anything that's missing that you want to see added into the thinking of the committee? And so once that period closes, that 30-day, then all of that gets churned into that final report. So it's included with whatever you're starting to think about now. But we need time for you all to think about what are those final comments and what people are saying based on what you say in your preliminary findings. Is that making sense? Is that helping your friends?
I think so. I'm just trying to distinguish findings from recommendations.
Yes.
I think you're very clear about that. Thanks.
I'll propose a topic which is more about mechanics than about process. Donna, you mentioned last night, well, our original plan is to do this meeting on Tuesday online, mostly for expediency purposes, but it came to our attention that there might be an opportunity to have a space for this.
The room has opened here in the building.
Yeah.
It was not before, and we couldn't find any others, so.
I'll just float the idea that, I think that there are some pros and cons, obviously, to have a conversation, see each other eye to eye, read body language, has obvious advantages, especially for the kind of dialogue and discussion that we're going to be driving towards on Tuesday. At the same time, it's super short notice, and many of us have to make trips, whether we're on the road or by air or otherwise, to be here if we want to do this in person. So I'll just kind of put that out as an open-ended question to the group. How do you all feel about potentially shifting gears to coming in person? Is it even feasible? Do we have ideas around, or feelings around, the online option and how we can get the most out of that?
I personally would love to do this in person again, rather than just online. For all the reasons that, Bill was stating and Margie has stated as she has been online. I also just feel it's much easier to have a dialogue when we're face to face, and I totally get it if some people can't make it, and so some can be online, but if there's 2, 3, or 4 of us that could be in person, I personally would vote for that.
I would love to be here, but we have a town hall on the first roundabout in Umatilla County that same evening, so.
There's good feelings about that too.
But I would love to be here. I would have moved that meeting, and I had ODOT try to move it, and they won't. So
would that preclude your being able to participate online?
Oh, I'll be online. I blocked out the day.
Right.
The town hall's at 5:30.
At 5:30, I see. Yeah. Okay. All right. This way you can
5:30 to 7, and everybody gets 2 minutes.
That's a long day for you too.
every day's a long day.
I won't be there, so I don't get a vote.
Yes.
I can be there in person and would vote for that if it happens.
I'll look. I can't answer to that. Yeah.
And what did Greg say?
I'll echo.
Margie, you're gonna look and see. Okay, double check. Understand, there are more people than just us sitting at this table that are consequences by that decision.
Donna, are you concerned about whether you're here or online, or does it matter?
I'll want to be here just to have the tech for you. I can be here. I will say that in the last, 45 minutes? Is that when I got my little notice?
She might be evacuated.
We just got the level 1, but it's actually not my house. It's really only the house that my mother's living in.
No, that's still your house.
And on the map, it's only her bedroom that is at the level 5. Get ready.
So she just moved a little. Remember, we do those with polygons.
So I'm gonna go with the optimistic view that everything's gonna be just fine, and yes, I will be here, I can be here next Tuesday to provide this tech for anybody who's here. It'll be in the room where you've got your lunch today.
I would just suggest that, if you think about some being in person and some being online, and all the public who are listening online, I'm guessing the experience is not as good hybrid as it is either all in person or all online. So that's just, I don't know. Could be that this is working great. I'm just not sure.
I would offer up, though, that of the hybrid work environments that I've ever been a part of, this has functioned really well.
Pretty good.
Among those. And Bill, I'd love your thoughts in terms of having participated online today. What would be your take on that?
Yeah, I think it's worked pretty well. I mean, you have seen my hand go up and I get called on every time I want to be. There's maybe a little, if you're all online, sort of a uniformity, I guess. But I don't know. I think it has worked. It's worked well for me. And I guess it's only a little bit different when we're in discussion for a whole day. I guess I'm leaning towards the hybrid, but I don't feel strongly.
Okay. And anyone else who has participated online? You were online.
Yeah, it's
Other than being brain dead at the end of it.
yeah, I was
you're online.
definitely brain dead at the end of it. But I just also am concerned about resources. It's a lot to ask you to take an entire day and come in here with tech to be here. So I think that that's also a consideration for the committee as well. But for me, like the online experience was pretty good. Like Bill said, it was one of the better ones that I've ever participated in. I could hear really well, and yeah.
Okay.
And we could build in more breaks too.
Yeah.
To just every hour and a half have a break, to give people a brain break, which we probably should have been doing all along for the folks who are joining online, but there are other ways to accommodate for that. Yeah, I know.
I think the one thing that you really need to do if you're gonna do that is people like me should sign that consent form that they'll limit themselves to one screen.
So you're not multitasking? Oh, I see. Is that what you mean?
I have a feeling we'll be able to grab each other's attention for that day. I also have a feeling that if there's more than one of us online, that the seesaw is a little bit better balanced in that way.
Fair point. Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. So there's like 2 hits there, not just this on our screen.
And quick question to the co-chairs and Donna. If we don't get to where we want to be, there's not a commitment that we can't have another meeting, right? Is there a limit?
It is up to us.
Is there a limit? I mean,
I hate to see us force something.
There's a limit to how much you all are willing to volunteer to do, right?
Okay.
I mean, we're already by having next week's meeting, that's an extra meeting from what we thought. There were 5 at the start.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get that. I just don't want us to come up with something that has something, because we put a lot of time into this and
Yes.
we're well invested.
No, as I've noted to you all, my observation is that in keeping with the Data Center University, you all are A+ students. And so I don't expect you at this point to just now, at the end,
We have
say,
to grade on the curve.
forget of it.
Hold it, yeah, I brought the curve down to start with.
No, there's no curve here. No, that's why,
We don't want you
that's why
tearing
my
up your
students like
placard
my
on
class.
the
That's awesome. All right, anything else that you want to say? What do we got? We've got the setting up for the 4th, setting other considerations, anything. What about like the public comment, right? We've got the 715, and we're asking Michael to share next time for you all. I mean, I know he's already been sharing with you as things have been coming along, but just a kind of a executive summary.
Can I say one thing before we
may.
go to that? One thing that I think that, in the very first conversation I had with Mike when we started thinking about this, before I knew what I know now after sitting through all this, is just that the lack of available information to make informed decisions. And then you'll hear a presentation from an agency that's collecting information, and then another agency is also collecting information, and then another agency is also collecting information. And so this whole time, I think that, at the bare minimum, we have to have better transparency around what is happening in our state and what the impacts are to at least those things that are included in the charge for the governor. But the other curiosity that I had today is what would happen if we aggregated all the data that we're already collecting? Because we're collecting on water quality coming out of the back end of data centers, we're collecting on emissions associated with diesel generation, we're collecting on jobs and economic activity and different things like that. So it's like, do we need to create a duplicative process to get the information that we have? Or do we have that? We just need that to go into a place where it's actually usable by people who are trying to make determinations about the right kind of economic development related to data centers in the state. This is something I was hoping that we would get, I was hoping that we would hear from the industry, but also from NGOs, particularly those who are operating in different jurisdictions, about a template that exists that would be collecting the kinds of information, because we are not the only jurisdiction that is asking for this kind and needs this kind of information in order to understand A, what's happening, and B, what do we do with that information. And so all of that is to say, I think that we should add in the preliminary findings report, even though we didn't have a day focused on it, a separate section on transparency and accountability that looks at that question of like, what are we already getting? Where are the gaps? What do we need? And how to, like, from a governance perspective, because you might not want to have air quality data sent to Business Oregon, and then the air quality regulators also need that information. So is it state agencies that are reporting into a centralized location, or is it the data centers that are reporting to their regulatory agencies but are also reporting in? What is the right governance structure to keep it simple, to not drive up the cost associated with governing this particular thing? But I think there's some really rich questions and to pursue related to that transparency and accountability.
Yeah, and at this point, I'd also like to invite our staff support folks who are with us to join us at the table, because you have thoughts and you're part of this too. So.
You passed it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I mean, that's a great point, Marty, which is that, if I have one overarching takeaway, it's that this is the most interdisciplinary policy question I've ever worked on. I don't think that there are many more that are as complex as this one. And just the fact that the industry themselves can't figure out how to connect all their own dots almost certainly means that our government infrastructure, the agency infrastructure, is well behind the curve in terms of being ready to absorb this information and this reporting. So, for example, if we came out with recommendations that said, the industry has to disclose X, Y, and Z, we're going to have to come up with an apparatus to ingest that.
because I'm pretty sure that that apparatus doesn't exist, as you pointed out, Margie. The thing that I would add to this is that this is an industry, like in the 6 months that we've been working together, the industry has gone through, it feels like, an entire lifetime of change. And I can only imagine that's going to continue, if not accelerate. And so, you know, whatever we recommend, I think we have to do it with an eye towards it's like the 1.0 or maybe beta version, and it too will have to continue to evolve. We'll have to build it in a way that is inherently designed to evolve as the world and the industry that it's regulating, you know, is going to change. And so, you know, I think of it as the starting point as opposed to any sort of an end point.
I can't agree more. The problem with that, I'd like to give you an example of the elevated nitrates in the Lavama, is how agencies communicate and don't communicate those type of things. The problem, I think those can be overcome because I think we have a governor that actually has tried to knock heads together to get agencies to cooperate where they haven't in the past. So a 1 point or one head, I think is doable right now because I've seen it happen, even though it took some grinding and a lot of work to get there. But again, people turn over and then you start that process again. Your 1.0, I really like that idea, but it has to be the follow through, the implementation is the critical part about that. Look at how many agencies, I mean, I sit on the road user task force, road user fee task force that's been around for 11 years and come up with it. Took 11 years to get a suggested policy, but to push that forward dies. I mean, you can put everything together for 1.0, but getting to 1.1 is the challenge. I think the 1.0 is doable, especially with this group and this brain trust, that brain trust. But the 1.1 part of it,
build it so it continues.
You have to build it with 1.1 in mind, not 1.0 forever.
Yeah.
Well, and I think this is the challenge with, I can't believe I'm actually saying this right now, but this is the challenge with economic development and not having an economic strategy. Because if we had an economic strategy that said we wanted to get X number of dollars from the data center wedge in our state, and we're going to do X, Y, and Z to drive towards that economic outcome, and we want to do that simultaneously being good stewards of air, water, greenhouse gas emissions, climate goals, transparency, taxpayer dollars, school funds, et cetera, then you know what you're building towards, and then you can look at the tools in the toolbox to figure out what are the right policy mechanisms that are necessary to have in place to drive to that outcome. It's really challenging. Like, we've heard this over and over again from speakers, but also from members of the public, where we want to look at the cumulative impacts of something. And in certain cases, in certain permitting processes, we do have a regulatory ability to look at cumulative impacts. But in a lot of cases, we're citing on a project by project by project basis, which is challenging for cultural resources. It's challenging from a critter perspective and a mitigation perspective, because you never know what is that end outcome that we're going to get at and what is necessary to actually mitigate for the impacts of that. And so I just think, like, starting to collect that data and having that transparency is a starting point for us to better understand, like, absent that hard objective target, like, if we do see X number of data centers, like say we see all the ones today that come to fruition, what does that mean in terms of water? What does that mean in terms of air? What does that mean in terms of climate? What does that mean in terms of taxpayer dollars? And working backwards from that to make sure that we are preserving our values as Oregonians while, you know, allowing for this kind of economic development in the state.
I agree, and you just kind of put that light bulb over my head. And this may be a little Pollyanna for sure, but instead of this huge economic development or this semiconductor task force or whatever, and without creating another agency. But if you had an information technology and energy focused development, in economic development group that looked at those three things in conjunction, because every one of our conversations is included information, the data centers, technology, the research and innovation in semiconductors, and energy. If you could, I know in a perfect world, create a non-agency agency that was tasked to connect those dots on each project, and then much like DSL does with land use planning, we have 19 goals, or DEQ that sets these standards that the local people have to implicate. If you had this kind of three-pronged, whatever you call it, and don't call it an agency, please, but including, and don't start adding a whole bunch of other things to it, because those three are the dots that we've heard over and over and over. And I don't care where you put water, but I think that's a diminishing issue from what we've heard. But you could still plug it into technology. But I don't know. I just, after what you just said, I've never even thought about having that over kind of the referee, but not the player.
Well, speaking of sports analogies, this reminds me that one of the things that I didn't anticipate that it would be as meaningful as it's become is, you know, we've had regular check-ins with an interagency kind of liaisons work group. We call it, you know, kind of the agency liaisons table. My sense is that of all the conversations we've had with that group, a lot of it has been folks that haven't had opportunities to have those conversations with their peers in that kind of a way. I don't know how sustainable it is. You know, maybe the kind of thing that is, you know, you can keep up for the tenure of a committee like ours, and maybe not on a standing basis forever and ever. But it did feel to me like, you know, we were filling a void of information exchange that I think is useful. And if there's, you know, some way to like continue those conversations or establish, you know, a forum where that exchange, you know, goes on beyond just the tenure of our committee. I don't know if it's, you know, the non-agency agency or if it's some other mechanism, but that is something that I've taken away is, you know, as even though we're going to have recommendations down the road, I think there's stuff that we've done that has contributed to our collective understanding as, you know, a government, as a group of citizens, on how do these data centers, you know, what do we need to know? How do we need to engage with them more productively, more effectively?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Nice.
Dan, you said let those three things, maybe it was energy, technology, something else.
Energy, technology, and information.
It's okay, information. It seems to me like I wouldn't know where to draw the line though, because of the other 8 issues that we've touched on here and there, right? So what's your thought on how would you roll in?
Land, water, and animals, fish.
Right. I think you bring that to this group with the focus. I think all of those things, a lot of them already have policy in place. I mean, we have 19 land use goals. We don't need any more land use goals.
Need one, but that's all right.
Bring one, take one. But I think, in my mind, small as it is, in my mind, the ability to have that focused knowledge base right there, and you can bring any of those other subjects into that, because that's part of the, first of all, it's going to be part of the regional or statewide. If you have to bring a project to that group first, now you've just brought it statewide. Now it can go back to the local area after it's been reviewed by that group, and you'll get input from everybody. And so far, it's cooked for 3 minutes. I haven't got there yet.
Yeah, this is the preliminary findings conversation.
But
so.
if I've heard you right, Dan, you know, the suggestion that I'm hearing is what right now kind of starts local, and then as we as a group have tried to like, at every turn try to identify what is the state interest, and coming up with several, like finding several, this not turns on its head, but takes it in a direction where there's kind of a state interest screen or mechanism or body that then also then connects it to the local process.
Well, let me give you an example in my head. Okay, there's a project in, let's say, Rufus, Oregon. Okay, so from Rufus, that's going to be a PGE energy delivery area. The water will be either local or, in that case, maybe even state because of the state access water. I'm just doing this on this.
Yeah.
Yeah. The information is going to be the IT cable that comes down to Columbia. So you're the developer, you bring it to me and say, okay, this is going to be the first time that one group has listened to PGE's contribution to this project, water to this project, and how much of that space on that cable is left, and then what are you paying for it? From there, take it to the local people. So now you've got the Wasco County Commissioners and the Rufus, well, they're unincorporated, but the Rufus, say, Economic Development Group, are now begin to vet the project at the local level. But now you have, for the first time, this one body that becomes a receptacle for a hub for not just Umatilla Electric or PGE or whoever. And now you have that information in one spot, even before the development, where the water's coming from, how many gallons, and the information flowing through. Now, if you have more questions, maybe you want to know, are you using diesel generators? Okay, DEQ, give us a quick review of this so we can fill in the spreadsheet. Kind of a deal. But your main goal is information, technology, and energy.
The other thing I think I like, I get that we're talking about, yeah, but I love that we're having this conversation now. I look forward to more conversation, like this is what I hope we get into on the 4th. The other thing I like about that is that there's a lot of land prospecting happening in the state right now. And so it's really challenging to determine if we have an urban growth boundary expansion, which you can justify every single urban growth boundary expansion in the state right now because of how much money there is in the technology sector. Call me on that if that's not true, because I'm not a local. But that creates these challenges, and like you have people, particularly in rural areas, where local jurisdiction might have 700 acres of industrial land set aside, but it's not contiguous industrial land, and the data centers are looking for contiguous. So they're asking for urban growth boundary expansions, absent having power, water, like any of those other things. And so the other thing you could do with a centralized location, like a centralized entity like that, is you could say, like, we are only gonna look at urban growth boundary expansions, or like setting aside land for whatever mechanism we're using to set aside land for a data center if you have your water and you have your power and you have, like, some of those things are already established, because I think it helps to weed out nobody's prospecting for prospecting's sake. Like, I don't think that actually happens. I think the development timeline is tricky, but I think it would help us kind of rationalize the conversation around how many of these 31 are actually going to be built, and do we have the resources to support 31, or are there 31 that are racing to get a resource that we have that could be supplied to 20? But it feels like kind of figuring out ways that we could both streamline that process, but also ensure that we have good checks in place for when we're making critical decisions, like taking land out of one designation and putting it in another designation.
So
what are the consequences for doing that for
Yeah.
all of the climate and other goals?
And do we have the right tools in the land use? Like one of the things sitting through the DLCD presentation and other organizations who work on land use, the main takeaway that I have is that we have an incredible land use system in this state, and it can be frustrating for all sides, but that it functions really well. And I think is evidenced by that, like no data center has been built in this state on high value farmland. It has been, there have been ones that have been built on other designations, but it's a functioning system. But one of the questions that I have when we talk about land use next week is, do we have the right set of tools at the local level or the state level to ensure that we can maintain the values that Oregonians baked into that land use system when they created it in the first place? Or does it need to be updated to reflect the size and scale? Because I think that's what we're really experiencing in this flood is like, we have done development before in the state. It's not the first time that we've done development, but the capital behind it, the speed with which it's happening, and the scale and the implications of doubling, going from 30 to 40% of our, electricity consumption. I forget what the was, but for example, it's big. It's big.
My hope in a concept like this or any other frameworks we advise would be, I would hope that we could set whatever sideboards we think are really important for this to be good news for Oregon. But the structure that you're talking about could provide the offsetting certainty or clarity that the data centers may be looking for, and maybe even the speed. And that if that speed and clarity can allow us to provide all the sideboards we think are important and still have it come out as an opportunity for Oregon, like are the data centers helping, making sure the impacts are very low, and also helping on clean energy and helping on transmission investment and transparency and whatever else we want them to do. If they can get the certainty and maybe speed and clarity out of this kind of some other structure, that to me would be a win.
Now that it's
Are
starting.
you going to argue against yourself now?
A little bit.
I love it.
A little bit. Because again, I don't want to complicate things. I don't think we want to establish an FSEC, which in the same breath, when renewables, and we tried to massage FSEC into a usable pseudo agency to speed up renewables, all we did was slow down everything. But it's effective. It's effective. It loses very few cases, and I'm here to tell you, we took them to the Supreme Court and lost. But that's not the body I'm thinking of.
That's not the model.
That's not the model.
What is the model if one comes to mind?
I think you're going to create it.
This group's gonna do that, right?
Yeah,
Well, it's helpful to know what we don't want it to be.
yeah, Greg may want it to be like FSEC. I don't.
Well, no, I was actually, when I heard you propose it, I was a little surprised because it sort of has a central planning feel to it.
It does.
Which is not the way the industry currently works, the way I understand it, and it would just be a real change. Maybe for the best. I mean, FSEC has the thing that FSEC does is it involves the public. It makes sure that it's sensitive to all the things that it's supposed to be sensitive to, and then when it's done, you actually build it. So like that's the upside of it. The downside of it is that right now we have a situation. I mean, the powered shells. They said no other area of the country have they seen powered shells. Like that's a different kind of land prospecting, right? They're like, we're not even gonna, we're not even a data center company. We're just gonna build a warehouse that has 50 megawatt connection, and we're gonna find someone who wants it.
Space for renters. Yeah.
Exactly, and so it's just sort of like, it's a little bit of a Wild West, it seems like. And that's like would be a drastic change, I think.
And I think I'm probably gonna have 50 phone calls on the way home, but where I see it having a lot of advantage on the developer side, and let's admit it, there's all kinds of developments. There's owner-developers, speculators, and just straight investors. But one of the things that you hear is, we got this done, but now we're waiting on DEQ, or we got this done, now we're waiting on DSL. And there's no central, and I hate to call it central, but there's no coordinated agency to hand those to those folks. It's the developer handing it to those folks. Now, again, it's the one thing that STEC does is all of those land use all play within local criteria. Now, you can set local criterion, well, we tried that, it didn't work, but that it still has to go through local land use approval, no matter what.
Yeah, can't change that.
Yeah, and whether it's municipal or county, it doesn't matter. But now you have all these other steps taken care of, your main three prongs taken care of, added agency that's logged it, that will be able to give you feedback on, okay, do you really have this power, and where's it coming from, and now do you have to build transmission line? Okay, if it's your transmission line, who's funding it? But I mean, those type of things where you have a central, and I hate to call it central, but have a group that you can go to as you're basically an advocate is what it becomes, an advocacy group, but you have to come prepared.
The one thing, so just to riddle on this a little bit further, the other thing that we heard repeatedly come up in multiple different, I heard it in DLCD's presentation, I heard it in stakeholder presentations, I heard it, in our first meeting on workforce and economic development, is a question of, do the communities who are sitting across the table from these corporations have the resources that they need and the negotiation, technical expertise that they need to make sure that the local jurisdictions are getting a fair shake. And so the other thing I could see in a centralized, like, you're creating efficiencies for developers who are coming into the state, who are willing to meet all the requirements that we have here in Oregon, and you're making sure that we're being good stewards of natural resources, but you're not actually taking those local decisions out of the hands of local jurisdictions. Those that are local decisions will remain the local decisions of the communities that those people are elected to represent. But you could have a separate piece of this that's technical assistance, so that if a rural community happens, or if they want to enter into a negotiation and they have, when I was developing water projects, like, there are 10 skill sets that I learned that it was necessary to get a project from the identification of what's not working to a ribbon cutting. And any one person probably has 3, unicorns have 5. Where are you going to get the other 5? And so I think that there may be things like that that need to be augmented at the local level if the local jurisdiction is like, yes, please, we want help. So you could also create that technical assistance resource or a clearinghouse of information that local jurisdictions could use while signing an LTRES or negotiating an LTRES or a short-term enterprise zone agreement. And so I could see that being like this one-stop shop for both of those.
And Business Oregon has a little bit of that repository of SIPs and LTRES. And I've never gone to them and say, hey, can I read that one or read that one? But maybe that's exactly what we need.
Let me, at the risk, I know we're at 3:57. I don't want to.
We are at 3:57.
But and Gene, I'm glad you're back in the room. The way that this reminds me of sort of like interconnection, to the electricity grid in a sense. And there's kind of two models that I've worked with in my career. One is kind of the receptive model, where like, you know, an interconnection request, or, you know, to use an analog, you know, a data center proposal, there's an entity that kind of like receives those as they come in and then evaluates and judges and weighs and compares and then, you know, approves some, doesn't approve others. That's the way a lot of places do it, but it's not the only way it can be done. And I'm thinking of like, you know, ERCOT, for example, where there's kind of a proactive model where they kind of identify zones where they kind of prioritize things that happen, and, you know, engaging with local communities that are, you know, familiar with, more receptive to, more expert at dealing with these kinds of projects, you know, could be the kind of way that we can, you know, identify proactively where we kind of want to push these things towards. And maybe it's because there's already the power and we don't have to ask the question, do you have the power? Maybe because there is land and we don't have to like jump through as many hoops to, you know, make sure that the land is the right kind of land. And it may end up, you know, reducing anxiety, because in the absence of something that's proactive, we may have everyone wondering, is this coming to my neighborhood? Whereas if we have a proactive kind of mechanism, we may be able to identify, like, these are more likely to go, you know, to these places that are ready for it, that are receptive to it, that are built for it, more or less.
And you could use, like, the Prosperity Council made a recommendation about site readiness to get industrial lands, like existing industrial lands, ready for the type of investment, making sure they have energy, utilities, things like that. Doing, like, using a fund like that to drive development achieves exactly what you're talking about in a slightly different using a slightly different policy mechanism. Yeah.
And I just want to highlight, as your facilitator, what I've been hearing. I just want to make sure it sounds like you're going down a path that if I were listening from the outside, I'd be like, these people are just going straight to how do we support development?
Yes,
more,
no,
right?
we're just noodling.
Yeah, and I know you're just
That's
noodling.
giving her a lot of credit.
And I want to say that the other thing I've heard you all saying is all of this would be done in collaboration and communication and deep discussion with the local communities. So I just want to point that out, and looking at those cumulative impacts, you know, you were talking about that a little earlier. So I just want to make sure.
Can I say something? Which is, I've just been, because I've been wanting to say, can we, in addition to saying what we don't want government to look like on this, can we identify impacts that we don't want to have?
Absolutely.
I think we need to have that
That's
discussion.
what I was getting at. You gotta have strong sideboards to make this.
Yes, yeah.
The other thing I wanted to add for the public is that is to reinforce what Donna said and to talk about why this committee, when we started, made a strong commitment to do this work transparently. So you will hear us iterate and have conversations like this one that you're hearing right now, because it was important to us to do this with all of you at the table, not to disappear into a room and pop out with a report and then you get 30 days to respond. So I just want to note, for like highlight what Donna said, it's really important that this is just the conversation that we're having right now. But
Dan might come back next week and argue with himself.
Exactly, and we're doing it because we want to do this in community with all of you.
The one thing that, I always say the one thing. The other thing is that, and Michael kind of emphasized it, is talking about, is this coming to my neighborhood, or I need a heads up. Don't forget, there are neighborhoods, communities, and counties that are calling us every day that want this development, that want to have data centers. And it's not monolithic. There's any kind of pushback.
Yeah, so it's both sides. Both sides are.
To underscore your point, Tim.
I'm going to jump in here. One is a process comment, which is that for these conversations, if we do the hybrid, we're going to have to be really careful, because it's really easy for it to become such a popcorn that it's hard to get a word in edgewise. Not that I haven't necessarily been trying. I'll raise my hand, but I do think there's a possible problem with the hybrid when we're really in deep discussion. Just a thought. I think on Tuesday we're going to spend a lot of time trying to think of simplifying formulas, and I think that's a really useful way to try to go after something complicated. For me, energy technology and information leaves too much out. There's a bunch of pieces that I can't fit into one of those boxes, but worth, again, I think spending some energy on figuring out how this boxes up, because it's a many tentacled problem. Way back when, I think it was Tim said this teeter-totter is there an opportunity for Oregon in this? And thinking really hard about what this opportunity is. Is it going to push rates for electricity down? Is it going to bring innovation that we wouldn't otherwise have? Our data center is going to build a grid that we need but can't afford. So those opportunity side, but then measured with sort of balanced with speed and clarity that would bring a data center here that might not otherwise attend, might not otherwise come to Oregon. So that teeter-totter of those sort of push and pull is really working for me. But I think we'll spend a bunch of time on the specifics, but then also trying to put boxes together that make sense. And I think that's a worthwhile endeavor.
I'll just say that Colorado, you had 3 things where it's too few, maybe Bill, and Colorado had 4 CARE is their acronym, and I have no idea right now what they stand for, but they were really good. And Minnesota has a one-stop shop that we might want to just see how that thinking goes, not to again go too far down this one solution idea, but it's something to consider, right? So.
And I would just underscore your point earlier, Tim, which is that I don't think any of us want anything other than an Oregon that's better tomorrow than it is today, by whatever metrics we come up with. And I think we also feel a keen sense of responsibility that Oregon doesn't stand as an island either. Whatever we do in the state as recommendations has implications for whether or not these facilities go somewhere else and do things that we wouldn't allow them to do here, but they will do somewhere else. And therefore, we haven't really necessarily solved the problem. We just moved that problem. But I think all of us, none of us have anything other than sort of let's find a way to make a better Oregon as the outcome that we want.
Awesome. I think that is like the best sentence to end on right there. That's the goal for Tuesday, is to bring our heads together. So I feel like we're still on the waffling edge, but we'll figure it out soon. For the public, it's going to be the same place. It's going to be online for you. You can join us. We'll figure out where our bodies are for that. But we're going to do it with the best thing for Oregon in mind the whole time, as we have been the whole time. Yep. So, hey, I want to say thank you to everybody, all of you staying here today, to all the speakers that were here, and for the 47 participants who are still with us online. Bless you.
Thank you.
And with that, I'm going to turn off the recording and call this meeting to an end.
Thanks all. Bye-bye.
Bye. Have a good wedding.
Oh, he's getting married.